Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clouds are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the August 16th, 2021 Zoning Hearing Master Hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over today's cases. First, regarding masks, let me just remind you, it is the policy of Hillsborough County that you wear a mask inside the room today, and even while you are speaking at the podium. So if you could please adhere to that policy, we'd appreciate it. Let me start by introducing Mr. Brian Grady. He's with the Development Services Department, and he will go over any changes we have to the agenda today. Mr. Grady.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. We do have two changes on tonight's agenda. The first change is on agenda page 7, item D4, major mod application 21-0227. The change is just correcting the name of the applicant on the agenda to Mahi Family Business LLC, and also to remove a reference to KCAC, which in the existing zoning, which is not existing zoning, that's making reference to supplemental development standards and community design standards in the code, and it's not really a zoning district, so we're making that correction. The other change is on page 8 of the agenda, item D7, rezoning PD 21-0557. The applicant is AMQ Intersectional Corporation. This application has been continued by staff to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. There's some additional information regarding a design exception that needs to be submitted, so that's why staff's requesting this be continued. Again, that's on page 8 of the agenda, item D7, rezoning PD 21-0557.
All right. Is there anyone here to speak to rezoning PD 21-0557? Anyone in the room that was here for that item? All right, then we'll continue that by staff to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m.
That concludes the changes to the agenda. I'll now go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda. First item is item A1, rezoning standard 21-0868. This application has been withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A2, major mod application 21-0169. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3, rezoning PD 21-0220. This application has been continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A4, rezoning PD 21-0221. This application has been continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A5, major mod application 21-0310. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A6, major mod application 21-0313. This application has been continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A7, major mod application 21-0316. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A8, major mod application 21-0556. This application has been continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, rezoning PD 21-0560. This application has been continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, rezoning PD 21-0592. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, rezoning PD 21-0626. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, rezoning PD 21-0647. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13, rezoning PD 21-0650. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, rezoning PD 21-0701. This application is being continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A15, rezoning PD 21-0745. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, rezoning PD 21-0746. This application has been continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, rezoning PD 21-0748. This application will be continued by staff to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A18, rezoning PD 21-0863. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, rezoning PD 21-0864. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A20, major mod application 21-0865. This application is being continued by staff to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A21, rezoning PD 21-0867. This application is being continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A22, rezoning standard 21-0870. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A23, major mod application 21-0877. This application is being continued by the applicant to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A24, major mod application 21-0944. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A25, rezoning standard 21-0951. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A26, rezoning standard 21-0985. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A27, rezoning standard 21-0986. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to September 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. I appreciate it. All right, let me start by going over our procedures this evening. Tonight's agenda consists of agenda items that require a public hearing that be held before a zoning hearing master prior to the final decision, which is made by the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. I'll conduct the hearing tonight as the hearing officer and will make recommendations on each application 15 business days following tonight's hearing. That recommendation will then be sent to the board for their final decision at their public meeting. Our hearing process is as follows. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the direct testimony presented tonight. I'll call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. Irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious evidence will be excluded. Any part of the evidence may be received in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used for the purpose of supplementing or explaining other evidence, but shall not be sufficient in and of itself to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation for tonight's hearing is as follows. Mr. Grady of the county's Development Services Department will provide a brief introduction of each agenda item. We will then go to the applicant. The applicant and their team has a total 15 minutes for their presentation. Next up will be the county's Development Services staff planner that was assigned the case. They'll have 5 minutes to present the county staff report and findings. Next up will be the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will also have 5 minutes to discuss the application's consistency with our comprehensive plan. Next, we'll go to proponents, anyone that would like to speak in favor of an application. Everyone total 15 minutes. Same is true next when we go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everybody in total 15 minutes. Next up, county staff. We'll go back to them for 5 minutes to ask if they have any comments or additional testimony based on the evidence we've heard so far. And then finally, we'll go back to the applicant who has the last word for rebuttal and 5 minutes to address any issues that have come up. Regarding that 15 minutes, we have a couple of cases I think where this might be helpful. The 15 minutes for either proponents or opponents. If you want, sometimes a good way is to use that time wisely by appointing a spokesperson to take the 15 minutes. And then you can put your name and address on the record if you want to for those purposes. If not, what we'll do is if it looks like there are a number of people that want to speak either in favor or against, I'll have you raise your hand and we'll count how many people want to speak. And then we will divide that 15 minutes up accordingly so that everybody gets a fair amount of time. Because we do have quite a big agenda for the evening, we will adhere to those time constraints as close as we can. When you come up to speak, whether you're in the room or you're participating virtually, if you could start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing and we want to make sure we have who is speaking and your address correctly. When you are finished, if you're in the room, if you could see Trey, he's on my right, he is from the clerk's office. And if you could sign in with your name and address and also the application number you're speaking to, we also make sure that we have the record right. Let me now turn to the county attorney, who will explain your legal requirements that govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Good evening. My name is Cameron Clark. I'm an assistant county attorney. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its October 12th, 2021 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on September 7th. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area and applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications that do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. And finally, applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at tonight's public hearing, are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the hearing master recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the hearing master unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into one of the following four categories. First, someone who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, someone who is certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, someone who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days before tonight's hearing. Or fourth, someone who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It's the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at the public meeting is entered tonight's record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I appreciate it. All right. As I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak tonight, if you're in the room or if you are appearing virtually, if you could please stand and raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes,
I do.
please be seated. All right, Mr. Grady, we're ready for the first case.
The first item is agenda item C1, rezoning standard 21-0942. The request is rezone from agricultural rural to agricultural single family one, which provides for minimum lot size of 1 acre. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. I will note we handed out for the record a revised staff report. There's no substantive changes to the report. It was just some reformatting, adding some requests, additional information in the formatting of the report. The report was filed into our online database. It just did not get in the backup, so we're submitting that for the record.
All right, thank you so much. Is the applicant here? Yes, if you could come forward, please. You could start by giving us your name and address, please.
Dennis Taylor, 3210 Lark Lane, Mulberry, 33860.
Okay, you just want to tell us a little bit about your request.
Yes, ma'am. It's we have 6.5 acres there, and we want to. It's currently zoned AR, and we want to go to ASC 1 for split it three lots for our family.
Okay. Seems pretty simple.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Thank you.
All right. Development Services.
Share. Nope. No. Share content. Pick a screen.
Just to let you know, you're muted.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. All right. Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. The application is RZ Standard Rezone 21-0942, and the request is to rezone from an existing agricultural rural AR zoning district to the proposed agricultural single-family residential 1 ASC.
Isis, excuse me.
Yes.
You're not sharing your presentation right now. We're not seeing it.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
You're seeing it now? Okay. Apologize. All right. Start again. Isis Brown, Development Services. Rezone application RZ Standard 21-0942. The request is for the existing agricultural rural AR zoning district to proposed ASC1 agricultural single family zoning district. Site location, site's address at 2111 North Wilder Road in Plant City, Florida. Approximately 1,600 feet south of the intersection of Wilder Road and East Sam Allen Road. It's located in the rural service area, and it's also in the East Rural Community Plan area. Future land use, the current property has a future land use of Res 1 to the north, also Res 1, and to the north, south, and east also holds the Res 1 future land use designation. To the west holds residential plan 2. The current density is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acre, and the proposed density is going to be 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre. Current zoning classification, as discussed before, it's zoned AR, and to the immediate north, east, and west, it's agricultural single family AS1. Zoning district to the immediate south is agricultural rural and ASC1. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of agricultural and single family residential uses. The majority of the area surrounding the site is Res 1. As stated earlier, category permits agricultural and single family residential uses. The size and the depth of the subject parcel in relation to other adjacent agricultural and residential uses would create a zoning development pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern of the agricultural and residential zoning districts in the area. The applicant is requesting to rezone AR to ASC1 based on the Res 1 future land use classification. The surrounding zoning and the development pattern of the proposed uses, development standards for ASC1 zoning district, staff finds that the request is approvable. This ends my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 1 future land use category. It is in the rural service area and is not located within the limits of a community plan. The zoning district is consistent with the residential 1 future land use classification. The area is a combination of agricultural and residential land uses, which are compatible with the applicant's request. The existing land uses are complementary to the proposed development and meet the intent of policy 16.3, 16.8, and 16.10 of the future land use element. The request is consistent with future land use element objective 4, as the subject property is in the rural service area, which is reserved for large lot, low density residential uses. The community design component of the future land use element contains policies on preserving rural uses for residential alternatives. Objective 29 of the future land use element requires protection of agricultural activities through land use planning and development regulations. The proposed development will have large lot residential development and will fit with the existing rural character development. The proposed rezoning will have no impact on nearby agricultural activities. Overall, the rezoning will allow for development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan and is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. Planning Commission staff finds the request would encourage development that complements the surrounding character of the area. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, now we'll call for anyone that wants to speak in support. Anyone in favor of this application? Seeing no one online? Anyone in opposition to this application? No one in line. All right, county staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, sir, anything else before we close? Just give us your name real quick.
Dennis Taylor. I just noticed when Ms. Brown was doing the presentation, it come up as 2911 North Wilder Road, and it's actually 2909.
2909. Okay, we'll make that change.
That was it.
North Wilder.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 21-0942 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C2, rezoning standard 21-0970. The applicant is Chase Clark. The request is rezoned from AR to ASC1. Chris Grandelar will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
My name is Chase Clark. I reside at 2511 Pemberton Creek Drive in Sefner, Florida, 33584. And I have a piece of property in Dover that is approximately 4.88 acres, currently zoned AR. And we're seeking to rezone to ASC1 to create 4 lots for residential development.
All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services, please.
Good evening. Let's give me my presentation up. All right. Okay. Good evening, Chris Growlenar, Hillsborough County Development Services. The property associated with standard rezoning 21-0970 as a future land use designation of residential 1. The residential 1 future land use permits consideration of residential densities up to a maximum density of 1 unit per acre and non-residential intensities up to a maximum FAR of 0.25. The subject rezoning parcel is located on the south side of Lewis Gallagher Road and 470 feet east of O'Hara Place with the address of 13201 Lewis Gallagher Road in Dover. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of single-family residential and agricultural uses. The subject parcel is adjacent to single-family homes on every side except for the south, where a farm operates. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR, agricultural rural, with a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per 5 gross acres, to ASC1 with a maximum density of 1 dwelling one dwelling unit per acre. Based on the residential 1 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the SE1 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 1 future land use category. It is in the rural service area and is not located within the limits of a community plan. According to Objective 4 of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, 20% of the growth in the region will occur in the rural service area. The subject site is in the rural service area, and the proposal therefore meets the intent of Objective 4 and Policy 4.1 of the future land use element by preserving a low-density rural residential development pattern. The applicant will be utilizing private wells and septic tanks and meets the intent of Policy 4.4, which permits their use in a rural service area. Objective 16 and its accompanying policies 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 seek to protect existing neighborhoods and development by ensuring compatibility with the surrounding area through various buffer requirements and mitigation techniques. The creation of single-family residential lots would be consistent with these policies as the use is similar and complementary to the surrounding residential and agricultural uses. Policy 16.8 specifically requires the density and lot sizes of the surrounding area to be compatible with new development. The existing uses in the area are low-density single-family, large lot residential dwellings, and agricultural uses. Policy 16.10 states that any density increase shall be compatible with existing, proposed, or planned surrounding development. In this case, the surrounding area has existing ASC1 zoning districts in the immediate vicinity and preserves the existing rural residential character of the area. The proposal is therefore compatible with the surrounding area and meets the intent of Objective 16 and Policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.8, and 16.10. The agricultural objectives in the future land use element provide policy direction that aims to protect the economic viability of agricultural activities by recognizing and providing for its unique characteristics in land use planning and land development regulations. It also recognizes agricultural activities and how it is beneficial to develop in coordination with appropriate entities, economic incentives to encourage and expand agricultural activities. In addition, there's a policy direction that states that agriculture and agricultural support uses are the preferred uses in rural areas. The proposed zoning of ASC1 promotes both the development of agricultural and residential uses. Therefore, the request to develop 4 single-family residential lots within the residential 1 future land use category would be consistent with objectives 29 and 30. The community design component of the future land use element provides policy direction regarding residential development in the rural area. Goal 7, Objective 7-1, and its accompanying policies seek to preserve rural residential areas as a viable alternative to urban and suburban areas. The proposed rezoning to ASC1 meets the intent of preserving rural residential lifestyles. Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 of the community design component directs new development to relate to the predominant character of its surroundings and be designed to be compatible with the area. As the surrounding land use pattern is primarily agricultural and low-density rural residential in character, a rezoning request to allow ASC1 would be compatible with the surrounding area and the existing development pattern. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Anyone to speak in favor? Anyone in support of this application? No one in the room, no one online. Anyone against the application? Seeing no one. All right. County staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
Sir, anything else? I've lost you behind the podium. There we go. Okay. Then we'll close rezoning 21-0970 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning PD 20-1253. The app is RKM Development Corp. And William Lloyd. The request is rezone from agriculture single family 1 to a planned development. Kevin DeFrank will provide staff presentation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening, Cami Corbett, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, representing the applicant RKM Development. We could get the PowerPoint up, please. Great. Next slide. Great. The development proposal that's before you this evening is for a next generation new 7-Eleven located at the node specifically designated for neighborhood commercial development within the Lutz Community Plan. We're planning a brand new modern building specifically designed to fit within the character of the Lutz Community Design Standards. It fulfills a need in the market, which is underserved by old, unattractive, poorly lit, and outdated quick marts. RKM Development and 7-Eleven are both committed to being good neighbors and are known for contributing to the communities where the projects are located. Next slide. Okay, this shows the location. This is the commercial node that's at Sunset Lane and US 41. You'll see directly to the south, there's a Walgreens. The further south, there is a Winn-Dixie anchored plaza with a pet supermarket and a Baddock home store, a McDonald's, and then a self-storage facility over on the west side. And you can see from this site plan, and you'll see it better in the next site plan, that we've concentrated the building development and the building envelope in the southernmost portion of that node. And the reason why we had to extend up so far into the node was to align up for the entrance for FDOT. Next slide. Again, we're requesting a 5,000 square foot convenience store with a high-tech fueling station and a state-of-the-art car wash. The intensity that we're proposing is an 82% reduction in the allowable intensity allowed in the future land use category. Next slide. This is the building designed in compliant and consistent with in a manner that is consistent with the Lutz community design requirements with the pitched roof and the other architectural elements. Next slide. And there's been a considerable amount of concern raised from the community about this particular development. And so at this point, a lot of those concerns relate to environmental concerns with fuel tank storage and wellhead protection. So I'm going to turn over the presentation to Joshua Blanco and Mike Alfieri, and then move to Michael Yates to address traffic.
Okay.
My name is Joshua Blanco. I'm at 1345 Southwest First Terrace, Pompano Beach, Florida. I am with Aptum Environmental Infrastructure, and I'm here to speak today about the environmental safety and compliance 7-Eleven uses for their tank systems. Next slide, please. The new underground storage tank systems are safe and sophisticated. These are not the same gas stations that even existed 10 years ago. All of the design of these tanks, everything is double walled that's in contact with the soil, and within those double walls are sensors that can detect any potential leaks. Next slide. Okay, tanks are heavily regulated. They're both regulated by the US EPA and by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Installation of these tanks can only be done by certified storage contractors that have special regulations and licenses with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the Business of and Professional Regulation Department. Next slide, please. Okay, as I said before, tank systems are double walled. There's leak sensors and alarms, and they are inspected frequently. Next slide. So here's what the state requires for all tanks. They need monthly visual inspections. The piping in contact with the soil has to be double walled and be tested every 12 months. The piping and dispenser sumps need to be inspected every 6 months, and integrity testing done every 3 years for the spill containment and the sumps. Integrity testing is also done at installation and anytime there's a repair. 7-Eleven, as you will see later, actually goes above and beyond all of these state requirements, which is not required by law, but they do it anyway. Next slide, please. Okay, we'll talk about fuel vapors. There's a lot of questions about, where do the vapors go? Since 2000, all vehicles have an onboard recovery system that captures the vapors during refueling. So when you refuel your car, those vapors get recaptured by the vehicle itself. The tanks have vents, but those vents are only to keep the vapors in. Those vents are designed. They're pressurized, and they keep the vapor inside the tank. When the fuel truck comes to deliver fuel, the truck itself will recover all the vapor from the fuel tank back to the truck, and that truck will go back to the loading rack at the facility where it gets the fuel. So all of the vapor is pretty much contained either by your vehicle or by the delivery vehicle, and does not go into the environment. Next slide. Okay, there's training requirements for all operators. They have several different categories of operators. So everybody who owns a gas station now has to have training in order to operate these tanks. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is what 7-Eleven does above and beyond. 7-Eleven inspects all suspected releases within 4 hours. They monitor 24/7 all alarms, which is not required by the state. They use a third party to do all the monthly visual inspections, which is not required. They have sensors in all the dispenser liners, which is not required. They have double wall overspill buckets, which is where the fuel gets delivered into the tank. That is not a requirement. 7-Eleven has those on every single one of its tanks. And it also has shutoff valve for overfill protection as well. So these are the things that 7-Eleven does above and beyond in order to prevent any releases to the environment. It's much cheaper for 7-Eleven to not release fuel than to have to clean something up. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I said before, it's a sophisticated system. It's remotely monitored 24/7, and they go above and beyond all of the state and federal regulations. Thank you for your time.
We have about a little less than 8 minutes left.
Tammy Corbett, if we could go to Mike Alfieri, who's also remote.
Okay.
All right, I'm online. Next slide, please. All right, my name is Mike Alfieri. I work for Water Science Associates. I reside in Odessa, Florida, but my home office is located at 13620 Metropolis Ave, Suite 110 in Fort Myers, 33912. And I'm going to be discussing wellhead protection. Next slide, please. The two wells that were located out in this area that were part of the Zone 2 and Zone 1 designations were the Crystal Lakes Manors wells, which were operated by Tampa Bay Water. Well 1 was abandoned in accordance to Swift Mud regulations in 2015. The Crystal Lakes Manor number 2 well was converted by Swift Mud after being relinquished by Tampa Bay Water to monitor water levels in the upper Florida aquifer. Does not look at water quality, only water levels. The county has since extended its potable water distribution system to serve the area. There's no active private wells located within 500 feet of the project site. Next slide, please. The drinking water where the vast majority of folks get their potable water supply is the upper Florida aquifer. This is a lower aquifer located about 65 feet in this area below land surface. It's overlain by a thick sequence of clay-rich sediments which confine this potable aquifer, and it eliminates any interaction with other surface water, surface or groundwater sources like ponds and lakes. When the two wells were active, or even residential wells in the area are active, they create a depression in the water table. The Crystal Lakes wells, which were a high-yielding system, no longer exist, so the water table is relatively flat. Groundwater flow in the superficial aquifer, which is the aquifer closest to land surface, which is commonly used for irrigation source in this area more or less due to the high iron content. It's a lot easier going to the lower aquifer, which would be the upper Florida aquifer for potable water. And that water flows to the southeast. Next slide, please. Well, I guess I'll hand this off to Michael Yates, and if there's any questions later on, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through the traffic real quick. This is a gas convenience store. DOT did a study on these types of facilities in Florida and demonstrated that the majority of the traffic, 78% on average, was passerby traffic, which is traffic that's already on the adjacent roadway, then comes into the site. The site has a left in, right out access at the northern end. There's an existing median opening there to allow that left in, which is why you see the access to the north. There is also a cross access to the right in, right out to the Walgreens on US 41. And then also a right in, right out through the Walgreens to the south on Sunset Lane. Next slide, please. In the county CIP, they have a road improvement project scheduled for Sunset Lane. Basically out there today is a left through and a right. And what they're converting that to is a left, a shared left through, and then a right. And then they're also installing a traffic separator in there. You can see the yellow traffic separator down there. So what's been happening is traffic has been coming eastbound and turning into that Walgreens there. And so this, even though there's pavement markings out there that prohibit it, it is still occurring. So this traffic separator will be a raised traffic separator and will eliminate that from happening. And then what that will do is also create an eastbound or a westbound left turn lane into the shopping center to the south. These improvements are funded by the county and are scheduled currently to be done prior to the 7-Eleven being opened.
When would that be?
2022 is when the improvements are scheduled to be done.
And if you stay on track with the 7-Eleven, when would they start construction?
I think it would be late 2022.
Okay. All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Ms. Corbett, do you have anything else you'd like to close? You have 2.5 minutes left.
Cami Corbett, just briefly, could I get to not the next slide, but the following slide? I just wanted to summarize with the consistency and compatibility findings with staff. We have no objections from reviewing agencies, including EPC, natural resources, environmental resources, and utilities. We've got the finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and the Lutz community plan. And these findings and conclusions from staff constitute competent substantial evidence that we've met our burden that the application is consistent with both of these items. And I'd like to reserve my last minute and 55 for rebuttal, please.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. All right, we'll call for development services, please.
Good evening, everyone. Kevin DeFrank with Hillsborough County Development Services Department. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So as the applicant's representative team has described, the request is to rezone from the ASC 1 to PD zoning district to allow a convenience store with fueling stations and a car wash. And the subject property is located in the Lutz area, approximately 50 feet north of the Crystal Grove Boulevard and North US Highway 41 intersection. And the subject property is located within the food designation of Res 2, and the maximum floor area ratio within the Res 2 flu category is 0.25. And the nearby flu category is Res 6 in addition to Res 2. And the subject property is located adjacent to property zone ASC1 to the north and east, and PD to the south and west. But within the general area, there are the property zone CN to the south and RC6 to the south and north. And this property is located in an area comprised of suburban scale neighborhood commercial, non-urban density residential, and passive agricultural uses. And development of the project shall be limited to a 5,000 square foot convenience store, 14 fueling stations, facilities, and a car wash, and is also subject to the Lutz Rural Area Development Standards as stated in the listed conditions. However, as stated in the report, a revised site plan must be provided prior to PD site plan certification to address all the transportation review comments. And based on the Res 2 flu category, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses / development standards for the PD zoning district, staff finds the request approvable, subject to the conditions listed. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions at this time. Planning Commission, please.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 2 future land use category. It is in the rural service area and is located within the limits of the Lutz community plan. The residential 2 future land use category is intended for designating areas that are best suited for non-urban density residential development, requiring a limited level of urban services included in appropriate locations, lots large enough to safely accommodate private wells and septic tanks, or a combination of septic tanks and public water. Some areas, because of environmental or soil conditions, would be appropriate for only public water and sewer in this designation. Non-residential uses are required to meet locational criteria for specific land uses. The request is for a 5,000 square feet convenience store with 14 fueling pumps. The maximum allowable intensity on the site is 28,314 square feet. The proposed intensity is well under and consistent with the residential 2 future land use category. The Lutz community plan establishes certain commercial nodes and encourages commercial development within these areas. The subject property is located along US Highway 41 near the Sunset Lane and US Highway 41 intersection. The intersection is identified as a qualifying intersection in the Lutz community plan. Consequently, the site meets commercial locational criteria per the Lutz community plan and helps facilitate the vision of the plan. Policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 requires new development to be compatible with surrounding. Unlike commercial use, is located south of the subject property, and single-family uses is located to the north of the subject site. The proposed gas station and convenience store are placed further south away from the single-family residential lots to the north. While a full access is provided on the northern portion of the site, a 30-foot type C landscape buffer and 6-foot masonry wall are provided to the north. The site planning technique provides a gradual transition from proposed development to the existing single-family residential lots. Policy 16.5 requires development of higher intensity non-residential land uses that are adjacent to established neighborhoods to be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to established and developing neighborhoods. The proposed zoning is located on US Highway 41 and arterial. The request satisfies the intent of Objective 16 and Policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.5. The EPC Wetlands Division has reviewed the proposed rezoning. In the site plan's current configuration, a resubmittal is not necessary. If the zoning proposal changes or the site plans are altered, the EPC staff will need to review the zoning again. This project, as submitted, is conceptually justified to move forward through the zoning review process as long as the request includes the EPC's conditions of approval. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, I have on my list several people online that would like to speak in support. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak in support? Yes, if you could please come forward. How many? Let me see. You have 3. Raise your hand just so I can get a count. 3 people want to speak. And then I have 4 people online. Is that correct? In support? All right, so you're it, the people in the room. So three people is 5 minutes apiece. If you want to go ahead and come forward. If you could, just in the interest of time, go ahead and everyone come forward. Speeds things up a little bit. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Betty Willis. I reside at 1440 Hounds Hollow Court in Lutz, Florida. I've lived in Lutz for over 43 years. I've seen many changes in Lutz, some good and some not so good. But I come tonight to say that I come in favor of this development. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Thank you for coming down. Next, please. Good evening.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. I'm Natalie Davis. I'm at 17880 North US Highway 41 in Lutz. I wanted to just kind of quickly qualify my Lutz status by stating that I grew up in the neighborhood right across from this project on Sunset and 41. And I now have a small business that's located in Lutz as well. I'm here to voice my support for this development of this property for several reasons. The first being that while Lutz has typically wanted to slow down development, they have allowed the following projects over the last decade and a half. They've allowed a Publix, a Dunkin' Donuts, restaurants, McDonald's, a self-storage unit, a Walgreens, a bank, professional office parks, and new neighborhood developments. So my question is why not a gas station and why not this property? There's widespread development to the north of us on Highway 54, and there's development creeping from the south. And US Highway 41 is the 6-lane highway that runs in between. So to think that you're going to keep Lutz small, that train has left the station. We're not talking about a small town road. We're talking about a 6-lane highway. We're not talking about a nature preserve. We're talking about a 6-lane highway. So another reason that I support this project is because there aren't enough gas stations in Lutz. There's only 2 other alternatives, and frankly, they're not sufficient. They're not easy to access. Some of them are not very deep to pull your car into. They're old, and the services there are unreliable. I want to get gas with my family at a safe, well-lit, new facility that's easy to access. Lastly, I support this project because the owner has the right to develop this property. He's followed all the necessary steps in the community plan. He's come up with a design that meets the Lutz aesthetic. And frankly, I don't see why this project shouldn't go through. I'm for developing Lutz. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
Guess I have 13 minutes. There's no way I'm going to fill that.
Yeah, feel free not to take 13 minutes.
My name is Gus Weekley, Weekley. My address is 2502 West Palm Drive, Tampa, 33629. Along with my brother, Paul Weekley, are the owners of the property. My father owned it for years. He died several years ago, and we inherited it. It initially was owned by my grandmother. She bought it decades ago when 41 was the only major road into Tampa, and she sold fruit that was raised on the land to those coming from the north. So it has an interesting history. My childhood, in many instances in the summer, was spent on that property working the groves. There was a caretaker's house there, and my parents would often leave us there over the weekend so that we could learn about the land, learn how to work the land, and become familiar with the Lutz community. My grandfather, who was an old country doctor, lived not far away. So we have history of, let's say, 80 years or so in Lutz. We still own property in Lutz and are the neighbors in Lutz. As a matter of fact, there's a piece of property, an adjoining property on Yoakum that my brother will take possession of and fix up or do what he will do with it the plans to keep it in the family because the family has been there for so long. So this is not a case of someone just coming in and saying, where's the check? See you later. We're going to use the 7-Eleven. We're going to be at Nye Park, which was donated by my grandmother. So she saw the value in not only preserving, but also developing the area. Nye Park was nothing. It was just as it is now, as the other property is now, swampland, if you will. And it's now a great park with tennis courts, basketball courts, et cetera. So that was a development that worked out really well for Lutz. And we think the 7-Eleven will too. The 7-Eleven, as I picture it, as clearly has been shown, but there's another community that's doing a great job, and that's Pinellas County along Gandy Boulevard. Gandy Boulevard is very difficult to walk, especially going over the bridge to 4th Street. Pinellas County has put in a wood sidewalk, if you will. And so people are able to traverse that. What if in the future, Nye Park were tied to the 7-Eleven with that type of elevated walkway, which was safe, not only for people to walk from cars, but also the creatures that live there. So this is not something that we go into lightly. This is a piece of property where we've had other suitors. People have approached us, major box retailers, big grocery stores, et cetera. And for different reasons, they didn't work. We didn't want to make Lutz into Dale Mabry. We've seen what's happened there. And we thought this would be a really good opportunity. I have a youngster. I actually have notes for my youngster, Abigail. And I wasn't able to use all the things that she suggested I do tonight at this meeting. But when we look at just a safety feature, and that was raised earlier, the 7-Eleven is a well-lit place. It's under surveillance. It's safe. As opposed to what is there now, which is just very much overgrown land. And it's a little bit frightening. As I think of my daughter, not that I would let her do this, walking along 41, I'd rather have her walking where a 7-Eleven or similar was than the way it is now. So this piece of land, is something that is important to us. The development is important to us. The development can work together with the community, as we've seen with Nye Park. So if you said, well, you've got these 10 acres and it's beautiful forest, what are you going to do with it? We're going to tear it all down. And then what are you going to do with it? We're going to put some asphalt down and some metal. Those are the tennis courts and the basketball courts. The similar thing is happening with the 7-Eleven. And as we've heard from the experts, it's going to be protected. They not only have a legal obligation to protect it from the environmental folks, but they also are going above and beyond what they have to do to protect the land. So we think it's a great opportunity for Lutz to continue to maintain their slogan of keep the Lutz in boots, or keep the boots in Lutz, but also to have a place where people can go that's safe and clean and well lighted and under surveillance. I have nothing else. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I leave about 8 minutes of quiet time.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
If you could please sign in. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in support before we move on? Seeing no one, is there anyone in opposition? All right, how many people do we have in the room that want to speak in opposition? I see 3 hands, 4 hands. All right, do we have anyone online? No one, okay. So 3.5-ish minutes, if you all want, please just go ahead and come forward. Those that want to speak in opposition, this is the time. So 3 people are going to speak or 4? 4, okay. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. We've done a tremendous amount of research on this project.
You'd start by giving us your name and address.
Yes, my name is Sam Calco, 18422 Swan Lake Drive, Lutz, Florida, 33549. I am in opposition to this rezoning of this property to commercial plan development to allow the building of a 7-Eleven convenience store with 16 gas pumps and a car wash. As the president of the Lutz Citizens Coalition, I also represent a membership that is opposed as well. The Lutz Citizens Coalition, along with the Lutz Civic Association, are both pro-business groups, but we are concerned when the land used for those new businesses violate the established laws which provide protection to us as citizens of the community. The reasons for this opposition are based solely on the law as established by the Lutz Comprehensive Plan. The Lutz Comprehensive Plan is the Hillsborough County Plan for Lutz, written in conjunction with its citizens' interest in mind, and contributions to the plans were made by our citizens and citizens groups. The plan is very legal specific to assure our way of life, our environment, and the land is best used to benefit all of its citizens. This project is in direct opposition to the Lutz Comprehensive Plan. First, the property you saw on the screen is adjoined to the property the landowner just sold to Sierra Builders for $1.3 million. The builder's intention is residential homes. As a matter of fact, this property currently going through review, PD 20-1223-53, is being upgraded from ASC1 zoning to R2, which allows for residential homes. The upgraded R2 is the correct zoning for this property. The landowner is under no hardship to sell this property, as demonstrated by his recent selling of the aforementioned $1.3 million he received selling the adjoining property. Second, the Lutz Comprehensive Plan specifically states that the citizens of Lutz willingly know and accept the fact that they may have to drive a short distance, a very short distance, by the way, to receive products and services they cannot get in Lutz. Those products and services are readily available in Land O'Lakes, Florida, to the immediate north, and northern Tampa to the immediate south. An example, there are 2 car washes, one 2.5 miles from downtown Lutz to the north, and a second 3.9 miles to the south. The same examples can be made for gasoline, et cetera. Our community already has a wide variety of businesses we support for current choices of gasoline, lottery tickets, bags of ice, and candy bars. Third, when Walgreens, corner of Highway and Sunset Lane, was built, the BOCC at that time specifically stated 19 acceptable uses of that property, which is adjoining this property, and also specifically stated what could not be built on this land. Gasoline stations and car washes are 2 of the many items disallowed for environmental concerns. What has changed in the last 15 years? The BOCC has already made its determination regarding this land. If anything, the environment has become even more fragile. Fourth, Lutz is not in the urban service area. The attorney for the landowner developer continually in her filings misrepresents this fact. Furthermore, she has not been held to the legal requirement of getting a waiver of the commercial locational criteria as required by policy 22-8. Her arguments are weak insofar as it's close enough to the urban service area and only a few feet fall within the waiver. Not acceptable. Recent Hillsborough County cases, one of which was on the TV today, have been argued that why is development pushing services into the rural service areas when there's so many land within the urban service areas still needing to be developed? Lastly, the citizens are opposed and do not want this based on size and scope regarding fitting it onto a small footprint for a reliable build along the gasoline car wash septic tank situation, which are already laws in place denying its use. The developer also requires side variance because the property size to allow garbage trucks in and out to pick up the garbage does not have enough maneuverability for the trucks. The landowner, developer, attorney for the landowner invited us to a listen and learn open house regarding the project July 27, 2021. Many of us from the community and those both for and against were in attendance. They presented sterile drawings of what it's going to look like. New prototype, new concept. We instructed people to look at the new constructed about 95% 7-Eleven at the corner of Gun Highway and Route 54 in Trinity to see what you're getting. The meeting was also informative as they told us that they considered 3 sites for the 7-Eleven. One of those sites, in my opinion, may have worked a lot better and most likely would have not been subjective to the opposition they now face here. That property was previously occupied by a gas station, is now vacant and ready to build on. Finally, the original hearing date was December 2020 for this case. It has been continued several times. The continuance has given the opposition much time to gather more and more opposition. I'm from Ohio, so I know about a tiny snowball going down a hill can get bigger and bigger as it gathers more snow. This project is not needed or wanted in Lutz at this time. And I speak for myself, but assure you of the hundreds and hundreds I've talked to. And when you apply it by the people in our group, we're talking about thousands and thousands who simply will not support the business. I know I will never buy a lottery ticket, not one candy bar or Slurpee, not 1 gallon of gas, not 1 bag of ice ever at this business. I ask you, our citizens ask you, simply follow the law.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Next, please. Just to let you know, there's 9.5 minutes left. You put it into the record there, please. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Jay Muffley, 102 Fifth Avenue Southeast, Lutz, Florida. I oppose this rezoning because it's not compatible with the Lutz community or the future land use element. I will submit my stuff to save time.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Good evening. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Elizabeth Neville, married to James Rader. Our address is 18811 4th Street Southeast, Lutz, Florida 33549, within a half a mile as the crow flies of the location of the zoning request. My father's family settled here in 1902 and our family followed in 52. Our opposition is not against a 7-Eleven or a business being built, but to any commercial development that would use a septic system where there are private homes on water well systems. As Sam indicated, in May of 2006, the zoning application RZ05-0255 by the Hillsborough County Case Reviewer recommended the Board of County Commissioners 19 prohibited types of uses if they were to be on a septic tank, and I'm not going to review that. As a reminder, this property is contiguous to that Walgreens where those 19 prohibited commercial uses were identified and read into the County Commissioner's resolution. There's been no such development since that time until fast forward 15 years when the wellhead protection changed from Zone 2 to a Zone 1, as you heard the developer say. So those previously mentioned prohibited uses in the 2006 report are now prohibited or permitted on a septic system, and these developers have access to portable water. They're right. The county has run a 12-inch line of potable water, not available to the citizens, but available to development. At our community meeting, we asked why there was not an on-site water treatment system that would forego a septic system in areas where there was private wells. My husband submitted evidence, and I'm sure it's been read into the plan like 5 times, I believe, to the hearing. We did a private testing through national laboratories. Our well is contaminated by coliform, which is a warm-blooded animal contaminant sewage. Animals don't live 147 feet deep. I simply ask that Hillsborough County do the reasonable due diligence and be responsible for the health and safety of your citizens until the county can provide public water and sewer services for its citizens and businesses in Lutz. In closing, we object to this rezoning that would change this into a planned development and growth on a septic system in a surrounding residentially zoned area that must depend on private wells. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. All right. It looks like we lost one person that was going to speak in opposition. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in opposition, either in the room or online? No one. Okay. County staff. Let me go back to the Planning Commission just to verify something that was stated on the record. Ms. Poppendrew? If you could just verify that this meets locational criteria according to the comprehensive plan standards, is that correct?
It is located along US Highway 141 near Sunset Lane. It's identified as a qualifying intersection in the Lutz Community Plan. So the report I have states the site meets commercial locational criteria per the Lutz Community Plan.
All right, and so no waiver is requested or needed, is that correct? Regarding locational criteria?
From what I have, it meets the locational criteria per the Lutz Community Plan. I'm not the case planner on this, so I'd have to check and get back to you on that.
All right. Well, if you, in the course of the hearing, if you find something contrary, if you could just raise your hand, I'd appreciate it. All right. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Grady, anything further from county staff?
Nothing further.
All right. Ms. Corbett, we'll go back to you for rebuttal. I just have a quick question. You go ahead and come forward, please. The plan development variation regarding the buffer on the east side.
Yes.
One is, what is the reason for that? And will the screening, the required screening that's required, be lessened as a result of that?
I would like to ask, Cammie Corbett for the record, I'd like to ask Jesse Blackstock, our engineer, to answer that question for us.
Okay. Question was regarding the variation for the reduction in the buffer width on the east side. The staff report mentions there's a, let's see, section 1.2 of the staff report says a variation to allow a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along the portion of the eastern boundary where a 20-foot wide buffer is required is being requested. So my question was, why is that? What is the reason for the 10-foot reduction? And will the required screening that is to go there be also different than what the code requires?
Hi, for the record, Jesse Blackstock with Blackstock Engineering, located at 1646 West Snow Avenue, Suite 174, Tampa, Florida, 33606. To answer your question, the buffer variance that we're requesting is a reduction from, if you stated correctly, from 20 to 10. That is to adjust for the dumpster location for the solid waste dumpster. And we are proposing the same amount of material as far as plantings and buffer materials in that area that we would if we were providing a 20-foot buffer.
So no change in the amount of vegetation, screening, the wall, whatever you're required to do by code will go in.
Correct. It's just a horizontal reduction of the dimension,
Perfect.
if you will.
All right, that was my question at the moment. Thank you so much.
And Cammie Corbett, one of the reasons why we did that, we were trying to adjust the site to get that additional buffer on the north side where we abut residential, and on that eastern side, we've got a very deep wetland that is adjacent to that portion of the site, so that's not really directly abutting. So we wanted to change the geometry, so we gave the most favorable setbacks where we were next to abutting residential.
All right, thank you.
I think I would like to go to Mr. Alfieri. Mr. Reeder's letter is in the record. I don't know if you've seen it. He did some well testing. I've placed in the record a response for Mr. Alfieri, but I'd like to have him come back online and respond to that just real briefly.
Okay.
I'm online.
Go ahead, Mike. State your name.
Sure. Mike Alfieri, again, Water Science Associates, headquartered in Fort Myers, and I live in Odessa. I reviewed the water quality data, being a co-author to the National Groundwater Association's Water Well Manual. The analytes that you see in there are typical of carbonate aquifers that you see in there. There's a bit of a correction that coliform being a warm-blooded animal, it's not, it's a bacteria, most likely related to between coliform and fecal coliform, usually around septic systems or poorly sealed or absent sealed wells, or wells that have casing issues. Usually older wells are made out of black steel, so a lot of them have issues in terms of integrity. So when I looked at the water quality there, basically what I'm seeing is what I'd see for water quality tapping the upper Florida aquifer, where you're seeing these carbonate minerals in there. I'm seeing some iron in there, which could be indicative of either decay of the casing materials itself or holes within the casing materials. The coliform can come from many areas, but based on a residential area that has septic, it could be neighboring septic that could be contributing to that. Now, in terms of the location, this is hydraulically up gradient of the subject property, meaning that if you have like a hill, you'd be pushing a boulder up the hill to get from this project site to where the water quality was tested. So potential impacts at this from this property towards the site in question where the water quality is taken is highly unlikely, especially because there's no system out there at the project site right now. But that's basically it. And again, I'm co-author of the National Groundwater Association's Water Well Manual. So more than willing to answer more questions if you got them.
Okay, thank you, Cami Corbett, again for the record. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. The fuel pumps are 14 fuel pumps are proposed, not 16. Also want to clarify the Walgreens rezoning from 2006 did not include this property. The conditions that were agreed to and proposed for that property at that time, this property wasn't under consideration and is not bound by those conditions at all. And as everyone has correctly pointed out, there's a big difference between then and now, and that's with the Crystal Lake Manor well, whether that being part of the public potable water supply, and that's no longer the case. We've not stated that the property is inside the urban service boundary. We know it's outside. We are regulated by the rural area policies to not be allowed to have sewer. The developer would be more than happy to connect to sewer, but that is not an available option. So the only option for the development of this property within the designated activity node is to utilize a septic system. Also, there are no specific commercial restrictions in the community plan or the land development code for this project. And I contrast that to the designated downtown zoning district that you'll find in both the community plan and the land development code, where there are very specific uses that are permitted in that zoning district. This commercial node does not have those same restrictions, so it's treated much differently. And then just lastly, I have for you in the record a memorandum of law regarding burdens of proof and what constitutes substantial competent evidence. And while we had some real passionate people here this evening, I don't think any of them are experts in the fields such as compatibility or transportation or environmental. And so you do have expert testimony in the record in the form of staff reports from the Planning Commission, Development Services, and all of our experts to support the application. And with that, I don't need my additional 155.
Okay.
Unless you have any questions.
Just one question finally.
Sure.
And so I understand you cannot, that public sewer is not available for connection. Are you going to connect to public water?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have anything further. Then with that, we'll close rezoning PD 20-1253 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D2, major mod application 21-0116. The applicant 7720 Van Dyke Holdings LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich with county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. We did hand out a revised report with some revised conditions and also a revised agency comment from the water department. And Michelle will discuss those as part of her presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. This request is ostensibly a very simple matter to allow for a second development option to an established PD right in the middle of Keystone at Gun Highway and Van Dyke. The portion of the project in front of you tonight is entitled for 7,200 square feet of BPO uses. The ask primarily is to add an alternative development option of 4,000 very restricted uses of CN. It would in fact be limited to just a drinking establishment, I think is the term that we settled on. That seems simple enough, I know, but you'll note that we have a very full record in optics. There's a few overriding concerns with this case that we need to address tonight. And rather than reread the staff report or anything like that, we're going to focus on what we need to convince you of this evening. To that end, I'm going to introduce Kristen Butts, who's a co-owner of the project, just to give you a little bit of background and history on it.
All right. Mr. Malloy, if you could sign in.
Mr. Malloy, if you could sign in with the clerk.
Good evening.
Good evening. Kristen Butts, 9504 Eddings Road, Odessa, Florida, 33556. Okay. I'm the owner applicant of the modification along with my husband, Joshua Butts. Before I start, I want to thank all of Hillsborough County staff who have interacted with our project, especially our assigned planner, Michelle Heinrich. Josh and I are both Florida natives. I'm from Orlando and Josh is from Palm Harbor. Together, we have called Hillsborough County our home for the past 16 years. We have 2 children and purchased our forever home in Keystone in 2014. We fell in love with Keystone years ago, and when we got the opportunity in 2014 to move there, we took it. Josh started an insurance agency in 2009, and after purchasing our home in Keystone, we always talked about moving his office to our area as we were invested in the community. Our property, the subject of the modification, has the BPO zoning we needed for the office. As we were cleaning up the property and preparing to move forward, we cannot help but see the potential of what this property could be for our community. The natural shade trees, the beautiful lake views, proximity to the Upper Bay Tampa Trail and Brooker Creek Headwater Preserve Park led us to reimagine the value this property could bring to the area, envisioned with the concept that focused on people, nature, and community rather than just buildings. After a lot of research, we found a successful concept that we believe will be in line with both our vision and our community plan. We started by sharing our ideas with fellow community members and leaders to gauge the support for such a concept at this location. We received overwhelming positive feedback. In fact, as we decided to move the concept forward, we received more than 70 letters of support from the immediate Keystone, Odessa, and surrounding areas, including from our church neighbor to the east, the office complex owner to the north, and the president of the HOA from the closest neighborhood. The feedback we received confirmed that the right use for this property is the one that would provide a place where locals can come together in a family-friendly, social, safe, and Keystone-esque environment, especially now with COVID and the need to offer a comfortable outdoor space. With limited eating and drinking options available in our area, this modification will allow uses and amenities not presently available in our community. This property is sheltered by natural vegetation, separated considerably from any single-family developments, and adjacent to commercial uses, which provides the buffering and transition necessary for people to enjoy outdoors without disturbing others. Even so, we have proposed to limit the hours of operation, limit the hours of outdoor music, and exclude the use of bass guitar or drums. However, as parents of children who are musically gifted, we know that without the use of amplification, outdoor live music is unable to be heard. We are not looking for this to be a music venue, but we would like the opportunity to allow for full enjoyment of the property while adhering to the EPC noise guidelines we have proposed. It should be noted that we are not big developers. We are, however, big on community and vision. Because we are taking all the risk in this project, it's very important that we obtain the proposed conditions, as Billy will be discussing, so that when approved, we can take this from paper to reality with the greatest chances of success. We feel the project will blend in and serve the needs of our community, and we look forward to working together to make this vision a reality. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Thank you.
Unless there's any questions about the request, I'd like to get into the utility issue.
I think that is probably the heart of it, so go ahead.
It is, in fact. What I'm going to do right now is actually read a statement from the applicant into the record, and then I'll hand it in too. There are 3 points from Development Services that we want to address in regards to the wastewater connection, which right now is being mandated by a zoning condition circa 1992, I believe. The first point that Development Services makes is that the site is located within a wellhead protection area, which can consider the use of public utilities if capacity as available. Our response to that is that, yes, it may be well located in a wellhead protection area, but no governing or, so to speak, police agency has expressed any concern with us having a septic tank at this project. I don't believe there's any environmental concern or otherwise with having septic on the project. So we hope that overcomes that objection. Part 2 says the primary commercial portion of the site within the same PD to the west of the TICO property. And this is a larger PD. Our portion is separated from the Winn-Dixie Plaza by a TICO right-of-way. That development was able to construct back in about 1993, I believe, their own independent private wastewater system. Our portion of the project was not invited to participate, and we have been told repeatedly that there's no interest in participation there in any means of sharing a system or anything. Finally, Development Services noted that per the applicant, connection to the system being the county system, would require the applicant to access the system via public right-of-way, resulting in a financial development cost for the project, which exceeds the cost of a septic system. We are well aware of the politics at play in the county right now in terms of when a condition can be mandated, what the allowable terms of a connection are, et cetera. Without quite understanding Development Services' position exactly, other than that they're reinforcing the condition, if I were to present this project today, I don't have a legal means to access public wastewater. It's not directly adjacent. It doesn't meet any of the criteria in the comp plan, the LDC, or otherwise. And I'm going to hand you the relevant sections of that, just for reinforcement. It's all part of the record. Finally, and I think this is going to come up in staff's discussion, we got a revised comment sheet from Water Resources, which is going to come into the record shortly. And this did finally kind of bring together several years worth of work in that Water acknowledged the closest possible connection is almost a mile away. I can say, without having reviewed the numbers myself, that we've been told the cost of connection is between 3 and 8 times the assessed value of the property. So given all that, the fact that we have a split recommendation of approval from Development Services, a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, and no agency objections, we ask for your consideration and believe that is the substantial and competent evidence that we need to produce this evening.
All right. I don't have any additional questions at this time. I'm going to let staff talk and then we'll come back with questions at the end.
We have our engineer here if you have any questions about the site plan, because
Okay.
there was some trickle down changes we need to make based on the revised conditions that came out as to the front yard setback.
All right. Thank you. All right, so does that change? Let me just make sure I understand. Does that change your request in terms of the front yard setback?
Jeremy here. The front yard setback, as we understand it, is 30 feet, inclusive of all right-of-way reservations.
And so is this something new that just came up?
I'm going to let Jeremy.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Jeremy Couch, Tampa Civil 17937 Hunting Bow Circle, Lutz 33558. The front yard setback is fine. Show.
So no issues.
No issues.
All right, thank you.
I think we do have a typo on the rear yard setback. The plan is showing 50 feet, I believe. The way staff has it, it's an additional 20 feet beyond the wetland setback. We think that should be measured from the limits of this PD. So when you see the site plan, you'll see the limits of the PD is not the full limits of the zoning parcel.
Let me ask you this, just to clarify. So are you asking for a change in a condition or something to the site plan that staff has not seen and that is new to this as of this hearing?
I don't believe so. I believe that we just re-articulated the math and the geometry to make it consistent with the front yard setback.
Okay, we'll let Mr. Grady and Ms. Heinrich evaluate that while we move on. All right, Development Services, please. And if everyone could sign in, please. Development Services? Yes, should be.
Hi, Ms. Finch?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm having some problems on my end. You are able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Unfortunately, for some reason, even though we did a test run prior to the hearing starting, my camera is not working, but I think I'm still able to share. So I'm going to try to do that right now.
Okay.
We can see the presentation. Oh, it just went off.
Okay, I apologize. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm encountering these difficulties, but as long as you're able to see that and hear me, I'll go ahead and proceed. As you heard, this is a major modification, 210116. I have shown here an overview of the project, which is shown in gray, and this is a PD approval from 1992. And it is approved for 50,000 square feet of commercial uses over here at the intersection on the west side of a TICO-owned parcel. And then on the east side of the TICO-owned parcel is the area of modification, and that's approved for a little over 7,000 square feet of office uses. The PD modification area is almost 3 acres in size. It's located in the Keystone Odessa community and also the Wellhead Resource Protection Area. And we will note, as you heard the applicants allude to in their presentation, that this PD does require connection to public water and wastewater. The request for you tonight is to allow a second development option of 4,000 square feet of limited CN uses, and those are specified to be those primarily of a drinking establishment, which could be a freestanding bar, a microbrewery, or a brew pub. Also, what could be allowed is a store for bike sales and repair, and also a food truck corral area. Secondly, the applicants are seeking to revise the signage condition, which limited the signage from the intersection of Gun Highway and Van Dyke. And also, thirdly, to allow a private septic system in the modification area. And this PD does include a request from a requirement in the in the Keystone Odessa Rural Development Standards, specifically the parking configuration. So this is an overview, larger general area view of the site. Again, it is in the Keystone Odessa community. It is primarily a low-density residential development, and commercial and office is located at Van Dyke Road and Gun Highway, specifically at that intersection, and also along the east side of Gun Highway. Other uses found in the area include agricultural uses, recreational uses, and open space uses. The future land use category of the site is Res 1. This is a rural land use category. It's intended for low-density residential. Commercial and office can be considered if it meets locational criteria and compatibility policies. And if it is found to be approvable, a maximum floor area ratio of 0.25 is permitted. Showing some closer properties here, we have the surrounding development. To the north, the property is Zone AR, and that is ELAP property. To the south is ASC1, which is vacant. Also to the west, which is vacant, which is that intervening TICO parcel. And to the east is office residential, and that is utilized for single-family residence. This slide shows the proposed site plan of the property. As we stated, we have option 1 already that is not proposed to be removed, and then a second development option of 4,000 square feet for the limited commercial and food truck uses. You'll see here on the property or on the site plan that the parking is located along the north and east. A 20-foot type B buffer will be provided along the east, and that screening will be in compliance with the Keystone Odessa Rural Development Standards. There is additional landscape screening proposed along the north. Along the north is also where you'll find the primary access point, and then we do have cross-access points along the east and the west. Shown in the southwest portion of the site is the building area, which could also be used for the food truck pods or corral, and also if there's any seating associated with those would all be in the envelope that is shown on the site plan. And as you can see along the south, we have the wetland setback of 30 feet that is proposed, and the Keystone Odessa Rural Development building design standards are proposed to be complied with, and height is limited to 1 story. The use is somewhat unique in that it will have a gathering type of component to it. given that it is going to have the complementary uses of a drinking establishment and or bike shop, along with the food truck corral area. So some things that we wanted to point out was the rezoning does not approve any required state or county alcoholic beverage approvals that would be needed if this modification is approved. Also, the applicants are in agreement with hours of operation for all uses in the option 2 proposals, and that would not allow any use from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sundays through Thursdays, and also between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. No special events are permitted, meaning that the property in its entirety could not be rented out for a private or ticketed event. Outdoor music is prohibited, and that includes live or recorded, and though it is prohibited past 10 p.m. on Sundays through Thursdays and 11 p.m. on Saturdays and Fridays. No amplified live music would be permitted outside, and no use of drums or bass guitars, and all EPC noise levels would need to be complied with. So based on our review of the proposal in regards to the second development option and the signage modifications, staff found that the site meets locational criteria for non-residential uses. It does have a consistency finding by Planning Commission staff. There were no objections from reviewing agencies. The proposed intensity does not exceed what's envisioned in the comprehensive plan for the Res 1 future land use. The site's location complements the Upper Tampa Bay Trail, which is found directly north to the property. Compatibility is achieved by the layout and operational restrictions. And also, we have no objection to the parking configuration waiver that has been proposed, and that's based on the fact of wanting to keep those two uses close together and more along the lakefront to take advantage of the lakefront views, rather than separating them with a parking area, which could create some safety considerations if patrons are going between the food truck corral area and the drinking establishment. And also, the applicant has recognized the community's desire for a better roadway aesthetic, being why they want the parking areas not to be a prevalent view from the roadway, so they have proposed additional screening. The third request for the private septic system, when we reviewed this, we found that the existing PD does require connections, and this does predate the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The property is in the Wellhead Resource Protection Area, which under the comp plan can utilize public facilities as an additional measure of protection of water resources, and also that the connection of other commercial uses in the subject PD has occurred. The review comments we received from Water Resources state that connection is available. They're proposing the point of connection most likely being 5,000 feet from the site within the Van Dyke right-of-way, and also noting that there is available capacity in the Northwest system. So based upon these considerations for that particular proposal, we do not support the applicant utilizing a private septic system on the property. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
I do, Ms. Heinrich, I have a couple of questions. The mention of the western side of the PD previously connecting to public sewer, when did that happen approximately? Do you know?
I'm not sure when that was constructed. I could check the property appraiser's database while you're listening to other staff presentations and provide you with that information.
Well, I guess just more importantly, just to confirm that the western property development did connect to the public wastewater system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the mention I received tonight, the revised comments from Water Resource Services. Have you seen them with the comment section at the end? It's an underlined paragraph.
If it is the one that Mr. Grady handed out, yes, I have seen that.
Okay, so what seems to be new to my review of the record is that comment section where it talks about for wastewater service, county, and I'm reading, county wastewater service would not normally be allowed because of the extension requirements outside of the urban service area. If the PD requires connection to the wastewater system, the likely point of connection will be noted in the previous comment above. That's the 5,000 feet away. And it is anticipated that there will be capacity in the northwest system. Do you know, or do we have someone available from the water and wastewater that could talk about why it says would not normally be allowed? Do you know why?
I believe the intent of that statement is that this is the rural service area. So properties in the rural service area do utilize septic and well, but there are provisions in the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan that do allow extensions in certain circumstances. And some of those include when it's in the wellhead resource protection area, and also when it predates or is in a PD. This predates the community plan, which does not allow for connections even in the wellhead. However, this was created in 1992 and specifically requires it per the PD.
So the 1992 PD requires connection to public sewer, and then if we could silence the phones, I'd appreciate it. And then subsequent to that 1992 approval was the community plan and the wellhead resource protection provisions. Is that correct?
Correct. And also the establishment of the urban and rural service areas.
I see. All right. And then finally, I think it's most appropriate if Mr. Clark from the County Attorney's Office is on the line still regarding the staff report mention of Florida statutes 381.0065 for the connection. Is Mr. Clark available?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, Ms. Finch?
Yes. There's the last paragraph of the county staff report, Ms. Heinrich's staff report, talks about how the applicant has offered Florida statutes 381.0065 as a reason to allow optional connection. And I'll read, the applicant has provided this statute as support for not connecting to public sewer, as it is the applicant's opinion that this statute prohibits local governments from requiring such a connection if the connection is greater than 50 feet via the public right-of-way. The county's opinion, the paragraph goes on to say, is that it provides that this statute provides the authorization and rules for the Department of Health to issue septic tank permits when service falls outside of that area. So I just wondered if you had a legal opinion of the applicability of this particular statute that the applicant has put forth as a reason to allow connection to the septic tank or the use of a septic tank.
Only to concur with staff's interpretation of the statute. It's a statutory regulation that ties into the health department regulations rather than local government. In addition, that the requirement in place here, as you just stated, goes back at this point close to 30 years. So I don't have any concerns with that. I concur with staff's reading of the statute.
All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. Those are the end of my questions for staff. So now we'll go to the Planning Commission, please.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. Madam Zoning Hearing Master, I do have the information you requested for the previous Plan Development 20-1253.
We have closed that hearing, and so it wouldn't be appropriate to take that as a part of this hearing. If you could just please speak to this application.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
For 21-0116, the subject property is located in the Residential 1 Future Land Use category. It is in the rural service area and is located within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. This 2.86 acre site contains approximately 0.94 acres or 33% of wetlands and environmentally sensitive areas. Per policy 13.3, for the environmentally sensitive land credit, if wetlands are 25% or greater of the acreage of the site, density intensity is calculated based on the upland acreage of the site multiplied by 1.25. The resulting acreage is available to calculate density intensity based on the maximum allowed per the future land use category. For this site, the total acreage used to calculate density intensity is 2.4 acres. The total requested 11,200 square feet and 0.09 FAR is well below the maximum permitted 26,136 square feet and 0.25 FAR for the future land use category. The subject property meets commercial locational criteria requirements per Objective 22. The proposed development is located within 660 feet of the Van Dyke Road and Gun Highway intersection. The applicant proposes cross-access to both east and west properties, bicycle parking, and a sidewalk connection from the TICO-owned parcel on the west to the church property on the east. This meets the intent of Policy 23.3, which encourages commercial development to decrease the need for motorized vehicle trips by providing safe non-motorized access. The site is located within the rural area, which is intended for low agricultural uses and large lot, low density rural residential uses no higher than one dwelling unit per 5 gross acres, which can exist without the threat of urban or suburban encroachment. No more than 20% of all population growth within the county will occur in the rural area per Objective 4 and Policy 4.1. The proposed BPO and commercial neighborhood restricted uses will allow for a transition from the more intense commercial development to the west. The parcel immediately to the east has office residential zoning and a single-family residential land use. The modification would be complementary to the surrounding area and provide a gradual transition to the office residential parcel located immediately to the east. The applicant has proposed several site planning techniques to help mitigate for surrounding land uses. The applicant has proposed limiting operating hours and it's prohibiting special events. In addition, the applicant is proposing to angle the building in a southeastern direction where there are no homes or other structures to further mitigate noise. The subject property will have a 20-foot buffer on the east, type A screening, and a 10-foot buffer on the north, and the buildings will be located on the western portion of the site. The property immediately to the west is a TICO easement, and there are no residences north of the site. The applicant is proposing to keep the existing wetlands and dense trees and shrubs in the southern portion of the site to further mitigate the site of the buildings. The proposal satisfies the intent of Objective 16, Policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.10 of the future land use element. The proposed development will be designed in a way that is compatible as defined in future land use element Policy 1.4 with the established of the surrounding neighborhood. The property is located within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. Commercial development that is not located within the Gun Highway and North Mobley Road rural activity centers are subject to the community's other commercial standards. The plan requires that commercial development be small in scale, geared towards agricultural and equestrian interests, be designed with a rural architectural style, and maintain the rural character of the community. The proposed use is small in scale and will provide a public space to accommodate the equestrian and agricultural interests of the community. The Upper Tampa Bay Trail was built across Van Dyke Road from the subject parcel. The proposed modification will provide a public and open space area that supports the trail and its users by providing food, restrooms, and shelter. This space is open to equestrian users as well. The applicant has stated that the building will be architecturally inspired by the rural equestrian and agricultural related businesses in the area and include a metal roof which fits into the rural look and feel of the community. The subject site will have a split rail western red cedar wood fence and meets the specific fence materials requirements of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The food cart pods and trucks are mobile and are exempt from rural design guidelines. Overall, the proposed site will provide a complementary land use with a rural character that meets the intent of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The application states the project will embrace the Keystone Rural Design Standards overlay found in the Hillsborough County Land Development Code. The proposed building sizes are under the 7,500 square foot maximum permitted in the overlay. In addition, the project will provide dark sky lighting and minimize light pollution. The modification request is consistent with the Keystone Odessa Community Plan, and the application is also consistent with goals 12 and objective 12-1 in the community design component of the future land use element. The major modification is consistent with the plan to retain the condition allowing water and sewer connection per 1 Water Policy 4.3.1b regarding vested rights. In addition, per 1 Water Policy 4.3.3, new development will be responsible for infrastructure and services outside the current urban service area, and extension of line shall be at the expense of the party requesting such service and permitted at the discretion of Hillsborough County. It should also be noted that per the same policy direction, any extension or connection shall not be considered justification for increases in density or intensities. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we'll call for people that want to speak in support. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak in support? If you could raise your hand. I see 2, 3 people. All right, anybody online?
Yes.
How many people?
We have 4 people.
4 people online? All right, so 7. So let's do 2 minutes apiece, if we could. Let's start with online, if anyone has a preference. Otherwise, I'll just take the online and then we'll move to those in the room.
Barbara, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Barbara Adderhold?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. Barbara Adderhold, P.O. Box 272879, Tampa, Florida. I am in full support of this project. I do like to think that Keystone area is a little piece of paradise, and this is a unique project. It also complements the community. If you look at the livable community section, which is in your Planning Commission report, there are 17 points in community character, and this project basically checks off every single one of them. Now, this property is located, as you've heard, in the rural service area and in the Keystone Odessa Community Plan, where you don't extend water and sewer, and this county has upheld that for years. This 1992 rezoning was pre-KOCP and the U.S. urban service area, and it had a condition to use sewer. And why this is in here when there was no wastewater lines at the time is a mystery. And I'm not sure why the adherence to mandate the applicant to go against the Keystone Plan betters the community. Let's take a look at the water resource services in optics. 12.9, Water Resources had no problem and would support this. On 6.9, they then said, well, now there's a 16-inch water main located in the north right-of-way, and no Hillsborough County wastewater line of adequate capacity is presently available. 7:30, the 16-inch line is still there, but no Hillsborough County wastewater line is still there. 8:3, oh my gosh, we change again. We have the 16-inch water main, but now they have a different in the comment section. And then today, there's yet a 5th one. I think this is ridiculous because nothing has changed in this area with wastewater lines. And what concerns me is that if you were to require the applicant to run sewer line down Van Dyke, approximately a mile, you are opening Pandora's box. Parcels along Van Dyke would then be able to hook up to sewer, and the potential for increased densities would exist. You would be extending water and sewer into the rural service area. Again, this is a unique application. It's great for the community, and I ask that you approve it without this basically non-existent wastewater. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, please.
Gina, go ahead.
You're done.
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Gina McNary. I reside at 19615 Pine Tree Road, Odessa, Florida, 33556. I'm talking and speaking today on behalf of the Butts. I have been in the Keystone community since 1986. Not only have I lived here, but I grew up in the area, and I was able to hang out on this lake as a teenager. I was very excited to hear of Joshua and Kristen's plan. I'm glad that they chose not to put a office building and share their beautiful property with our community. I get excited to get on my bike off of Lutz Lake Fern Road and drive and exercise, get over and have lunch, possible adult beverage, and just enjoy the area as hopefully it's going to happen. I also ask you to please approve the septic use versus the water, having the expense of digging the mile water line. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Next, please.
Steve, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Steve Miedendorp. I live at 7531 Dunbridge Drive, Odessa, Florida. I've had the pleasure of living in the Hillsborough County area since 2007. We moved up to the Odessa and Keystone area in 2014, and I subsequently, my family met the Butts, who are the owners of this property, and have come to know their community and their involvement in this community, and very excited about this project. We currently live just around the corner from the Upper Tampa Bay Trail. I have 2 young sons who I like to keep outside as often as possible. And one of the goals of this, and one of the joys that I would have, is to be able to take our bikes and head down that way and go visit the space. It's a very unique space. It's something that Josh and Kristen have talked about and have really been excited about, and made us excited about it as well. And so having seen it, having seen what the plans are, this would be a great addition to the Keystone Odessa area. And I would like to add, I practice law, and I also have a real estate business. And so I have some familiarity of the area there. And, you know, my concern is, again, as many people have already alluded to, is to require tying into the wastewater line, which is over 5,000 feet, would make this property financially unfeasible to ever be really developed, at least any time in the near future. And so my hope would be, again, that we can look at using the sewer line as a positive to go in there and do this. And again, I fully support this.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. One more?
Christopher Johnson?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, again, it's Chris Johnson. I'm at 17906 Sims Road in Odessa, and I am very close to the trail. My family and I have my wife and 2 daughters. We enjoy taking bike rides on the trail. We just leave our house and hop right on the trail by crossing Gun Highway.
Chris, excuse me. Can you please share your video?
Oh, my requirements, or my system's not letting me do that while I'm logged in. I'd have to exit the Cisco WebEx in order to turn on the video.
Well, Mr. Johnson, the county requires, I think this was part of the stated requirements, that we have, if you're going to participate virtually, you have to have your camera on. So I have other people that want to speak in support in the room. So I could take those while you exit if you think it's a short period of time, and then rejoin us and take your testimony.
Oh, that'd be great. I'll do that right now.
All right, fair enough. All right, those folks that wanted to speak and support in the room, if you could please come forward. We're still going with the, to keep with the time limits, about 2 minutes apiece. So if you could please keep your testimony to that, I would really appreciate it. Go ahead in any order. Yep, come forward and give me your name and address, please.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Jim Griffin. I reside at 18530 Wayne Road, Odessa, 33556. And this is quite the production, my first time up here. And I want to tell the Butts again, thank you for working so hard. It would be much more profitable and easier to put a 7,000 square foot office complex on there, urgent care, something like that. But for the community, I know them to be very passionate about the community, living in the area close to them, and excited also about the possibility of the community use, the preservation of the beautiful oak trees they have out there. It's something else. It's going to be a really nice alternative to a parking lot and just cars coming in with nothing for the community. So before I supported the project, I visited 2 of these concepts, one in Gainesville and one in Orlando, just to see what they were looking at, how it was going to work, the thought process of it, and also looked very nice. It's going to be a great addition for the community, and wholly support it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
Thank you. Paul Crowell, P.O. Box 1025, Odessa, Florida.
and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today to request approval of the applicant's PD modifications, including the septic request. The county agencies appear to be in agreement with the applicant's request, with the exception of the wastewater connection. I have the following comments regarding the county's positions. Point one, if this applicant were requesting a PD today to allow similar property to be connected to wastewater in Keystone, the application would not be approved. Furthermore, there is no county wastewater service line available within a reasonable distance at this location. Point two, wellhead protection has specific types of potentially dangerous activities to be prohibited within a 500-foot buffer from a utility well. There is no utility well within 500 feet. I have verified that with Tampa Bay Water. Septic is not a prohibited activity outside the 500-foot buffer. Point three, Commissioner Pat Kemp recently stated that public wastewater has contributed to urban sprawl, that's been mentioned earlier by some other folks, and infrastructure trust issues for the South County area. These infrastructure issues are so severe that they could potentially cause a building moratorium in that area. Keystone rural values and our Keystone Odessa community plan have sheltered us from such issues. Point four, properly installed and maintained septic systems are proven safe. The Hillsborough County Health Department is responsible for the safe installation and operation of the systems. Are we to believe that our health department is in error on those issues? Point five, a residential septic tank is far less likely to be maintained improperly, whereas a commercial property has a financial interest in that a septic system malfunction would not be accepted by the public and could potentially put the property out of business. Point six, and I have two more. The original 1992 PD applicant failed to provide a wastewater stub out for the parcel of the property included in the original PD. Furthermore, the county failed to require a revision that a wastewater stub out be provided for that parcel. The adjacent wastewater system that exists is private, and a connection is unavailable to the applicant. The goal of the original PD, approved almost 30 years ago, has been achieved with the completion of the shopping center and the outlying businesses of the adjacent parcel. Lastly, the new property applicant has a vision that will enhance and be compatible with our Keystone rural values. The applicant should be granted the current and preferred septic system standard for Keystone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Stuart Sutton, 9474 Eddings Road, Odessa, 33556. I've lived in the Keystone area for over 7 years now. My wife and I actually just finished building our dream house on Keystone Lake. We love the area. Speaking to what a lot of the other folks here have talked about, it's just it's a unique area, family oriented, just beautiful. Natural trees, the Butts property and their watershed on Freedom Lake project is really something that we're all excited about, being right next to the Tampa Bay Trail. And I've got two young girls that love bicycling, and that's something we do as a family. And we're really looking forward to having something like this in our community. It would be a shame that the 5,000-foot sewer connection, if that were to prevent a project like this that's going to give back to the community.
All right. Thank you so much. If
Thank
you
you.
could please sign in. Let's go back and pick up the one person online.
Chris, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thanks for that. Like I was saying, much like Mr. Sutton just described, we enjoy
Sir,
riding on
give us
the.
your name, please, to start. Give us your name again for the record.
It's Chris Johnson at 17906 Sims Road in Odessa.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Much like Mr. Sutton was just describing, my family enjoys riding on the trail as well on our bicycles and rollerblades and such. And we actually talk frequently about the idea of being able to do that and ride to this future establishment that I hope gets approved. And it would just be an incredible enhancement to the Odessa community. I've been a realtor out here for over 15 years, and I've already spoken to more than a dozen clients about it, and they're all ecstatic about the idea. So there's a lot of people in this community that aren't here present for this hearing that are very excited about the prospect of having it. It would be a magnificent addition to Odessa. So we're all in for it and hope that it gets approved.
All right. Thank you for participating. I appreciate it. All right. So seeing no one else that wants to speak in support, is there anyone in opposition? All right. I see one person in the room. Is there anyone virtual? No. All right, sir, if you want to come forward. Good evening.
Dwight Lakeford, 17438 Isabel Lane, Odessa, Florida, 33556. I've been an Odessa resident almost since 1999, Hillsborough County resident since 1992. Not that it matters, but we are. While the idea of this involvement in the community is great, we oppose the authorization of a septic tank. I believe it's incumbent in our position to protect the well water for future generations versus giving the permission to go against the code that denies the use of septic tank for this development, for this type of development in the community. I believe it's incumbent. We must protect the water into that. We went to the meeting when they held it initially to describe what they were going to do. Now, I live in the community directly behind this development. It's called Canterbury Glen. We're on county sewer. The Winn-Dixie facility, this is what we were told at the meeting, the Winn-Dixie facility next to this development is using our septic via gravity-fed line, and there's access to that, is what we were told, that they possibly could tie into that. My house is within 700 feet line of sight from this location. Our community is within 250 feet. We're 68 homes, families, children, great place. And we're concerned about the noise level, although there's current codes that prohibit bass, guitars, drums, amplified music. And I believe there's plenty of space there for everyone to join within the location to enjoy unamplified music. Otherwise, it's going to travel across the water directly into our community in that. So we're opposed to the amplified music, the granting of that. We believe that the water is most critical, protecting the water without the allowance of a septic system in a public community, in a public operation. We also believe that there is a risk for increased traffic for the ingress and egress of that facility going out onto Van Dyke Road. If we could reduce the speed limit from 45 to 35, that may be more tolerable. But if we can't get that, then I think there's a greater risk for accidents, and we're within a mile of several severe accidents in that. But our community is directly tied to the county water and sewer. I believe it's. I don't think that's 5,000 feet that he would have to travel to get tied into that system, and we are against the septic system on that part of it. We're against the amplification of the music, and that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, sir. If you please sign in. All right. Anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, ma'am. While she's coming up, is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak in opposition? All right. You have to keep your mask on, ma'am. It's a county policy. And if you could, when you bring that microphone down to you so we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Clara Lawhead. I'm an Odessa resident at 7340 Colley Road for the last 42 years. My concerns are, first off, to express how I think this is a great concept. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think people in the community will really enjoy it. There are some conditions, however, that I think are critical because I'm an environmentalist. and also a member of public health issues. My concerns are that I did not see any recommendation for detention of stormwater runoff. And because it's in the Booker Creek Preserve watershed, I think that is something that should be considered. And I'm sure Mr. Butts and Kristen will not have any difficulty with that, but I did not find that in the conditions. I would also like to suggest that there be no pumping from the lake for irrigation. I did not see that in the petition either, although I have seen it in other conditions in other cases. So I would suggest that those two, from the environmental perspective, would be helpful. My last concern is I want this business to be successful, but in fact, things change. And if it was to be sold to another party, and they were to use the 7,200 square foot permitted space as it is written in the PD now, I would be concerned that that use of a septic system for that large a facility could be dangerous. And again, because it's in the Booker Creek Preserve watershed, I think we need to be very careful what kind of use. I don't suspect this would be a heavy use of the septic system as it is being presented. However, if it were to be sold outside, I think there should be some provision that this, if it's allowed, only be allowed for this operation. Does that make sense?
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, we'll close opposition testimony and we'll go back to county staff. Mr. Grady, do you have anything further?
Nothing further.
All right. Then, Mr. Malloy, we'll go to you for rebuttal. I have a question before you start, if you could.
Yes, ma'am. William Malloy again.
Excuse me?
William Malloy
Oh,
again.
thank you. The wastewater stub out that was mentioned in, I believe it was in the testimony for support. Is that the Winn-Dixie parcel that you referenced in your original presentation that you approached them to try to
Correct.
share in that facility?
My client did.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And that was not an option. They were not interested in participating.
Not interested in sharing or any of the expense or logistics of crossing the TICO right away, which bifurcates the two pieces. Too.
Right. Okay, thank you. Please proceed with your rebuttal.
Okay. I did want to address that, so thank you. 2 points of opposition that I want to address. There is sewer in Canterbury, which is just to the south of us. It's an older community. They have sewer and water. We could not tie into their system without an elaborate just nest of easements and private agreements, which the county would not accept. That's not a viable option. There's no public right of way that gets us there. We looked at that very closely. I also want to mention that the irony of this situation is not lost on me. 99 times out of 100, we're up here asking for this connection. In this case, it simply makes no sense. And I want to reinforce what Ms. Adderholt said a little bit in that the urban service area and the rural service area, to me, they're defined by 3 things: water, sewer, and mobility fees. If you extend, water's already here. If we extend a mile of sewer line to this project, that's 2 out of 3 for increasing the urban service area size. And I am positive that was not the intent of this condition when it was written. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Josh, who's another owner on the project.
Okay.
Mrs. Finch, good evening. I just want to quickly address water quality with the lake. I have actually registered this lake officially with the University of Florida Lake Watch program, taking samples of the lake. Currently, the neighbor to the east, the office residential, is on septic, as well as the church, as well as the office on the north side of Van Dyke Road. I'll submit this into the record. Currently, the water samples that we've taken over the last 2 years show that the water quality is good. My wife and I will do everything we can to be good stewards of that. We'll take care of our septic system if it's approved. And I thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you so much. Mr. Malloy, I think before we close, if you could just address those 2 issues that were raised by the last lady that spoke in opposition regarding the irrigation of the lake pumping and the stormwater runoff, that she didn't see those addressed in the conditions.
Okay. Jeremy?
Just that they would be.
Well, Hillsborough County is not going to let us do anything illegal. We know that. The plan is going to meet all county standards. It will not cause any harm to adjacent water bodies or properties. I believe that we've fully and professionally accounted for the irrigation and the stormwater treatment.
Right, I just needed that for the record.
Very
Thank you so much. Did you have anything else?
I just need Steve Henry to say good evening so he can talk
Okay.
later if he needs to. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Steve Henry, Lincoln Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We did conduct the traffic analysis for the project. It's a very low traffic generator as indicated. And from our standpoint, we didn't see any impact of the project on the adjacent transportation system.
All right.
If you've got any questions, we did do a design exception. So we have that, which is also in the record. So unless you've got any questions regarding those.
I don't regarding the traffic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it if you could sign in. All right, does that complete your presentation and your rebuttal? All right, then with that, we'll close major modification 21-0116. I think given the time, it's 8:15, we'll take a 5-minute break at this point, give the court reporter a minute. And if you could be back at, let's say 8:20, and we'll resume the hearing. Thank you. we'll resume the, we can call the next case.
The next item is agenda item D3, rezoning PD 21-0222. The request is for a rezoning from AS1 and PD to a new plan development. Stephen Beachy will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. I'm Michael Warner, 14502 North Dale Mary Highway, Tampa 33618, representing RRGG Inc., the applicant and owner of this request. With me this evening, Ms. Finch, is Michael Yates of Palm Traffic Engineering. He's going to follow my presentation, and also we have Trent Stevenson of Level Up Engineering. If you have any questions on engineering or utilities. Could I please have 11 minutes, a buzzer at 11 minutes? Thank you. Ms. Finch, this has been a case that we've worked on for months, if not closer to a year. And we've worked diligently with staff. We have reached out to the homeowner association as well on a number of occasions. I think the iteration that I saw was iteration plan 9. So we have gone through a number of changes in trying to taper this to be as reasonable and as compatible as possible. This is a 14.5 site acre. It's at the northeast quadrant of Bloomingdale Avenue and Watson Road in the Brandon community. This was approved originally back in 2010 for the Circle K. That Circle K is right at the northeast corner. We are not including the Circle K. Those entitlements are already in place. Our parcel wraps around the Circle K. In 2007, the entitlements were granted, 2007-07-68. And at that time, Ms. Finch, we were granted approval, unanimous approval, for 63 townhomes and 37,000 square feet of commercial.
Mr. Horner, let me just
Yes, ma'am.
clarify. I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you mean 2017?
I'm sorry, I said 2007.
I just want to make sure I have it right. Okay.
2017. First came to PD in 2010, then 2017.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
Pleasure. The PRS that controls that PD subsequent to the 2017 PD is PRS 17750. And I'm going to file the conditions of approval from that so you can see how those commercial uses were approved and all the standards at that time. The proposed PD before you this evening essentially requests an additional 27 townhomes. So 63 approved. We're asking for an additional 27 for a total of 90 single-family attached townhomes. Those are what we call parcel 5. I'll review the site plan in a moment. In addition, we are seeking the same square footage entitlements as we did before, 37,000 square feet. And we are tweaking those commercial entitlements just a little bit, but the same square footage, same FAR, the same uses, the same location, no change in that square footage at all, and no change in the residential density. Ms. Finch, 6 units is the Res 6 category. We qualified for the mixed-use bump up to Res 9 back in 2017 and carried that through on this case as well. So 90 units on 10 acres is the 9 units per acre allowed for that bump up. Bloomingdale Avenue is a signalized intersection at Watson. We have lots of traffic issues that came up in our meetings and reviews with the staff, as well as the residents. And we have filed a number of updated traffic studies, memorandums, and design exceptions. I'm going to have Mr. Yates follow me and address those issues. Bloomingdale is a major arterial highway. Watson Road technically is a local road north of Bloomingdale. It's a major local road south of Bloomingdale. The Planning Commission, because of that criteria, allows it to be reviewed as a T intersection, and therefore it has to meet the 300-foot separation from the intersection. Obviously, we are further than 300 feet from that intersection. We filed for a waiver back in 2017. That was granted, and we filed for a renewed waiver this year to the Planning Commission as well. This parcel is located between Kings Avenue and Providence Road. Directly southwest, we have the Providence Road, the Winthrop project, with a number of attached units, commercial uses, schools, etc. As I noted before, we had extensive meetings and reviews with numerous discussions throughout this last 6-month period. I think this is our third continuance that we've asked for. These are good people. We have met with them on-site, off-site, via Zoom, and we have attempted to incorporate as many of their concerns as possible. If I can just go to the overhead briefly. Excuse me. So Ms. Finch, this is the outline of a project. Again, this is the Circle K PD at the corner. We have an IHOP restaurant, Bloomingdale Avenue. We have various communities around our site. We have boundary here. We are incorporating tonight an additional 2.8 acre tract. This AS1 tract is out of the parcel. We do not own that. Just to close up a little bit, getting a shadow here. Just to close up a little bit, here's the Circle K again, Ms. Finch. This is Bloomingdale Avenue, Watson. We have proposed 5 parcels, 4 commercial, 1, 2, 3, and then parcel 4 is commercial here. The townhomes are wrapped around as parcel 5. This was the 2017 PRS plan. This is the tract that we are now including in tonight's PD rezoning. This is the plan for the 63 townhomes, 37,000 square feet of commercial. Imposed on an aerial photograph, you can see how these land uses relate. Apologize for the quality of the photograph. We are proposing 2 large ponds as part of our proposed use. You will note that this parcel that extends into the platted subdivision to the north, it's all pond. There are no proposed townhomes. They're abutting next to existing single-family homes. Here's the plan that we are proposing tonight. Again, Watson Road, Bloomingdale, Circle K stays the same. This is an out parcel, large pond here, smaller pond here. Parcels 1, 2, and 3 are the commercial subparcels that were the same as before. And parcel 4 is a mixed use, not a mixed use, but an integrated office retail parcel as well. We are tweaking these uses that I'll talk about in just a moment, but important to show that we have 2 cross accesses here. To the eastern parcel, that was required by staff. In addition to that, we have only 1 access on the main Bloomingdale section. This is the primary access. And then we have existing Circle K accesses that are off-site, but we have cross-access connections to our internal roadway. You might note that we have this parcel that has an access to Watson Road. It was a full access for the last 3 years. It was not approved as a full access. We have now been advised by the county engineering staff and public works that we have to go back and reinstate those restrictions. So this access here is going to have a right turn in and a right turn out. There's no left turn in and left turn out permitted at that access point. Closing up further. So that driveway is right here, Ms. Finch. Now, parcel 1 is an existing car wash. It's been in place for a couple of years. No changes proposed. It's of record. It's incorporated into our conditions. Parcel 4 is the 13,000 square foot integrated office retail, 2-story. We're agreeing to all of those conditions. We also agreed to a cap. If there is a restaurant there, it caps at 2,500 square feet. No drive-through is proposed. On this northern parcel, these are all the townhome properties, parcels that we're proposing for rezoning. Again, the 90 townhomes. Our first plan had an access to Watson Road for those townhomes. After 2, 3, 4 meetings, we realized very quickly the strongest objection from these residents for the impact of townhome traffic on Watson Road and the signalized intersection. So we have truncated this, Ms. Finch. We're doing a pocket park here for a little tot lot and a playground for the kids. Riverleaf subdivision to the west said, hey, we don't want your people coming to our subdivision to use our beautiful park. And we thought about it, but actually it makes sense that we have a pocket park for our residents' children. So we are proposing our park here. There's a wetland setback. No objections from EPC. We're not encroaching any wetland setback. But we have deleted this access, Madam Hearing Master, so that no town-owned traffic can come out west for a southbound turning maneuver that impacts that intersection. Additionally, we are agreeing to a complete pedestrian connectivity system throughout the entire project. We are allowing for a gated pedestrian access. The reason we ask that to be gated is there's no sidewalks directly abutting that right-of-way. So with all the traffic concerns on Watson, the traffic, all these subdivisions, we did not want these children exiting a gate and encouraging children going back and forth across a busy road that the residents told us is one of the most dangerous roadways with an intersection in the county. So the primary access is going to be through the Bloomingdale, full access on the eastern side. Excuse me. Town-owned parcel is fairly isolated. Those units, again, do not impact or abutting any platted lot. The commercial parcels, we are essentially taking the same conditions from the 2017 PRS. They're allowed on both parcel 3 and parcel 4, and we're just simply applying them to parcel 2. We're also asking for an allowance of parcel 2 to have a 2-story bank office as an option. I did file an elevation in the record. I'm going to file another elevation copy in the record so you have it. That is going to be on parcel 2. And then, of course, we have on parcel 3, we are proposing the same square footage as before, the 8,000 square foot carryover. Was that mine?
About a minute left.
Okay. And asking for that to be allowed for a 2,500 square foot coffee shop with the drive-through. That required some variations, 2 of which were county necessitated, 1 for a sidewalk within a 20-foot buffer. So we had to ask for reduction of the 20-foot buffer to 14, the 6-foot sidewalk. Secondly, we had to ask for the cross access to the east across the buffer. And then third, we had a waiver for the separation of the call box. And again, the call box is now 125 feet away, 200 feet is required. However, that call box is going to be at the northwest portion of that lot. And this tract here, as you can see, only this parcel is applicable for that 200-foot separation. So all of this AS1 is not applicable. We also agreed to enhance tree plantings as well. So buffer, 100% opaque fence, plus the 14-foot buffer with plantings, plus additional understory plantings, plus this call box is facing northwest of Ms. Finch. If you want to make that a condition of your findings, we're happy with that. Planning Commission technically indicated this would be supported with a small I for inconsistent based upon prior discussions with Joanne Haley, who's no longer with the Planning Commission. But I think they have a concern with the drive-through window. So we filed all the information in the record on the justifications. I believe they still feel that drive-through is not appropriate. We're asking you to approve those uses that we asked for tonight. We call them tweaks because we're not asking for any real additional uses. We're asking for 2-story instead of 1, same square footage, and just allowing a more additional array of land uses for those conditions. I'm going to stop now and allow Mr. Yates to have his commentary on transportation. Then I'll have rebuttal as well.
Mr. Horner, let me just ask you one quick question before Mr. Yates comes up. The 2017 land development, did that permit a drive-through?
No, it did not.
It did not. So the square footage for that parcel 3 is the same. It's the drive-through.
That's
That's
right.
the addition.
That's right.
All right.
And I might add, if this is not my time, I might also add that that additional review was filed and reviewed by both planning staff and planning commission. Development Services recommends complete full service approval with all conditions
Understood.
that we accept.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. Do the overhead. Just wanted to walk through the traffic with you and what we've done to address the concerns that we've been shown. This is a trip generation comparison between the 2017 approved PD and the proposed PD. As you can see in the AM peak hour, the total trips are a slight increase. However, the new trip bins, so with the reduction of passerby trips, it actually decreases, and that's because we've gone to some uses that are more passerby oriented. And then the same for the PM peak hour, a very slight increase in PM peak hour trips, but the new PM peak hour trips have reduced with the proposed use. And we are agreeing in the staff conditions to the trip generation totals that were presented in the report.
Okay.
From the access standpoint, we are doing a full access on Bloomingdale Avenue on the eastern side of the project. This will serve the majority of the project from access standpoint. We will have a left-in turn lane here. We will have, this is an existing right-in, right-out that serves a Circle K, but connects up to the Spine Road. And the Spine Road will be limited to right-in, right-out. With those changes, this reducing to a right-in, right-out, this driveway here, that is going to actually and ultimately reduce the southbound traffic on Watson Road. And when we met with the neighborhood, that was one of their biggest concerns that they expressed to us, was the amount of traffic queuing at that light. And so what you can see in the graphic is that in the AM peak hour, the trips southbound at the signal will actually go from 168 to 101 with the project and with the access modifications. And very similar in the PM, it goes from 158 to 94. So a pretty significant reduction in the southbound traffic on Watson Road. And we did have a design exception for Watson Road. And what we are going to be doing is installing a F-type curb from where the radius is of the intersection all the way up to this driveway here. This is the Spine Road that runs behind the Circle K. And then we have an administrative variance for Bloomingdale Avenue. Both of those were found approvable by Development Services.
Okay.
That concludes my presentation, unless you had any questions.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
I'll just close in 30 seconds here. This is a copy of the elevations for the parcel 2 building. Then we also have filed elevations for the proposed townhomes that are part of the record. I'll pick these additional copies as well. And we agreed all staff conditions, including hours of restricted hours operation. Thank you, Ms. Finch.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Yates, if you could sign in, please. All right. We'll go to Development Services, please.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. I am going to share my screen so you can follow along on presentation modified from the staff report.
Steve,
Okay.
we do not have your,
you do not have my screen?
we do not.
Okay. Sorry about that. How about now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. The subject application PD 21-0222.
Just swap your screen.
Okay.
Right, there you go. Now you're good. Thank you.
Okay. It's 14.45 acres in size. The existing zoning is PD 17-068, which is a mixed use plan development on Bloomingdale Avenue and Watson Road in the Brandon and in Brandon area, and it's in the urban service area. Future land use map is shown here. It's surrounded by Res 6 with a mixed use density bump up to be developed at 9 residential units per acre for the townhomes. It's adjacent to a Res 12 to the west, and to the south across Bloomingdale is a Res 4 comp plan designation surrounding this PD. The adjacent zoning is AS1 and residential PD to the north. To the south is a commercial PD, which was once part of this PD, and RSC4 across Bloomingdale. To the east is RSC2 and AS1, and to the west is a commercial mixed-use PD and AS1 zone property. I provided well, there was a significant amount of participation and objections from surrounding neighborhoods, and I provided a map that shows you who is who and where they're located. The Watson Glen phases 1 and 2 are located to the east and north, as well as Random Oaks phases 1 and 2 to the west, the north, and to the east, and Riverleaf Bloomingdale to the west, and the Bridges development to the east. All of those neighborhoods provided community input and sent letters that you'll see in the file. One thing I would note is that the circles here show where these different communities have cross access from one neighborhood to the next. And so it shows that the cross connections they're baked into this entire area, as well as the cross connections that are required from this proposed project to the adjacent properties to the east. As Mr. Horner indicated, on the site plan, the 4 parcels 1 through 4 have an entitlement of currently have an entitlement of 3,700 square feet. With parcel 3 here, they're proposing the 2,500 square foot coffee shop and drive-through on the parcel 3, and then the increase of 27 townhomes for parcel 5 in the area north of the commercial parcels. The uses proposed that were also included in the previous PD are now named restricted commercial uses for parcels 1 through 4, with the addition of the 2,500 square foot coffee shop for the drive-through. The main thing I wanted to present to you is that the site is currently approved as a mixed-use PD. The main changes are addition of the 2.9 acres to the site, 27 townhomes, adding the potential for a coffee shop drive-through on parcel 3, and changing of the residential access to Bloomingdale Avenue instead of Watson Drive. The recommendation, our recommendation, is based on the parcels to the east of the site are good candidates for redevelopment. The call box proposed to be is located on the west side of the building and away from any existing residential uses. Finally, the mixed use character of the project provides a number of benefits, such as reduced auto dependency, increased pedestrian options, provides diversity of housing options, along with creating a sense of place, to name a few. Such a project has potential to provide measures of all these benefits to the subject project and the surrounding neighborhoods. And staff finds that the mix of uses will generally intensify the mixed use character of the project and thereby enhance the mixed use benefits of the project. Based on these considerations, staff finds the proposed general site plan supportable and subject to the conditions attached to the report. I would want to note that conditions 17 and 18 were it should read reference to PD 21-0222 instead of major modification 21-0222. That concludes my comments. I'm available for any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. The following analysis is based upon information submitted by the applicant at the time of filing for the August zoning hearing master meeting. As practice, Planning Commission staff go by the revised site plan deadline for all applications. The subject property is located in the residential 6 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and is located within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The existing parcel 1 contains an approved 8,000 square foot car wash. The applicant also proposes the following. On parcel 2, 8,000 square feet of proposed restricted commercial uses, including medical and office uses on the second story only, and minor motor vehicle repair with design restrictions, no drive-through. All previously approved design and architectural conditions for parcel 2 will remain for the minor motor vehicle repair use. Parcel 3 is 2,500 square feet of retail coffee shop with a drive-through, or 8,000 square feet of maximum proposed restricted commercial uses, including a medical office without a drive-through. Parcel 4 is 13,000 square feet, proposed restricted commercial uses, no drive-through, and a restaurant use is capped at 2,500 square feet. Medical office uses are permitted as currently approved. And then parcel 5 is 90 residential units with a mixed-use density bonus to residential 9 future land use category. Watson Road is a local roadway, and West Bloomingdale Avenue is an arterial, which is considered a qualifying intersection. In order to meet commercial locational criteria in the residential 6 future land use category, a property should be located within 300 feet of a qualifying intersection. Because the subject property is located beyond 300 feet, a waiver to locational criteria is required and has been submitted for review. The waiver states that the subject parcel is located in the urban service area where mixed use is encouraged and all utilities are available. The subject parcel is located at a signalized intersection and oriented along a 5-lane major arterial highway carrying an excess of 50,000 cars per day. The waiver also states the subject site is currently approved for retail and non-residential uses, and no increase in square footage is sought for the proposed development. The applicant states that the current plan development application seeks the ability to offer consistent retail uses throughout the plan development and the ability to have a drive-through end user on only the eastern parcel 3. The waiver states that the applicant proposes the same height of other approved retail and office uses under the land development code in this area, with the proposed FAR restricted to the same intensity as currently approved, with no increase requested, with parcel 3 restricted to 1 story only. The waiver also states that the request is consistent with policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 23.2 of the future land use element, and requests an appropriate land use transition given the existing development pattern in Bloomingdale Avenue. The waiver states that shared access, cross-access, restricted land uses, and proposed FAR meet the intent of FLU 23.5, which discourages scattered and unplanned retail commercial development. The waiver also states that the Brandon Community Plan reflects this area as suburban, and this is a designated intersection for mixed-use development. Planning Commission staff recognize the gradual transition from commercial along Bloomingdale to townhomes and ultimately into lower density single-family residential lots moving northward. The applicant places retail, office, and residential uses internally to the site, while the higher intensity uses, including the drive-through, are located along Bloomingdale Avenue and arterial. The applicant is also committing to elevations in the design guidelines that are provided in the conditions of approval. The applicant has provided access along Watson Road, Bloomingdale, and cross-access to the existing Circle K and parcels located to the east. Based on community concerns, the applicant is restricting left turn access to Watson Road and only proposing a right-in, right-out turning restriction from parcel 4 to Watson Road. A 6-foot fence is requested along the northeastern perimeter of the site, just south of the stormwater retention pond. The applicant also proposes a stormwater facility that's located to the north of the subject site. The applicant is also proposing a 20-foot scenic corridor buffer to the south along Bloomingdale Avenue. The applicant is committing to design guidelines and elevations for the commercial uses, which are provided in the conditions of approval. And then lastly, the applicant proposes a 10-foot buffer along the northern and western perimeters of the subject property. The applicant is also requesting a variance to reduce the call box distance to 102 feet from residential zone property. The previous PD in 2017 placed restrictions that did not permit the use of drive-through facilities. This restriction allowed for an improved project design and compatibility with adjacent land uses. This PD requests a drive-through commercial use with a call box for parcel 3. Planning Commission staff recognize that the applicant is proposing to have the call box on the northern side of the proposed building with volume sensors and one-way movements around the building to eliminate any eastern vehicle headlights or sound orientations. Planning Commission staff also recognize that the applicant's proposed drive-through use would be capped at 2,500 square feet. The applicant has also stated there is now full driveway access on the eastern property line, which aligns the existing subdivision driveway south of Bloomingdale Avenue. In addition, there are cross-access connections to the eastern parcels. While there is a gradual transition to the north, the placement of drive-through commercial uses in parcel 3 disrupts the gradual transition from the Watson and Bloomingdale intersection to the single-family lots that are adjacent to the site. Policy 16.1 of the future land use element requires the use of location criteria for placement of non-residential uses. Policy 16.2 requires the gradual transition of intensities through site planning, but also requires the gradual transition occurs through the control of specific land uses. Policy 16.3 requires that development and redevelopment be integrated with adjacent land uses through creation of complementary uses. Policy 23.2 requires that scattered unplanned retail commercial development be discouraged and commercial office concentration be encouraged. Commercial drive-through uses are not complementary to adjacent single family and are too intense as is further away from the Watson and Bloomingdale intersection. Consequently, the request undermines the intent of policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 23.2 of the future land use element. The subject site was previously approved for mixed-use bonus under PD 17-0068. The current application includes an additional 2.9 acres and seeks to be considered for the mixed-use density bonus. Parcel 5 will contain attached townhome units. The applicant is requesting to apply the mixed-use density increase per policy 19.3, as the overall site will continue to have a mix of uses. With the proposed mix of uses, the applicant is eligible for the density increase from the existing future land use category residential 6 to the next planned category residential 9, which permits 9 dwelling units per acre. Since the application provides for at least 3 uses, parcel 5, comprising of approximately 10.04 acres, would qualify for up to 90 townhome units. The request for a mixed-use density bonus is consistent with policy 19.3. The applicant is requesting pedestrian gated access off Watson Road due to security and privacy reasons and no existing sidewalks on Watson Road. Policy 13.1.4 and 13.1.5 of the FLU community design component encourage designing communities around a grid of streets to provide connections and direct links to social services, community focal points, and surrounding neighborhood servicing uses. The proposed pedestrian gated access does not allow community members on Watson Road to access the development at parcel 5 proposed gate location. While the applicant is allowing for connectivity further down Watson Road at parcel 4, the proposed gate access does not provide interconnectivity between the northern neighborhoods and the proposed mixed-use development. The subject property is located within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan in the Suburban Character District. The Brandon Community Plan encourages growth that is compatible with the existing community pattern and supports a mix of uses at intersections. The proposed drive-through commercial use is not compatible with the residential lots located to the east. The request undermines the intent of the Brandon Community Plan and the Suburban Character District. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Before you leave, I do have a couple of questions. It seems that the Planning Commission supports this request with the exception of the drive-through. Is that accurate?
Correct. With the call box, the drive-through, and the pedestrian gated access.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Regarding the order box, help me with the fact that that parcel is already approved for commercial uses and the statement in the staff report that says that However, the intensity of the drive-through use would not facilitate growth that is compatible and complementary with nearby lower density residential lots. How does that mix with, this is already approved for commercial development? Help me with that issue.
Yeah, so it was already approved for commercial development. And as stated in 2017 plan development, there were restrictions placed to not permit a drive-through facility based on that residential neighborhoods to the east to kind of help with the objective 16 of the future land use element and neighborhood protection policies. So that we already had a restriction in the PD for 2017. So we're not opposing commercial uses, but the drive-through now being requested again is still seen as incompatible.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. We'll go now to those that would like to speak in support, proponents. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak in support of this application? See no one, anyone online? All right. Opposition, how many people in the room would like to speak? I see Mr. Pressman. Anybody else? All right, is there anyone online that would like to speak in opposition? 5 people, so 6 total. Mr. Pressman, will, how much time do you need?
30 minutes.
Well, that's not going to happen.
I would like half the time.
Are you familiar with these folks that I see some of these folks are nodding that that's okay. Are you willing to say a minute each for those that are online? Okay, then go ahead, Mr. Pressman. We'll give you, you said 5 people were online? 5 people. We'll give you 10 minutes. Is that?
I'm sorry.
He could not hear you. He's asked, oh.
Were you speaking for Jerry Williams and Rebecca Williams too today?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then also a Bernie and Kim?
I can't say for sure. Bernie and Kim, I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. Well, I just knew Jerry and Rebecca as well.
All right, so if you could keep it at 10 minutes, that would be great.
Sure. Madam Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. I'm here representing the Random Oaks Homeowners Association and other direct and indirectly involved citizens. So first, I have a letter from the Homeowners Association in opposition to the request, noting effect of the quality of life and property values, already existing traffic and congestion, and scrutinizing the intersections, which would be overrun. And then I have approximately 80 to 100 petitions from those residents also in opposition to the request, which I'll put in.
Okay.
Those are in the file, but I brought hard copy. So, Madam Hearing Officer, in the record, you have a substantial report from our transportation engineer, Drew Rourke. You have also in the record from our planner, AICP planner, Kathleen Berkey, a very involved and deep analysis on the planning elements, which I'm just going to highlight because they are very lengthy reports. Now, in regard to the opposition that's been submitted, if we go to the overhead, please. These are spread out. All these points indicate the different folks in opposition. They're spread out around the entire project. Regarding the plans report, just in summary, notes the comprehensive plan requires new development, redevelopment be supported by the transportation network that meets or exceeds the LOS. Our report submitted finds that it's at an unacceptable level. Notes the proposed dwelling units give the appearance of a large monolithic continuous wall of 4 combined units that repeat the identical design elements that are not consistent with examples of street-friendly housing set forth in community design component. Also note that the applicant is attempting to rely on the prior PD approval bump up to the 9 dwelling units per acre maximum density in light of the mixture uses proposed pursuant to the comp plan, and that the net effect of the total number of proposed dwelling units concentrated on the surrounding community is substantial and contravenes the specific intent of the Res 6 future land use category. Also, the planner notes among some points that the included drive-through facilities, which were previously prohibited as high traffic generating uses under the condition 1.6 is not acceptable to the Planning Commission and is characterized as significantly intensifying. Rezoning also proposes noise concerns from additional traffic and additional drive-through use in the area. Proposed rezoning will greatly impact the livability perceived by the residents. Some of the highlights from the transportation engineer note the study area of influence included should be 2 miles for regulated roadways. The existing analysis included only adjacent intersections. Traffic counts for analysis were performed December 2020 during the COVID pandemic when volumes were low. Trip generation, the bypass reductions has several errors, although the report refers to the ITE trip generation manual for data. Some of the data does not exist in the ITE trip generation. No source was provided. Although required by the LDC, no background traffic growth or vested trips were included in the estimate. Methodology used for the trip distribution was flawed and generalized the proportions of project traffic and incorrectly utilized the generalization for the trip assignment. Project trips were not fully assigned to the surrounding roadways. The project trips coming in and out of the site did not equal the provided project trip generation, and several other points. I do want to note one critical element is that speaking about this right turn out, this right turn out requirement results in a left turn literally to nowhere. The only result that occurs is up Watson Road, which you travel up Watson Road and you end up at the subdivisions. There's no reasonable exit or return for those many trips exiting on Watson. The Starbucks generates and the drive-through would generate many trips circulating in this area, which would then affect into high density blockage point at Bloomingdale. And this would also cause the influx of traffic into the subdivisions. Mr. Beachy showed how they're all connected. Will change access for thoroughfare through the neighborhoods in this fashion as well. Looking at this right turn, you can see coming out of the Circle K or that access point that's typically blocked up. Right turns require, that's going to be a very difficult area to try and circumvent or to get around. And then the other element is that there are 400 residential units proposed coming approved here, which will use this access point. You have existing communities access through here and existing communities access here. Again, circulation of that Starbucks, which the codes, of course, recognize as a use above and beyond what's typically required in commercial, as you were asking a couple questions, why it differs from the commercial. The drive-throughs are looked at as a different type of fabric, a different type of use, and does generate circulation factors, which would affect the blockage point here on Bloomingdale, which will be the main access, and then through the neighborhoods. The traffic engineer also notes that the turn lane analysis did not consider Watson Road, and that the pork chop raised island at the Bloomingdale Avenue and Circle K shared driveway, in his opinion, was poorly designed. Let me switch over.
You got about a little over 3.5 minutes left.
Thank you. Specifically from the homeowner association, one of their main concerns is constructing units that are compatible with what's existing in the area, and as they indicate, trying to find some satisfactory and safe way to access the problematic right in and right out, which is a major concern for them. So with the experts' reports presented to you for transportation, which I could barely summarize, and the planner, and pointing out some major concerns of traffic impacts, we appreciate your consideration and look forward to your review and your acceptance of the reports and consideration of opposition to the request.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
If you could please sign in. All right, we'll go to those that want to speak in opposition to the request. Just take them in order.
Vanessa?
Hi, my name is Ada Vanessa Tovez. I reside at 5405 Watson Road, Riverview, Florida, 33578, and I oppose this proposal.
All right, We had a little trouble with that audio. Did we pick her up for the record? She was, her volume was very low, but if we picked up her name and address for the record, I just want to make sure she's acknowledged. You have her? Trey, do you have her?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we did. We did get you. So thank you. Your name and address was we heard, the clerk's office heard it. So next, please.
Dana?
Hi, my name is Dina Butts. I'm at 11306 J&B Drive, Riverview, 33578. I'm in the Random Oaks area. I'm here to simply say that I oppose the proposal and I concur with the comments which were presented tonight by Todd Pressman.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Kelly?
Yes, hello, my name is Kelly Davis and I am a 23-year resident of Random Oaks that happens to live on that section of Watson Road. Everything that Mr. Pressman said is a highly concern to us about the right turn out. That is a very small country road with no berms or sidewalks or edges. How is it going to sustain in rain and excess traffic, and the road is already falling apart? So the excess traffic on that road, I'm not quite sure how it can sustain for longevity. So I oppose the plan as well.
All right. Thank you so much. Next.
Tony? You're muted. I'm going to unmute you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Tony Bogie. I live at 5414 Lindbergh and on Riverview, Florida, 33578. I oppose the developer's application. I also oppose the increase for the 90, increase to the townhomes of 90. I oppose the drive-through traffic and any other, any traffic that would allow that turn to happen on that road, on Watson Road. And I think that's it.
All right. Thank you so much. Is that everyone online?
One more.
one
Gina? Hold on, Gina. We can't hear you. Try now. We're not getting any audio from you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We just
Hello?
do not have your video.
Okay. Let me get my video back up. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Gina Winja, 5820 Tulip Flower Drive in Riverview. I respectfully appeal that the PD remain at 63 townhomes instead of adding 27, which would increase the density by 43%, and ask that the townhomes be 1-story instead of 2-story. Hillsborough County property appraiser defines the characteristics of multi-story townhomes as single-story villas and single-story villas as a townhouse. The sidewalks on Watson Road are lacking for the 10-foot wide lanes, and that's a concern with mixed use proposed. Density is a concern with the full access on Bloomingdale Ave, with left turns occurring on Bloomingdale Ave into a suicide lane. Many illegal left turns out of the right turn only porch hop on south side of Circle K. Density of subdivision seeking entry onto Bloomingdale Ave, Bridgewater Landing, Ivy Estates, Circle K, a daycare, Random Oaks, and Watson Glen. Objection to the hours of the Starbucks. Other Starbucks in the immediate area are only open until 9 p.m. Objection to the drive-through lane. The barrier on Watson Road that is being proposed at the back of the Circle K will cause patrons to egress Watson Road north and U-turn in order to seek the light at Bloomingdale and Watson Road, or make a left turn out of the first right in only from the Circle K onto Watson Road. And I have been critically watching that area over the last 6 months, and there are many patrons of the Circle K who make that illegal left turn. Finally, I would like to object to the county's cross-access road to Bamboo Orchid and then to Tulip Flower. It would only lead to traffic to right turn only onto Bloomingdale and to cause neighborhood traffic concerns for Watson Glen and serve no purpose other than to meander traffic through a very family-friendly residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that's everyone online?
Yes, it is.
All right, then we'll close opposition testimony and go back to county staff. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay.
Excuse me, this is James Ratliff.
Oh, Mr. Ratliff.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, James Ratliff, for the record, Transportation Review Section staff. I just wanted to kind of cover a couple of items that I heard. There was talk about the right in, right out being a concern for that southernmost project access on Watson. I do want to point out that restriction was in place with the last zoning. So that's not something new that's being added. It's simply a restriction that wasn't being honored. So we've taken the additional step of requiring a concrete separator be installed, but that is not a new restriction that's been in place. That was a restriction that was approved as a part of the last zoning. With the elimination of the northernmost access, which goes into the townhome, that's actually going to result in less trips on Watson, not more trips on Watson. So, want to be clear about that as well. And that goes part and parcel with that full median opening, that new connection on Bloomingdale, all the way to the east. Because again, that's going to align with that full median opening, and that's going to provide the ability for people where they previously needed to maybe, they would have either had to go to the west to make a U-turn to go back east, or they could have gone out onto Watson. Well, now that's going to give them access to a full median opening there to be able to travel east from that particular easternmost project access. And then with regard to the connectivity to the east, again, I think there's some confusion from folks. This project is not requiring any kind of direct connection to Bamboo Orchid Court. It's simply requiring cross connectivity for the parcels immediately to the east of this project. So, and again, part of that is because in order for that access to be placed where it is, we had to assume that those existing driveways to the east were going to be closed. If those driveways aren't going to be closed, then, and that's upon a redevelopment scenario where there's a significant intensification of trips on those driveways to the east. They would have needed to have a variance, and it would have been questionable whether that would have been supported. It certainly wasn't looked at. And so again, our recommendation of support is based on that access being there, aligning with Ivy Boulevard, and then also having that cross connectivity to the east, so that if, for example, office development, or let's say some kind of a transitional use comes in to develop on those parcels to the east, they would share their sole access with this easternmost project access. And I would think at that point, depending on what kind of a use comes into those parcels to the east, there may not be any connectivity other than pedestrian access that's required to Bamboo Orchid Court. That would be evaluated based on the standards at the time and what those two uses come in for. Now, if those two parcels were to develop as residential uses, then there may be a requirement to connect in the land development code as it exists today to Bamboo Orchid Court. So really there isn't, there's no requirement, in short, that this project have to connect to Bamboo Orchid Court, and that may not ever happen in the future. It really is just dependent upon what comes into the east. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you very much for that clarification. That's very helpful. All right, we will go back to Mr. Horner for rebuttal.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Again, Michael Horner for the record. I'll be brief. Thank you, Mr. Ratliff. I think that was the summary we were trying to make from day one on our last revision, that we are removing that access to preserve the capacity on Watson Road. That's all we heard, was we do not want traffic on Watson Road. As Mr. Yates's graphics demonstrated, Mr. Ratliff just testified to, it reduces that traffic substantially. You raise a good point, Ms. Finch, on the parcel 3, on the relationship. It's already approved for commercial uses, 8,000 square feet. A commercial building is going to be there. On the eastern side, that is a parcel that is zoned RSC2. That is the parcel that's going to be more impacted by Bloomingdale Avenue than a call box 125 feet away, facing the other way, internal to the project. The other parcel is exempt from the call box restriction. We've agreed to only 2,500 square feet. That is a use that we feel is appropriate. We don't mind dropping the square footage. I think Mr. Ratliff is correct on the cross access. I think there's confusion. We don't have any dog in this fight for bamboo orchid connectivity.
Hang on, Mr. Horner, show that again. That
Sorry.
was not up on the screen when you were talking. Now it is.
So this is where bamboo orchid.
Be on the microphone, you're not on the microphone.
You got to pull the mic down.
All
just a
right,
little
so
bit.
bamboo orchid comes right through here, ends at this parcel. This tract is AS1. This tract is RSC2. We don't have any legal entitlements to those uses. You cannot mandate that cross access to bamboo orchid. It is not part of the hearing process. So we agree to cross access. We'll let that issue play out whenever this property comes in. I, again, indicate that that parcel is probably a higher candidate for light office, light retail use. Currently owned by a partnership that owns a mobile home park. So we have had no objections. There's lots of trees, protections, all of our additional screening. Mr. Pressman indicated concern about monolithic structure appearance. I don't know what that is. I submitted the elevations and we agreed to those elevations. We have a condition on the number of units capped per building. And their houses in Random Oaks are 35 feet. Our townhomes are 35 feet. They have very large houses. They're beautiful, but they're 1 and 2 story. These certainly can't have 63 2-story townhomes and then 27 1-story townhomes. This is going to be a townhome community. It makes sense, affordable housing. We've agreed to all the other conditions of record. Condition 1.6 addresses hours of operation. We've met all commercial buffering standards. We really have tried to address all the major concerns brought up by the residents. And I think we've done that with this plan. I'm going to Mr. Yates close.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. Just wanted to go back through, I thought Mr. Ratliff summarized really a lot of the issues that were raised and addressed those. Just want to show you, I know this northern right, future right in, right out there. If you look at the existing pavement markings that are out there, you can see they're worn, but this is prohibiting traffic from crossing that. But you can see that they've worn through it by crossing it. So what county staff has asked us to do is actually install a traffic separator in this area to prevent that right in, right out, the left out from occurring, the left in and the left out. But that was originally in the 2017 conditions of approval. So it's not really a change associated with this one. But by doing that, that will greatly reduce the traffic on Watson Road. About half of the traffic on Watson Road was coming from a left out of that driveway. But for a site circulation question, the Circle K here has a right in, right out driveway onto Bloomingdale. And then we are adding a full access over here on the eastern side of Bloomingdale. And so if you're interested in going back west without coming out onto Watson Road, you'll be able to make a right out. You can make a U-turn here, or you can come to the full access and make a left from this way. So there are multiple ingress and egress locations. And full connectivity, the residential connection will be along this frontage road. So there will be full connection within the parcel to all the uses within that parcel. And this will connect through a sidewalk system that will connect along Watson Road and then connect to Bloomingdale Avenue.
All right.
I hope that addresses all the concerns. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to.
No, I understand the presentation. Mr. Horner? Last word.
That completes our presentation, Ms. Finch. Again, we appreciate your time and look forward to your favorable recommendation.
Thank you for your testimony. With that, we'll close rezoning 21-0222 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D4, major mod application 21-0227. The applicant's Mali Family Business LLC. The request is their zone is a request for a major modification of existing plan development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening, Cami Corbett, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, Tampa, Florida. I do want to, before we start, Madam Hearing Master, I think there's a number of people in the room, probably both in support of the application and against the application who've entered the room since the swearing in came in. So we might want to redo that before.
Fair enough. All right. So if you are in the room or if you are online and you plan to speak and you have not been sworn in, if you could please stand and raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you for that.
Cami Corbett again, if we could get the PowerPoint. I have the pleasure of representing the applicant who's also the property owner of Mali Family Business. Dr. Mali is here with us this evening, and he has owned this property since 1988. And the sole purpose of this request is to modify the existing PD zoning to allow for the construction of a 15,000 square foot place of religious assembly. There's a long history on the rezoning of the property. Then we have Patricia Ortiz go through. But ultimately, residential support uses have been always allowed within this PD, and what we're asking for tonight constitutes a significant reduction in intensity to those uses.
Good evening.
Hi there. For the record, Patricia Ortiz, AICP. My address is 2810 North Central Avenue, Tampa 33602. This first slide here should orient you with the location of the property. It is north of North Mobley Road, west of Gun Highway, south of Donaloo Road, and within the Keystone Odessa Community Activity Center. As Cami stated, there is a long history of zoning on this parcel, and I'll kind of go through that briefly. In 1998, the property was rezoned from ASC 1 to PD, and that was PD 980503, allowing for 40,000 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses, excluding gasoline sales and drinking establishments, and restricting the sale of alcohol for off-site consumption to a specialty grocery store. It also allowed for 28 single-family conventional style homes to AS1 standards and residential support uses. In 2002, the Keystone Odessa Community Plan was established and the rural design standards adopted. In 2004, the property was modified through major modification 040061, allowing for the same. Oh, I'm so sorry. Next slide, please. There, I'm kind of down at the bottom. The 2004 modification was approved, allowing for the same commercial entitlements, 11 single-family conventional homes to AS1 standards, and residential support uses, specifically in elementary school. Next slide, please. Our original request included 28 half-acre lots, connection to both water and sewer, and a larger church. Since then, our request has been revised to reflect our primary goal, which is to eliminate the 98,000 square foot elementary school on 20 acres and to construct a 299-seat, 15,000 square foot church on 5 acres. We want to retain the rights for 11 single-family dwelling units on 1 acre lots and the 40,000 square feet of restricted CN uses. We are no longer seeking connection to sewer, and water connection would be pursuant only to the rural area policies. We will comply with the Keystone sign standards, and we've increased the front setback from Gun Highway for the church parcel to 60 feet. Next slide, please. This slide shows a side-by-side comparison of our currently approved plan and our proposed modification. As you can see in the northeast corner of the property, we have the 20-acre school site, which allowed for that 98,000 square foot school. What we'd like to do is reallocate the land area, would like to reduce that to 5 acres and allow for a church. The church, again, would seat 299 people and would be 15,000 square feet in size. The excess acreage would be reallocated between the residential and commercial components, but there's no increase in intensity or density proposed. We are changing the cul-de-sac to a through road, and we're reducing the number of access points from 4 to 3. Next slide, please. The church will have a maximum height of 35 feet and 2 stories. The setback from Gun Highway would be 60 feet, from Donaloo, 30. And access to the church would be from internal access ways extending from Gun Highway and North Mobley Road, no access from Donaloo for the church. Again, the access points have been redesignated to use those internal access ways. There'll be 1 access point from Gun and 1 from North Mobley. Next slide, please. We are asking for 1 variation, and that's from Land Development Code Section 30805, Parts 1 and 3, which address residential subdivisions. We would like to allow the 11 homes to be served by traditional individual driveways, as is allowed in nearby developments, specifically in Keystone Shores. This variance is necessary because of the change in the access point location and because we're changing from a cul-de-sac to a through road. We're also seeking to allow the residential lots to access from an internal roadway rather than complying with the LDC standard, which would require some of the lots to access from the external roadway of Donaloo and also be oriented towards that road. This variance, if approved, will restrict vehicular access onto Donaloo Drive and is consistent with compatibility concerns expressed by the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Okay, residential support uses include child care centers, churches, and schools. These uses are compatible with residential development and typically found in areas of residential concentration. The original rezoning specifically allowed for residential support uses, and we're seeking to replace 1 residential support use with another. As proposed, the land area and building size of the church is much less than that which is approved for the school, and the church use is much less intense. The frequency of activity and the activities themselves are less intense than what is for a school. And the reduced parcel size of the church would allow the land area, the excess acreage, to be reallocated, reducing intensity and density. Now, we are maintaining, we are adhering to some conditions which would increase compatibility. Specifically, we're maintaining that lot count of 11 residential lots. We are asking for no increase in intensity on the commercial parcel. The reduction of 94% of square footage for the residential support use. So the church is much smaller than the school. We're maintaining very limited access on Donaloo. We're reducing access points, increasing building setback, and increasing landscaping. So this has, as you know, been reviewed by Planning Commission, and we've been found to be consistent with many of the policies and objectives of the plan, including the rural area objectives and policies regarding neighborhood and community development. Both DSD and Planning Commission are recommending support. Some of the key findings. Oh, next slide, please. Some of the key findings from the staff report are that churches are allowed in pretty much all zoning categories, in fact, all zoning categories, and they're exempt from certain design standards of the Keystone overlay. The proposed rezoning results in a reduction of intensity. The buffering is being increased. The conditions for commercial are unchanged, and trip generation is significantly reduced. With that, I can conclude my presentation and answer questions you may have.
I don't have any this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
Evening. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa, 33607. We conducted a traffic analysis for the project, and as a part of that, we've also requested 2 design exceptions, one for North Mobley and then one also for Gun Highway. Both have been deemed approvable by the county engineer. I want to walk you through the design exception that we've got for Gun Highway and the improvements that we're doing associated with that. There is a CIP project that is currently on the books for the intersection improvements at Gun Highway and North Mobley. This is a graphic that actually from the CIP project and from the study that was done as a part of that. And they're doing intersection improvements along, this is Gun Highway, this is going north. This is North Mobley here. So they are, as a part of that CIP project, they're taking the existing southbound left turn lane that's about 275 feet today and making it about 650 feet, as you can see here. And so what we are doing as a part of that, we've added onto here our proposed access. So we're kind of restricted on where we can put that access because of those CIP improvements with that southbound left as to where that our northbound left that we have to put for our access and where that puts our access point. But in conjunction with the development of the project, anything beyond the church, we would actually go in and do the improvements that are proposed along Gun Highway from our access south. That would include extending that southbound left turn lane and doing the shoulder improvements that are a part of the CIP project.
That would be all the way to the intersection?
Correct. That would go all the way to the intersection. So we would extend that left turn lane and do the shoulder work as a part of that. And then in addition to that, we are also would be dedicating the right-of-way that's necessary for the improvements to both Gun Highway as far as the CIP project and North Mobley, those right-of-way improvements. So that concludes my presentation unless you've got any questions.
I don't. That was it. Thank you.
Cami Corbett again for the record. I'd like to reserve our remaining time for rebuttal.
All right. All right. We'll hear from Development Services, please.
Good evening, Israel Monsanto Development Services. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Sure. Dan, I will share my screen and let me know if I need to swap the screens, please.
Sounds good. Yes. Yeah.
Is that better?
No. Try the display settings again. It's still not working. So let's take that display settings and...
Okay, I'll do it differently now. Give me 1 second.
That works.
Thank you. Again, thanks, Dan. Again, Israel Monsanto Development Services. The request, Mrs. Finch, I want to point out something that you have a copy of the PowerPoint, but I believe it has a typo in the application number. It may read 277, but it is 227.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, the next application, 21-0227, is a measure modification to a plan development located in the Northwest Planning area. The applicant seeks to modify PD 980503, which is approximately 54 acres in size and is located in Keystone, Odessa. The parcel is in the rural service area. The PD is in the area regulated by the Keystone, Odessa Rural Development Standards as provided by the Land Development Code, Section 30800, and is part of the Keystone Community Activity Center Overlay District. The subject plan development is vacant today. The site is within a future land use category of residential 1, which limits residential density to 1 dwelling unit per the acre and allows consideration of a maximum floor area ratio of 0.25 for non-residential development. Surrounding areas, as you can see in the screen, have similar future land use categories of Res 1. The area today generally consists of site zone agricultural and developed with single-family homes. The planned development to the northeast is approved for office residential, while the area east of Gun Highway is also zone planned development, approved for 37 homes subdivision and non-residential uses. The parcel on the south side of North Mobley Road is zoned commercial neighborhood and is developed with a low-scale shopping center. The original plan development rezoning in 1998, as stated by the applicant, was approved for 2 development parcels, A and B, 28 single-family homes with ASC 1 standards and 40,000 square feet of commercial neighborhood uses, as well as residential support uses. The PD was then modified in 04, which is shown on the left of your screen, to add parcel C on the northeast portion for an elementary school for 950 students with 98,000 square feet of building area. The number of residential units was reduced to 11, and the commercial neighborhood use area and square footage were not changed. The plan development currently provides for specific and extensive design standards and guidelines, which are rural design considerations required for site layout, signs, and building exterior design. It also restricts building size and massing. Maximum building height is kept at 35 feet, single story for the commercial area, and 35 feet or 2-story for the school use. This major mod seeks to change the elementary school use in parcel C with a church. As a result of the proposed use change, the general site plan right of the screen is being modified to reflect these changes in land area for each development parcel. Parcel C is being reduced from 20 to 5 acres. Parcel A is being enlarged from 25.4 to 37.8 acres. And parcel B, the commercial parcel, is being increased from 9 to 11.6 acres. According to the applicant, the area for parcel B is being increased to ensure that future development of the site can be accommodated in accordance with the PD conditions and compliance with current code technical manual for stormwater and site engineering. The conditions today require a central public open space measuring a minimum of 1 acre with multiple buildings designed in a campus-style fashion surrounding that open space. Additionally, specific building design and architectural treatments are required. None of this is being modified by this major modification, and the maximum square footage for the commercial parcel will remain at 40,000 square feet. Access to the church, as explained by the applicant, will be through internal access ways extending from both North Mobley to the south and Gun Highway to the east. Increased buffers are proposed along Donaloo Drive to the north, as well as along Gun Highway. The site will be subject to review and approval by the county's public utility departments during site development review for water connections, but since the site is in the rural service area, connections to public sewer is not permitted. The applicant stated that it's requesting 2 waivers to the subdivision design elements found in LDC 30805. The applicant states that previous residential component of the plan development was not subject to these requirements, and the proposed residential area will be designed in harmony with nearby residential subdivisions, which are not designed with these standards. The individual lots are being placed 60 feet from the local road along the north, Donaloo Drive, to restrict direct vehicular access to this road, which was one of the concerns from area residents, and as approved and it will be maintained as approved today. The proposed residential part will provide a common tract, not part of individual lots, as a condition of approval along the north frontage to ensure that these lots are not fronting the local street. Staff reviewed the waivers and finds the justifications reasonable. The original PD plans and subsequent modification were approved without these subdivision requirements, and the future residential part would be designed with patterns similar to nearby residential projects. The applicant will comply with other Keystone Odessa standards for open space and maximum lot coverage. Staff finds that the proposed major modification with the use change is compatible with the area. The surrounding area consists mostly of residential uses with low-scale commercial to the south and east. The land acres for the proposed church is smaller compared to the currently approved school site. Additionally, the building accommodating the proposed church use would be 15,000 square feet, which is much less compared to the 98,000 square feet for building space approved for the school and with the 950 students. In terms of intensity, activities associated with places of worship are less intense and frequent from those found in schools, and churches are typically found in all zoning districts. The school and churches are not subject to design standards per the plan development or by the Keystone Odessa Rural Area Design Standards. The applicant, however, will maintain the maximum height for the church at 35 feet, consistent with nearby plan developments and other restrictive and more restrictive than agriculturally zoned parcels in the area. The staff review letters and receive letters from area residents expressing concerns with the proposed changes, including from the Keystone Odessa Civic Association and the Keystone Shore Subdivision. Most of the concerns pertain to minimum lot sizes, restrictions to vehicular access to Donaloo, buffers and screening, increase in size for the commercial land, side access on Gun Highway, future road improvements, and impact from proposed uses to roads, among other things. Residents have also expressed drainage and flooding concerns in the area. The applicant has met with area residents and representatives and have made amendments to the plan compared with the original request as presented by the previous presentation by the applicant. These include maintaining lot sizes to at least 1 acre, enlarging buffers areas around the site, maintaining restrictions to vehicular connections to Donaloo, and reducing the number of access points on Gun Highway. All of these are being proposed as conditions. And while the commercial parcel is increasing its size to accommodate future development to current site construction code standards, it will maintain the maximum square footage and the same restrictions and site design standards as approved today. Additionally, this PD is within the Keystone Community Area Center, which allows commercial uses. Increasing the land acreage of both the commercial parcel and residential parcel would decrease the intensity and density, respectively, in the overall PD. As noted in the report, there is a trail that's being used by area residents. Now, this trail could be accommodated by private agreement in the future and may be also requested at a future plan development modification. Transportation staff has reviewed the applicant's traffic study and does not object to the application. Staff has proposed new transportation conditions and modifications to a number of existing PD conditions to conform to current code standards. Planning Commission has found this request consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. No objections were received from other reviewing agencies. Proposed conditions will restrict the uses and access on Donaloo, and it will also limit the church on size and height. There is a revised staff report, Mrs. Finch, which is being handed, and we made edits mainly to transportation conditions. We also amended conditions 10.5 to clarify the proposed 60-foot wide area along Donaloo and the required buffers and easements along that area, and to correspond to what is shown on the PD plan. Also, I have updated section 1.6 of my report to correct a statement. The report incorrectly stated that the residential support uses were added in 04, but these were actually originally approved in the first rezoning in 98. And James Radley from Transportation is available if you have any questions. We have not received any other objection from reviewing agencies, and this concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Monsanto. Mr. Ratliff, I don't have any questions unless you wanted to add anything quickly.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, for the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section Development Services. Just real briefly to kind of outline what changed in our staff report. Condition 10.5 and 19, which was regarding the buffering, and just really wanted to clarify that because the Keystone Plan requires sidewalks, does not allow sidewalks to be constructed in most cases, but still requires there to be a provision for them. So we were doing some tweaking with regard to the buffer, you know, how that area needed to interact with the required buffer and then the drainage tract. Just for the record, again, that drainage tract is important because, again, we were trying to avoid that Keystone provision that requires all lots within 50 feet of a right-of-way to take access to that right-of-way. So that's what that 50-foot buffer does for those. But, you know, by putting that 50-foot buffer there, it allows the residential portion of the project to not connect to Donaloo. We also changed the new transportation condition 2 was tweaked just to clarify the type of roads that would be permitted within parcel A. Previously, it had only spoken to leading up to parcel A. So we wanted to go ahead and clarify that. And then last but not least, and I would ask the applicant in their presentation to make sure that I understood their intent correctly. I did make a change and I apologize, I did not have a chance to run this by them before, but I did make a change to the prior to certification conditions as it pertained to a note that was regarding whether or not roadways needed to be public or private within the project. My understanding was that they wanted the flexibility to allow the roadways within the residential portion to be public or private. But of course, because the roadways within the roadways within the commercial pod that's going to be shared between all uses, those could not be gated. So it's basically tweaking that note to basically state that the project roadways may be public or private, but to the extent that within A, they may only be gated within A. So hopefully, if that works for them, or if not, they can let us know and we can try to read something and correct it into the record for you.
All right, we'll ask the applicant when they come back up. We'll go to the planning. We'll go to the planning. Mr. Ratliff, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the planning commission, and I would just ask if you could keep it to the 5-minute time frame as much as you can.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 1 feature land use category. It is in the rural service area and within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The applicant proposes a religious assembly use accommodating 299 people. The proposed intensity is 15,000 square feet, and the maximum FAR in residential 1 is 0.25 FAR. The maximum allowable intensity on parcel C is 35,501 square feet. The proposed use and intensity is consistent with the residential 1 future land use category. The application is consistent with Objective 16 and policies 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3. The proposed religious use provides a gradual transition to residential lots located within the currently approved plan development and the general area. The religious facility will be accessed via both North Mobley Road and Gun Highway, and there will be pedestrian and bicycle access to the facility via Donna Loop Drive. The subject site is located within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The subject property is located within the Keystone Rural Activity Center. The intersection at Gun Highway and North Mobley Road is recognized as a rural activity center by the community and is designed to serve the majority of the community's daily shopping needs. The proposed development is consistent with the Keystone Odessa Community Plan and the Keystone Rural Activity Center. There are wetlands present on the property. The Environmental Protection Commission Wetlands Division has reviewed the request. The EPC has determined a resubmittal is not necessary for the site plan's current configuration. If the site plan changes, EPC staff will need to review the rezoning again. Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent, given that there's a separate approval process for wetland impacts with the EPC. Overall, staff finds the proposed development is consistent with rural area policies and supports the vision of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The request will allow for a development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element of the future of unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. All right, we'll turn to anyone who would like to speak in support. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak in favor? Seeing no one, anyone on, oh, is there one person? Sorry. How many would like to speak in favor? If you could raise your hand, just we need a count. So I see 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Okay, 10 perhaps. All right, we have 15 minutes total. So if we could say a minute and a half-ish, and then we'll adjust as necessary, but we do need to keep with the 15 minutes. And if you could all please come forward just to speed up the time as we move along. You give us your name and address as you begin. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Amarjit Dhaliwal. I'm a resident of Tampa 31 years. 20 years back, we built a small church 40 feet by 60 feet, accommodating maybe 50 to 75 people. With COVID situation, that's even impossible, so many people are not going to the church anymore. We believe in one God, invisible and omnipresent all over. To keep the Punjabi heritage alive, to keep the identity going on, we do need a bigger and better place for worship. So please, please grant this approval without any reservation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You could please sign in up here with the clerk's office. Next, please. Sir, you have to, the policy is the mask must stay on. Thank you.
Will do that.
Give us your name and address. Thank you.
I'm Charanjit Marwa. I live in 11810 Shire Wycliffe Court. I was one of the senior execs at Jebel Circuit, Tampa, currently chief architect at a German software firm, SAP. Prior to COVID, I'd been traveling, commuting for work. I've been living in the greater West Chase. More specifically, Water Chase has been our home base for the last 11 plus years. Belong to the Sikh faith. We are Sikhs, monotheistic, as was said, very similar to Christianity, Judaism, and others. We believe as humans as one race. Three of our core faith tenets are Kirat, honest living. Now, pray to the Almighty, one, share with others. Our community has reasonably grown over the last 10 plus years. 25 families living in the West Tampa Bay. We request for the favor of zoning so that we can congregate and pray together. The zoning process has been extremely very, very long. All we want is a community to get together and pray and support social causes, serve as upliftment of the locals in tough time, balancing our work schedule, commuting for work. Travel to the current prayer location has nearly become impossible due to the distances. All we want is our place where our kids can learn a few things from our faith that I grew up with. Hope powers here grant us request for the zoning, which will help us practice the right given to us by the First Amendment by our founding fathers. I know picture speaks 1,000 words. If I can just have the image here.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't allow presentation from a phone or a tablet. Sorry.
No worries. All I wanted to show was that in the 5 square mile radius, there is about 15, if not 20 odd churches. I don't want to waste the Planning Commission's time. Just to name Keystone Methodist, First Baptist, Florida Church of Word, Korean Church. The name goes on and on. I'm leaving the technicalities to the expert, just humbly requesting the residents and our neighbors. Let's work together and bring something together and exciting to their location. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in.
Sure.
Next, please. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Serlene Sani. I reside at 11917 Meridian Point Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33626. As a Sikh American in today's society, we deserve a place of worship, hence our First Amendment right, the freedom to practice and the freedom of religion. Anyone, regardless of religion, is accepted at our temple, and our younger generations can grow up learning their history, especially since I'm only 16. I'm still learning to this day. I request that the zoning be approved so that we can continue the building of this temple. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Surtaj Sani. I reside at 11917 Meridian Point Drive, and I am a 7th grader at Walker Middle Magnet. The building of the Sikh community's place of worship would enable the ability for the Sikh community to get together. I believe that no matter what religion anyone follows, everyone should be able to have a place for their worship. I would also like to add that the Sikh community's place of worship offer the service of free food to those who request. This will be able to help many communities and people in need of assistance in the area. Therefore, I request for the zoning request to be approved to proceed with the building of the temple. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could please sign in. Good evening.
Matriarch Sabu Shev at 151
16555 Hutchison Road, Odessa, Florida. Just a neighbor and I've known the Mollies for many, many years. And I have no objections to the church being built and the way that current layout is. I think they're good people and there's no reason not to have it.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Cam Jahal, 822 Christina Circle, Oldsmar. I'm in favor of the zoning for the church. We're from a Sikh religion. We believe in equality for all, men, women, all religions. I mean, there's no difference. And we also believe in community service. Some of the things we've done, especially related to this church, we've done things for first responders, free gas for them. We also done multiple food drives. Also at Keystone, we've done vaccine drives also. So we're always there to serve. We want to welcome the neighbors. We want to stay there. We want to become a part of the community. And I'm in favor of the church. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Paramjit Singh, residing at 11411 Glenmont Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33635. I'll just focus on the serving. What's driving us is serving and giving back to the community that we flourish in and realize our dreams in. Our association, Sikh Society of Tampa Bay, started in early 2020 and has participated in many food drives, back to school drive, 2 COVID vaccine drives, and community cleanup. We're proud to have worked with Keystone Association for a food drive around Thanksgiving and cleanup of Keystone area. We have notified Keystone Association of both COVID vaccine drives so local community could take advantage of these vaccines. Having a place of worship will provide us means to do even more for our community, such as food drives, clothing drives, health fairs, vaccine fairs, and offer our place for community needs. We're hoping that attorneys, civil engineering, and county personnel have kept safety of our community as first priority when it comes to traffic patterns, local businesses, placement of structures and parking, as well as aesthetics of the beautiful Keystone neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, and good evening to you all. Really a pleasure standing here. It has been 8 years since I moved into Tampa, and I'll say every day has been a dream. And if I go for 1 or 2 days outside, I really miss Tampa. So thank you, county officials, and thank you, county residents, for making our life here so very wonderful. So I support this initiative here. And as far as one of the two, in fact, 2 of the 3 tenets of Sikhism is one is serving the humanity, the other is truthful living. And according to me, those are not unique. Those are universal and essential for the progress of the human race. With this initiative, we want to invite everyone to be part of this service to humanity. So I wholeheartedly support this initiative and invite every resident of Hillsborough County to support this and also be part of this serving the humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Manvinder Singh Taneja. I'm resident of 9104 Tillinghast Drive in Tampa. We live in the area. We're about 2 miles away from the proposed land for the temple. And basically, you know, every month or every week, my kids ask, you know, can we go to the temple? And I have to tell them, hey, we are working on it. You know, there will be a temple here. It's so important that we have a place of worship. And I really, really request that you grant us this place of worship for our kids, because they really need something. They need to go somewhere to pray, to congregate, and to learn from each other. You know, Sikhism is about oneness. We believe in oneness. And I think all faiths are the same. It's just different paths. We want to show that we are here for each other. And I think by having the temple will only help. And, it's for everyone. So I really, it's a request that you grant us this place. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Baljinder Singh. I've been residing in the West East Tampa area for the last 12 years at 12414 Seabrook Drive, Tampa, Florida 33626. My friends, my brothers and sisters have spoken about the basic tenets of Sikhism. The last one that everyone mentions is the service to humanity. So that's something that is so near and dear to the community and to myself as well. So many vaccination drives, so many free food lunches, so many hours spent at Feeding America, and so on, these volunteer things that we have done. This is something we take pride in, and it is but natural. Now we take this up a notch, and we bring this logistically to a place where we can call it as a church, as a temple, as a gurdwara, as we call it, and we can take it up over there and start serving more people. And we kind of invite everyone, all of us, whether it's a residents of Keystone or Hillsborough or whoever it is, we kind of offer you this message of peace and goodwill. And we implore you to please approve this zoning so that we can build this temple and keep going ahead. So I just offer that as a plea and implore everyone to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. All right. Seeing no one else in the room wants to speak in support. Anyone online in support? No. Okay. Anyone in opposition to the request in the room? I see 1, 2 hands, 3, 4, 5, 1 in the back. Okay. I see 5 in the room. How many are online? 2. So 7. So let's do 2. Do you have a spokesperson or do you want to just divide? So would you like to? Well, and remember, we have 5 people online. 2 people online, also with a 15-minute total, for all of you. So if you could, let's just divide it in half for the people in the room. We'll start with that. Do you want to start with your traffic analyst or your traffic professional first?
Yes.
All right, sir, is it possible for 3 minutes? Could you do it? All right, so let's set that for 3 minutes to start.
I think this gentleman has a flash drive video he would like to share as part of the 15 minutes.
Is that required to be submitted ahead, or can you do that? No, you can't submit anything after I close the hearing.
I think you can submit it in the record if it's on a flash drive. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I asked Cameron Clark that he might be able to show it. So yeah.
All right. So we'll set your clock for 3 minutes, and if you go less, then good for you.
I know time is getting late, so it would not be a bad thing. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Jason Collins. I am a licensed professional engineer, focusing on transportation engineer, as well as a certified urban planner. So PhD, PE, AICP. I am the president of ADASQ. We are a consulting firm located at 201 East Kennedy Boulevard in Tampa 33602.
All right.
Typically, I work for the government agencies, doing sufficiency technical reviews, access management analysis, either for the DOT or a variety of local governments on the west coast of Florida. But I was asked to take a look at this, and as you had heard, the county staff report was constantly changing towards the end. There was a lot of updates towards the end. And I was asked to review the site plan and the application and the staff report that was recently available. One of the things that was done was the access management study that was conducted in there as the things. We performed a technical sufficiency review of that. In general, we have about 8 comments and questions regarding topics regarding the trip generation, the project trip distribution, how that was applied, and the capacity analysis that was done as all. And in summary, there's a variety of assumptions that were undertaken in that analysis. And if there was a change to one or a couple of those different assumptions, depending upon their approval in some sort of a methodology, that could easily change the conclusions of that capacity analysis of that project. Now, I feel a little uncomfortable being here today because I was asked to speak in, are you either for or against it? And if there was a third column that said concerned, I would probably prefer to speak in the concern. So it's not necessarily testimony here regarding for or against, but it's more about wanting to bring some concerns and some reviews to the public record. Beyond that, there was also a traffic circulation review that was asked of this PUD. And I emphasize the PUD in totality because it's really not necessarily a review of this one particular temple that's being requested, but the PUD in totality, because this is a major modification. And so this opportunity allows to review the site plan in totality and the long-term impacts that could be taken place. One of the unique things about this, and you're absolutely right, there is a lot of history that has taken place over the rezonings, is the constrained facility of Gun Highway to 2 lanes. Within this Gun Highway, there are not median separators. And so whenever there's a driveway anywhere along Gun Highway right now, it is...
We'll do one more minute because the flash drive took up about.
Okay, thank you. So what we're concerned about, or what the neighborhood to the east is concerned about, is, and I can use this.
If you just turn
Turn
on
on the other microphone right there.
Yeah, just
turn
press
it
that
on.
button at the base. Okay. There you go.
So the change in the access management has a driveway directly across Keystone Shores, which is called Journey's End. And there is the Donaloo Drive, which we can confirm is, I've been told, a publicly maintained roadway. But in the conditions, it is not having access to Donaloo Drive. And so all that traffic that goes northbound would go through this driveway now that is directly across Keystone Shores. And so that concern is that it is only a 2-lane road there. A standard northbound left turn lane will not provide enough gap or median spacing for a 2-stage gap acceptance. And this is a concern for both the people on the east side and the west side. So I think a long-term access management plan that looks into, how do the neighborhoods of Keystone want to preserve the rural characteristics along Gun Highway, but also make it accommodating for better access and still maintain that 2-lane rural capability would be part of our recommendations. And we could speak about that with questions with staff from that time. I do not want to take up any more time, but something to consider in the future.
I appreciate your testimony. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
And I'd like to submit this letter into the record.
Absolutely. You can give it to the clerk or be part of the record. All right, next up in opposition in the room. And 2 minutes would be.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
I'll condense it now.
Thank you.
My name's Stephen Bean. I live at 8508 Kentucky Derby Drive in Odessa, Florida, 33556. I'm in the Keystone Shores subdivision, which is directly east of the applicant's site. I'm speaking on behalf of the neighborhood, which consists of 36 homes, or 35 homes and 36 lots. And our singular concern with the applicant's plan is traffic safety issues. We've submitted some videos that show that the traffic is highly overdone, and there's not been enough improvements on that roadway for quite some time. The county allowing for a direct driveway on Journey's End Road, which is our driveway at this point, which we have, would be a shared intersection with the new development, and it really requires us to voice our concerns. Our concern centers completely on the roadway safety and suitability, not on the applicant or its requested uses at all. is currently the sole user of that T intersection at Journey's End and Gun Highway. I think out of everybody in this room, nobody has more expertise in terms of, how unsafe that intersection can be at times during the day. For many Keystone residents, a left turn heading south on Gun Highway is a very dangerous maneuver several times each day during traffic pressure on Gun Highway. We've reached out and had some discussions with the applicant, and we've welcomed the idea of maybe a right-of-way, right turn lane for southbound traffic to sort of ease the flow a little bit into their site. We suggested a right turn only until such time as CIP and the county can get to really extending out that central median. And it fell on deaf ears, unfortunately. They did agree, or at least they put into an email from one of their applicants' representatives that they would have off-duty sheriffs represent, or at least handle important events there in traffic overflow, which to me is them acknowledging that there's traffic issues. So we're not asking for anything other than for us all to collectively look at it. We hired Jason to look at the traffic and see if there's a better access points so that we're not overtaxing Gun Highway and putting life safety issues for both our neighborhood and for the applicants' congregants, because they're the ones that are also going to have to be subjected to this and find out only after the fact how unsafe this can be. This is one of the only T intersections on Gun Highway. This would be one of the only intersections on Gun Highway if it was created for them, where there would be no true traffic controls there, and that's a big concern. Now we've got 4 lanes there, and that to not have any traffic control with all the ingress egress traffic from our neighborhood and from the applicant would be, it could be dire circumstances. So we want that to be explained, and hope everybody considers that if we can just get some sort of traffic control aspects that would soften it a little bit there, it'd be better for everyone. So I thank you for all the time.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Good evening.
Evening. Chris Mylan, 8925 Donaloo Drive. I'm speaking for the residents of Donaloo. So we are definitely opposed to this rezoning for a number of reasons. One reason around the traffic is very valid that we've been talking about. We can't turn left off of Donaloo onto Gun, and I know Keystone Stores can't turn left going their way either. So I'm not sure why we still want to have an access point on Gun, and why wouldn't it be moved to Mobley? Because that would make complete sense. That's the way it was zoned for the school that was there. And so for me, that makes a lot more sense than having even an access point on Gun Highway right now, because we're never going to get out. I don't care if you can make that left-hand turn lane more than 650 feet, you can make it a mile, because the backup during the day at multiple times is all the way down to Sickles coming up north. And it can be all the way past Van Dyke coming south because of all the traffic from Pasco County, with all the development that has been done up on 54, the amount of traffic that has happened, and now that school has started up again too. So let's talk about the school. So they had mentioned in the applicant about that this will be a decrease in density. The school never went away. I mean, I know we didn't build the school on our corner, but they certainly built the school on the opposite side of the corner. That density is still there. You're increasing density by adding a church and 299 applicants there. So that density is actually increasing, not decreasing. I completely disagree with what they said. That school is there. The traffic from those schools, are really, really bad right now. And it has not gotten better now that COVID is here to stay, but everyone came back to school. And what has been like since school started back up, I can't even, I hope that video, because I'm sure it's going to be what we're experiencing every day now, and that traffic is not stopped. We would request also on Donaloo for parcel A and C, a 60-foot buffer, not 30. That is also very important to us. We have a big flooding issue on our street between Little Jewel Lake and Lake Keystone. We're shoveling fish when it floods, and it floods multiple times. Adding more concrete and septic tanks and everything that's going to go on in this development is not going to solve our flooding problem that we have on the street right now. And we're only a 1-lane street. One more thing, there also is another environmental issue. There are Florida grouper tortoises on this property, that is protected by the state of Florida. And I have seen nothing about how we're going to fix that problem because there's a tremendous amount of tortoises.
All right.
Okay?
Does that conclude your comments?
It does. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If you could please sign in. Yes, sir.
Hey, good evening. Keith Hall, 9213 Post Road. I'm we're neighborhood kind of to the west of this. So my daily commute is Hutchinson, Gunn, and Mobley. And we recommend to reject this major modification on a number of terms as well. The first and foremost is we believe that it is just incompatible with the plan development, with the agreed upon Keystone Plan. Reading out of the county's own document, that area, this parcel of land was designed to serve the majority of the community's daily shopping needs, such as groceries, post office, animal supplies, etc. Any assembly occupancy does not really comply with that approach, particularly a house of worship of anybody's house of worship does not really fit in with that rural activity center, town center approach. Also, the traffic, you've heard about the traffic. It is what these guys are saying, it's bad. But I do have one request. Don't put all the traffic on Mobley. That's the one I drive on every day. It's already a mess. And part of the reason is because we all share the same intersection, Gunn and Mobley, North Mobley. So if you push them one way, it's going to be a mess. You've heard about septic sanitary. There's a lot of concerns with that because there's so many wells. Having this kind of a system with this kind of occupancy, with this much septic and sanitary, domestic water is definitely a concern. The architectural requirements, really it being a house of worship, really don't fit in with the rural activity center, town center idea of the agreed upon charter. We just recommend that you please consider not allowing it. Once again, it's not keeping people from having a place to worship. This is who we are as Americans. It's just this parcel of land. This is the wrong place for this to occur. It just needs to be a different parcel of land. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If you could please sign in. So I think, is that everyone in the room that wanted to speak? All right. Then let's go to the two people online. You can come put your name and address on the record and say that you were submitting the thumb drive into the record. Sure.
Jonathan Vila, 8505 Kentucky Derby Drive. I did take the video and it was all during the last week, different times of the day, before school, after school, when school lets out, when school is there in session. So it's a whole spectrum of different times.
All right. Thank you very much. If you could please sign in. All right. Now let's go to the two people that are online.
Barbara?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hey, Barbara Adderhole, P.O. Box 272879, Tampa, Florida. I'm going to go with Mr. Collins in saying I didn't like having my two choices of for or against, but I do have concerns. I'm not opposed to Dr. Molly having his temple on his property. I am aware that religious assemblies can be placed in most all land use issues. The applicant was kind enough to agree to buffering and screening along Donaloo and Gunn plus setbacks, but the one remaining issue is why I had to choose the opponent was the access to Gunn Highway. And while I am not a traffic engineer by any means, I still think we have a safety issue on Gunn Highway. If you've ever tried to go northbound, make a left-hand turn, it's almost like a suicide mission. And in my humble opinion, having driven on the roads, I think a right in, right out could be a Band-Aid until the CIP project comes to being, and it would help the community. And I'm including Dr. Molly's temple in this community, Keystone Shores, KCA, everything around. When this property was rezoned in 2004, that school did not materialize, but it did occur on North Mobley. So we have that traffic now. Again, safety is the only issue. I don't oppose the temple, just a lack of safety for the community. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
John? John Thomas, are you there?
I am here. I am here. I've been listening this evening. My name is John Thomas. My address is 6493 Emerson Avenue South in St. Petersburg. I am here on behalf of the Keystone Civic Association, and I've been monitoring, and I have observed that most of the Keystone Civic Association's issues have been addressed, resolved to some level of satisfaction, except for the safety issue, which we've been hearing about tonight, a very serious issue. I wish we could see those videos. Those videos demonstrate that with the school queuing going on, the queuing is currently illegal. It's backed out onto the public roadways, and it's extensive. It's up to, I think, maybe 10 cycles that people are sitting through or more just to get through those intersections that are affected by, that will be affected by this additional traffic. I think you've heard enough about that, and we'll be hearing more about that, but it's a safety issue, and the design of this project with its access ways is totally inadequate at this time. I think there's been an undercount in the amount of traffic. I think that totally must be revisited. And with that, I'll cede any other time to the other people here tonight. I think you're on track with the traffic issue, and I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Anyone else online? Okay. So with that, let's close opposition testimony. We'll go to county staff. Mr. Ratliff, I see you.
Yes.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond on behalf of the county regarding the transportation issues that were quoted by the opposition testimony.
Yes, thank you. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section, Development Services. So let me try to take these kind of as they came. I heard something about, the fact that they were talking, with the applicant about possibly having a, an officer direct traffic during certain events, or, that is not a condition of zoning. I just want to point that out. But that in itself, and I think there was an intimation that means that clearly that there's a safety issue if they're willing to agree to that. And I would just point out that that's not what that means at all. Police officers directing traffic can help an access point operate more efficiently. It doesn't mean that it's inherently unsafe. And so we've used that, or other projects have used that in order to help an access operate more efficiently, but it's not, in and of itself, it does not mean that there's a safety issue. They're talking about wanting better access. And I would point out again that if you look at the existing approved project, there are 2 full access points on Mobley and 1 access point on Gun Highway. And the access point on Gun Highway, although there's a condition that talks about that location being generally, that it can float, it's shown in a very specific location, and that is not a good location. It probably, is not something that we would certainly not approve it there if it came into sight today. So we would be looking to push that away from the intersection, get that access point away from that intersection influence area, and push it further to the north, such as to the location that is being proposed. So again, we've evaluated that. We believe that the proposed access, a full access aligning with Journey's End, is the safest and best access alternative, particularly when you look at the existing access locations. Again, there are 2 on Mobley, one of which is being removed. And that is consistent with 60403I regarding the number of access points. But to another gentleman's point who spoke later, he said, please don't put it all on Mobley. We don't want to see that. And so, again, one of the key tenets in access management and helping to avoid systematic problems that we have is making sure trips are evenly distributed on the network. So we don't want people coming from the north to have to make a turn onto Mobley in order to turn into the project and pass by what could be an access point, and similarly, vice versa. So again, I would point out that with respect to the access on Donaloo, the access from Donaloo was specifically something that the board had agreed to, and the developer previously that had been worked out at the request of those residents during the previous zoning to exclude any vehicular access save the 1 lot that's west of the lake. So that is something that again is being maintained, through this zoning proposal. Could you take additional access to Donaloo? Vehicular access? Certainly you could. It's not going to take you anywhere except to the same place out on Gun Highway in terms of distribution of trips, because Donaloo essentially it's a dead end road to the west. Would that allow you to have a place for those people to avoid having to go out onto Gun Highway to get to the commercial component? Sure. You could divert some trips off of Gun Highway by putting an access onto Donaloo, so that the folks who live there who want to stop in at the commercial can get there directly without going onto Gun Highway. But again, that's a very small number of trips that would be diverted. And again, based on the previous commitment by the applicant at the desire of the community to restrict access to Donaloo, that lack of access was being honored for this particular project.
Mr. Ratliff, let me just try to sum up here. So as I understand your comments, am I looking at the already approved site plan versus the modification? There's one access approved on Gun Highway. There's two access points approved on Mobley today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so the proposed modification is one access on Gun Highway and one access on Mobley. And then there are internal access and then that already approved west of the wetland lake access onto Donaloo. And that's it. So we're reducing access points from 4 to 3. Is that right?
Correct. And we believe that not only results in a safer plan from access management, from access spacing, and given that intersection influence area, we believe that results in a safer access management plan for this project, and is also appropriate given the reduction of intensity in the project. And again, as a last point to touch on that issue, I understand that the folks have said, well, the school was built across the, on the other side of the intersection, and so, okay, that was the original intent, was for that school to go on this site, but this site has approval for a school, and so a charter school could come in and construct here. There's nothing that would preclude the public school system or a charter school from coming in and constructing. So again, when we look at that, they're taking that use off the table. That's part of where we get that reduction of trips. And again, we had a little disagreement with the applicant over the scope of that reduction. We looked at it based on the settlement agreement that had been done after the fact with the board, using that number of students as the cap and looking at the reduction in trips. Again, it still doesn't matter which way you look at it. It still results, this zoning action will result in a substantial reduction of trips between removing that elementary school use and also the trip cap that transportation staff has placed on this. There's currently no restriction on the amount of fast food restaurants that could be constructed in the existing zoning. And the applicant has agreed to a condition restricting it to a maximum of 3,500 square feet. So again, all of those things taken into consideration, this results in a substantial trip reduction in the project overall. We believe a much safer access plan.
All right. Thank you for that testimony. I appreciate it. Let me ask Mr. Grady before we move on. Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Then we'll go back to the applicant for rebuttal.
Cami Corbett again for the applicant. I think Mr. Ratliff did a good job of explaining some of the reasons why the transportation conditions are the way that they are. I will say that we were working with Keystone Shores and the Keystone Civic Association. We continued this case twice, in fact, once to have the community meeting, the records of which are in the record, and another time to see if we could continue to work through site planning issues. But it seemed that unless and until we agreed to do some kind of access management improvement that's not warranted by the level of development that's approved here, that we would not have their support. And so we did move forward. It wasn't that it fell on deaf ears. We were trying to best that we could within what we had. And unfortunately, what we offered in good faith in terms of having an off-duty sheriff's deputy on special events was met with, well, see that there you admit that safety is a problem, and that wasn't the intent. And so that's why we didn't pursue that condition any further. We'd be open to that still, but that's why those discussions didn't go any further. And so this time I'd like to have Steve Henry come up and then Jeremy Couch to address drainage and sanitary sewer.
All right, thank you.
Again, Steve Henry, as Mr. Ratliff had indicated and has shown, and I'm going to go to the Elmo here on a couple things. And so this first graphic shows a trip generation comparison between the approved zoning and then also what we're requesting. The green is on the left-hand side is the AM peak hour, on the right-hand side is the PM peak hour. And what we've got here, and as Mr. Ratliff had indicated, there's a question as whether it's 950 students or 775. The black number is based on our report that had the 950, which was on the zoning. There was a settlement agreement, and the 703 are what's in Mr. Ratliff's report based on the reduction in the number of students. But either way, when you look at it, you go from, let's say, 703 in the AM peak hour to 187. That's what we're proposing, a significant decrease. And again, the charter school or the school is approved for the site. A school can go on the site. Just because another one was built close by does not preclude the ability for a school to be built on the site. And then in the PM peak hour, again, you're looking at 447, 329, as opposed to 294 or 206. So again, there's a significant reduction in the amount of traffic for what we are proposing today over what could be built there today under the existing zoning. As you indicated, the number of access points we're reducing. Then just real quick again to kind of go through how we arrived at the access location for Gun Highway. When we met with the county early on, we had actually had the access a little bit further south. The issue that we're dealing with is trying to accommodate the CIP project. That one is proposing the 650-foot left turn. When we put our left turn lane in there that's required, it ends up pushing us to the Journey's End intersection. So that's the location of that. Any further north, we get too close to Donaloo. Any further south, we can't accommodate it because of the turn lane for the southbound and northbound. So we're kind of locked in as to where that access can go, given the configuration and the improvements that are planned for Gun Highway. I think that concludes my comments, unless you've got any questions.
No, nothing
Thank you.
further. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Jeremy Couch with Tampa Civil. I'm a professional engineer specializing in site development and drainage. I just wanted to say on the record that this project will be designed to Hillsborough County and SwiftMud standards. The project will be designed to provide a net improvement to nutrient loads going towards Little Lake Jewel and Lake Keystone, and will also provide a net benefit by reducing the runoff rate discharged to that portion of the property. We believe that the development will provide a net benefit to the drainage in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corbett, anything further?
I think we had a couple extra minutes left over from, or did you add that time in?
No, I think that was the 5 minutes is what that clock is counting down. So I'll give you another minute or so, sure.
What I'll do is just ask that you, we're going to submit our entire PowerPoint presentation into the record and just ask that you review that. We also have some additional information about septic tanks, and I'd like to take the last 30 seconds and allow my client, Dr. Molly, to address you.
Absolutely. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Dana Molly, address 11811 Shire Wycliffe Court, Tampa, Florida. The safety is very important to us, and most of the comments have been made that the traffic is back down to 2 miles north and south. This is mostly on weekdays from Monday through Friday. Our services will be in the evenings on Saturday and Sunday. With that change, there will be less traffic than what's presented during the weekdays. Because one of my friends, he took a video during weekdays when the school is coming or when the students are going and back. And that reduces a lot of traffic when we're going to have services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in. Does that complete your presentation? All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close major modification 21-0227. I think we should take one more 5-minute break So it's 10:35, so 10:40, we're going to start and resume the rest of the hearing. Thank you.
We will be starting in about 30 seconds. Test. For what? Check time. Check time. One.
Welcome back to the zoning hearing master hearing. Mr. Grady, let's call the next case.
The next item is agenda item D5, major mod application 21-0417. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here?
Excuse me, could the people in the back,
If we could keep it
Please.
down in the back, we're trying to proceed. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Grandoff.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. My name is John Grandoff. My address is Suite 3700 Bank of America Plaza. In the interest of time, I ask if you would poll the audience if there's anyone in opposition here or online, and I can maybe abbreviate my presentation.
We certainly can. Is there anyone online in opposition?
Yes, there is.
One person.
Okay, anyone in the audience?
Anyone in the room in opposition? No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also, Ms. Finch, I want to ask if you've viewed the property in person.
Mr. Grandoff, I am here to ask the questions, but if you could continue with your presentation, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Well, I urge you to do so if you have not.
As a part of my process.
This application is at County Road 670, State Road 674 and Lagoon Shore Drive. It's a very simple application for a lagoon in which we're substituting about 100 units to put in about a 20-acre lagoon that is already under construction, almost finished. And our request is to allow us to have semi-private use, semi-public use of the facility. As summarized in Mr. Grady's report, there are several findings that I want you to be aware of. First of all, we have a disagreement with the Planning Commission that they have determined that the project does not meet locational criteria. I submit to you that that applies in the context of strip commercial. This is not strip commercial. And further to that, our expert traffic engineer, Mr. Steve Henry, had a conversation with Mike Williams of the Transportation Department, confirming that Lagoon Shore Drive, which is the main drive involved in this project, is actually functioning as a collector. That finding is provided in Mr. Ratliff's report, and I'll provide to you the paragraph on that one. Mr. Henry is here to explain that discussion he had with Mr. Williams if necessary. And in the report by Mr. Ratliff, in paragraph 1E of the conditions of approval, he notes that parenthetically that Lagoon Shore Drive is a collector roadway. There are no objections from that department. Also, the collector road is defined as those roads that collect and distribute traffic between local roads and arterial roads. Collectors are roadways providing service with relatively moderate traffic volume, moderate trip length, and moderate operating speed. And again, this goes to the finding of inconsistency by the Planning Commission, which we submit is incorrect. And to demonstrate that, I'd like to show you two.
If you could turn that microphone on that's right there, just the button at the base.
Okay, how's that? Can you hear me?
Perfect, thank you.
Here's the project and the lagoon, which is going to be substituted for about 100 units, is south of County Road 674. Highway 301 is over here to the west, and Lagoon Shore Drive is our collector, which links County Road 674 and will eventually tie into Bishop Road. To give you a better perspective, this was prepared by Ryan McCafferty, our civil engineer, again showing 674 Lagoon Shore, tying into Bishop Road, and then Hidden Creek Boulevard, US 301. So you have these arterials, you have these collectors, and you have another collector on the bottom, another local on the bottom. So we believe that the Planning Commission's findings are incorrect based upon the facts of the case. Now, why do they say that? They say that because Lagoon Shore Drive is not on the capital projects map. This is form over function. That's a form issue. The road is functioning as a collector. And that's all we have to say on the inconsistency finding. The existing PD includes permitted uses such as recreational areas, lakes, and stormwater ponds. We're modifying that PD to a separate definition that I urge you to read on page 5 of Mr. Grady's report, particularly the third paragraph, which is indented and says recreational, general, indoor, outdoor. For the sake of time, I'm not going to read that to you verbatim, but I urge you to read that as part of your findings of fact. With that finding, we then switch to, well, how much parking do you have to have for this project? Mr. Henry did an exhaustive study and several discussions with Mr. Ratliff, and we concluded that parking would be required in the numbers of 246 guest parking spaces, 222 golf cart spaces, 40 employee spaces. That is found in page 6 of the report. And also, excuse me, we have further findings that this roadway will be able to support that traffic, and that we have additional conditions that will prohibit parking on Lagoon Shore Boulevard and confine all the parking to the parking area. There are no waivers requested for this parking, and we're meeting a code as found by the Transportation Department. As to waivers, those waivers are not requested either on landscaping, buffering, fences, or walls. As to the intersection of Lagoon Shore Boulevard and State Road 674 at the entrance, Mr. Henry has established that this light is in the design process and that will meet signal warrants and will be built. While we're on traffic, I want to switch over to condition 22 found in the report. Condition 22 was submitted by the Hillsborough Area Rapid Transit Department, Mr. Dwayne Brown, in which he requested that a transit accessory pad and provide a bus shelter, et cetera, on County Road 672. We believe that is a type of typographical error. It is supposed to be County Road 674. We're okay with the condition. However, we ask that the last sentence, which reads, in the event that the FDOT declines, et cetera, that condition be deleted because it compels us to work with FDOT to locate a bus stop within a 1 mile perimeter. And we believe that's not reasonable and not supported by the code. Otherwise, that is correct as corrected to County Road 674. Pardon me for a moment. I'd like to summarize for you, and then we will reserve the remainder of my time. Just a moment, please. That will cover it for now. I'll reserve the remainder of my comments for rebuttal, Ms. Finch. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services, please.
Mr. Monsanto, Development Services. I will share my screen. You see that?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Monsanto Development Services. The next applications, this application is 210417, major modification to a planned development located in South County. The applicant seeks to modify PD 05210, which is approximately 192 acres in total. The size being modified is 46 acres in size and is located on the South Shore Bay residential project. The parcel is in the urban service area. And this PD is approved for a maximum of 940 dwelling units, including a variety of housing types, in addition to recreational areas, lakes, and stormwater ponds. Most of the site is within a future land use category of Res 6, which limit density to 6 dwelling units per the acre, and maximum floor area ratio of 0.25 for non-residential development. The area today generally consists of sites developed with single-family homes. The PD to the west and south is approved for residential uses, similar to the one being modified today. The subject site is approved for residential uses and private community recreational areas. This site is approved for 5 development parcels with a maximum of 940 dwelling units. The major mod affects 2 development parcels within this PD, parcels B and D. These parcels are approved for residential uses as well as with a neighborhood park and amenity center. The subject site is being developed with a large lagoon, 4.9 acres, and an amenity center, recreational areas with 20,000 square feet of building space. The applicant requests to change the portion of parcel B and D, of parcel B, and then parcel D would be reconfigured to add a new parcel F on the east side of the subject site. The remaining area of parcel D would consist of residential units, while parcel F would include the amenity center, recreational space, and lagoon pool area. The applicant states the modification seeks to clarify that the site is a permitted use in parcel F as an indoor-outdoor general recreational use with accessory uses, which include but are not limited to a bar, pool, and playground uses. The site will be a recreational water amenity serving the residents and guests of the community. The modification to the PD is needed since the Land Development Code defines this proposed use differently from what a private community recreational use is. A condition is being proposed to establish a number of parking spaces in order to regulate the amount of vehicles for the facility users. The required parking spaces would include 246 guest and resident spaces, 220 golf cart spaces reserved only for residents, and 40 employee spaces. The PD today is approved for 940 dwelling units, and according to the approved plats for different phases within the PD, a total of 392 lots have been platted. Based on transportation study provided by the applicant, it was concluded that the use proposed in parcel F would represent a reduction of at least 100 dwelling units based on vehicle trip generation, and this is also supported by an acreage analysis calculation submitted by the applicant, which noted that the net reduction of units replaced by the proposed use would be at least 100 units. Therefore, the request will also reduce the overall allowed number of units from 940 to 840. Lastly, this application will add 2 additional access points along the Major Mode area southern line to connect to the adjacent PD to the south. Surrounding area consists of residential uses. Based on the description in the project narrative, the amenity center would operate to accommodate both internal and external uses of the residential project. Residents would utilize the site as typical amenity center and with no additional membership of passes needed. And all external users will be required to purchase advanced reservations online. Transportation staff reviewed the application and the documentation submitted by the applicant and has found the proposed traffic and parking assessment acceptable. Per the trip generation analysis, the traffic generated by the proposed use would result in less traffic compared with trips otherwise generated by dwelling units in the subject site. Planning Commission filed an inconsistency finding, and the locational criteria waiver request was not approved. Planning Commission staff indicated that the site is not located at a major intersection and is located along a local roadway as designated by the functional classification map. Transportation staff, however, noted that Lagoon Shore Boulevard functions more like a collector roadway. Compared to the initial submittal, the staff recognizes that the applicant has made efforts to reduce and mitigate impacts of the proposed use within the PD. The applicant has demonstrated that the overall number of dwelling units allowed in the PD is being reduced. The applicant has also decreased the square footage for the structures in the lagoon site from their original request. Transportation staff has reviewed the parking assessment and does not object and finds it highly likely there will be sufficient parking for the proposed use based on the conditions recommended by staff, together with the restrictions of facility operations and parking proposed by the applicant. No objections were received by other reviewing agencies. Therefore, based on this consideration, the staff recommends approval with the proposed conditions. And this concludes my presentation.
All right, Mr. Monsanto, just one quick comment, and then we're going to move on. Page 3 of the staff report and also on your PowerPoint, in the table where you describe what they approved for and what they're going to, it just looks like the to and the from are reversed. The from should be on the left. The parcel, the actual table is fine. It's just the two in the from is just confusing. So it just needs to be reversed, I believe.
Yes, sorry, good catch.
That's
Sorry
okay.
about
I
that.
just want to clear it up for the record. All right, thank you so much. I don't have any questions. Planning Commission, remember, we're short for time.
Madam Hearing Officer.
Planning Commission.
Madam Hearing Officer, this is James Ratliff, Transportation Review. If I may, I'll be very brief, but I didn't need to respond to something that the applicant said.
All right, Mr. Ratliff, if quickly, please.
Yes, Transportation Review Section, James Ratliff for the record. The applicant asked to strike the last sentence or to modify the last sentence of our proposed condition number 3. I would point out that there really, that last sentence was placed in there based on a conversation I had with Hart and the likelihood that in the event we can't find room to fit a bus shelter, I believe based on that conversation, Hart is still going to want the lesser facility, which is not a bus bay, but just a shelter itself. Now, the Land Development Code states that if determined by the administrator in Heartline, so it takes both the county and Heartline to decide that public transit facilities are not needed. That doesn't mean you get to waive them altogether. So we absolutely would object to that, to the revision as Mr. Grandoff requested. If they want to strike the last sentence in its entirety and leave it with even less flexibility, that's okay with us. But barring what we've proposed, we think it's appropriate for the condition to stand as is. I'll leave it there.
All right, I appreciate that comment. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 and residential 6 future land use categories. It is in the urban service area and is located within the limits of the Wamama Village Community Plan. The request for this major modification to reduce the permitted single-family residential to 840 units and clarify that the Crystal Lagoon is an indoor-outdoor recreational use that will be semi-private. The applicant is requesting a reduction in residential units, but the overall plan development will still meet the merits of policy 1.2 for median minimum density. This portion of the modification is consistent with the policy direction of the comprehensive plan. The indoor-outdoor recreation amenity will allow consideration of accessory uses, such as kayaking, paddleboarding, restaurant, event space, and other accessory uses. Per the applicant, the use is considered semi-private and will be open to non-residents by reservation and paying a fee. Because the lagoon constitutes a non-residential use, as defined within the definition section of the comprehensive plan, the proposal is subject to Objective 22, the future land use element regarding commercial locational criteria. Commercial locational criteria is based on the land use category of the property and the number of lanes of the roadway as shown on the adopted 2040 Highway Cost Affordable Long-Range Transportation Plan. The site is not located at a major intersection, and the site is located on a local roadway as designated by the functional classification map. During the analysis of this rezoning, transportation staff have noted that Lagoon Shore Boulevard functions more like a collector roadway. While Lagoon Shore Boulevard may function more like a collector, Planning Commission staff can only consider roadway lanes and roadways listed on a 2040 Highway Cost Affordable Long-Range Transportation Plan as per Future Land Use Policy 22.2 in making a consistency finding. To meet the locational criteria, the site must be within 900 feet of a qualifying intersection per policy 22.2, and 75% of the site must fall within the node. The site does not meet locational criteria for non-residential uses based on the future land use category and the classification of the intersection of roadways as shown in the adopted 2040 Highway Cost Affordable map. Several intersections were analyzed to determine whether the property meets commercial locational criteria. Closest intersection of the subject property is Lagoon Shore Boulevard and Sailor Pines Court, both of which are local roadways not listed in the 2040 Highway Cost Affordable map. The second closest intersection is State Road 674 and Lagoon Shore Boulevard, and the site is approximately 2,500 feet away and would not meet the distance requirements for commercial locational criteria. US Highway 301 and State Road 674 is a qualifying intersection on the map. However, the site is not within the qualifying distance. The applicant has provided a waiver to locational criteria as part of their application. According to the waiver, the proposed development would not be a typical commercial enterprise, but an indoor-outdoor recreation use. Additionally, as part of the waiver justification, the applicant states that the requested use be fully gated and will not produce impacts to the surrounding residential uses. Allowing this use to be open to the public increases the volume of traffic and activity traveling along Lagoon Shore Boulevard, which is a local residential road as defined by the functional classification map. This is inconsistent with Blue Policy 16.5, which requires the development of higher intensity non-residential land uses that are adjacent to established neighborhoods be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to established and developing neighborhoods. Objective 16 and its policies are used in the evaluation as well. The intent of these policies are to protect existing neighborhoods through various mechanisms. Policy 16.2 states that gradual transition of intensities between different land uses shall be provided for as new development is proposed and approved through the use of professional site planning, buffering and screening, and control of specific land uses. In this case, Planning Commission staff have determined that the proposed use would not provide for a transition in intensity between uses, and allowing a development that can be considered for up to 20,000 square feet would not provide creation of complementary uses in a predominantly single-family residential development pattern. Blue Policy 22.7 states that locational criteria are not the only factors to be considered for approval of a neighborhood commercial or office use in a proposed activity center. Considerations involving land use compatibility, adequacy, and availability of public service, environmental impacts, adopted service levels of affected roadways, and other policies of the comp plan and zoning regulations would carry more weight than locational criteria in the approval of the potential neighborhood commercial use in an activity center. With the proposed uses incompatibility with the surrounding area, Planning Commission staff have determined that the proposed use would be too intense and would not be complementary to the surrounding development pattern of the immediate area, and would disrupt the gradual transition to the existing single-family development pattern. Planning Commission staff recommends that the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners not approve the commercial locational criteria waiver. While Planning Commission staff acknowledges the applicant has made an effort to mitigate impacts by reducing the parking and reducing the number of guests that can attend the lagoon, the site still does not meet commercial locational criteria. And Planning Commission staff also have concerns to allowing more intensive uses internal to a residential single-family development without access to a collector or chiller roadway. The proposed rezoning would facilitate commercial encroachment into existing residential area and is inconsistent with comprehensive plan policy direction. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one in the room, no one online, no one. Is there anyone in opposition in the room? Seeing no one. All right, we have one person online.
Tammy?
Hi. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long night, and I'm a novice, and I listened to all of this meeting. So I just want to thank everyone there, Ms. Finch, all of the Hillsborough County staff, and I am a novice.
Please.
Tammy Morris, 16813 Banner Shell Place.
Thank you.
I am a Hillsborough County long life resident of 61 years. So I love Hillsborough County. I'm a resident in the Medley community of South Shore Bay, and I love the area, love the lagoon, love that it's going to be an amenity, but I had some concerns, and I am quite confused. They keep talking about 840 units that they've modified from 900 to 840 units. And please bear with me, I don't understand that, but I believe right now there's over 2,700 homes in here. So is that an additional 840 units?
Ms. Morris, if you could just give us your comments, and then when it's the
Okay.
applicant's turn next, we'll have him reply.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm not new to this. My comments are quite clearly my concerns about getting out onto 674 from Lagoon Shore Drive. Because it's very difficult to get out there now, and we're not nearly developed, but I believe I heard they're going to be putting a light. I thought I heard that earlier. The other comment I had is that we are a gated community. How are they going to allow people to come into the community once we're built out and we have the gate code? I wouldn't, from a security perspective, I wouldn't want people coming in and getting our security code. The other comment I have is on the 246 parking spaces. I appreciate that they have dropped that number down and that no parking will be allowed on Lagoon Shore Drive. What is to prevent people who have purchased tickets from driving down the street to a neighbor's street and park their car and come into the facility? With that, I appreciate everyone's attention and all the time we put in this evening, and those are my main comments.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that. So with that, we'll close opposition testimony. County staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Grandolph, you have time for rebuttal. You heard Ms. Morris's questions.
Let me back up. Ms. Finch, first of all, I want to clarify one more time that condition 22 applies to State Road 674. I just want to make sure that wasn't overlooked. We will have a registration system that will be internet-based, so people will be able to register to go to the lagoon. Once that registration is filled, there'll be no more admittance. The parking is specifically numbered and structured to coincide with the registration system. We've prohibited any parking on Lakeshore Boulevard. On the Planning Commission's objection, to read for you verbatim objective 22. And this is what's the reason for the rule? Why do you have the locational criteria rule, and why do you allow for waivers? We're not subject to the rule because the reason for the rule is, quote, to avoid strip commercial development. And this project is hardly strip commercial development. The classic strip commercial development being Highway 60. That's what it was aimed to. We're not that. We're an enclosed subdivision, gated community. Lakeshore Boulevard is not creating strip commercial development. The 20,000 square foot structure, which was spoken about, has already been approved, permitted, and built. This is simply a request to take out approximately 100 units of dwelling units, substitute them with the lagoon, and with a reduction in parking demand. As to classification of Lagoon Shore Boulevard, I'd like to bring in Steve Henry, our professional engineer, to show you and clarify what I meant. Steve, will you come forward, please?
Mr. Grandolph, I'll just let you know we got about 2.5 minutes left on rebuttal.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa, 33607. Policy 22.2 talks about the cost affordable plan. And what I've put for you is the latest, it's the 2045 cost feasible highway plan. And they're correct, it doesn't have Lagoon Shore Boulevard. It also, it doesn't have some other developer roads. It doesn't have the extension of Simmons Loop Road. It's supposed to go from Big Bend Road to Paso El Mar. Been on the books. We just actually zoned it again. They changed the zoning this year. That's not on the plan. K-Bar Parkway. It's actually under a developer agreement to be built from Meadow Point Boulevard to Morris Bridge. Not on the plan. So the reality is they don't have developer roads in the cost feasible plan. So a developer road can't meet their criteria. And it has indicated, this road and again, I had talked with the county engineer, and based on the criteria, he agreed that this is a collector road. It goes from 674 to Bishop Road. And I just got some quick pictures. If you look at that, this is not, if you look at this roadway, this is up at the intersection of 674. This is going south. This is the roundabout. Does this look like a local road from the standpoint? Here it is going over the hill. And this is the Crystal Lagoons over here. So from our standpoint, looking at it from a traffic circulation standpoint, where it's going, the type of road that's actually been built, it is in our mind, it is a collector roadway. And in addition to that, we are currently in the process of designing a signal for the intersection of 674 and Lagoon Boulevard. As soon as that is permitted, it will be installed. That concludes my presentation. Unless you have any questions.
No, thank you. Mr. Grandoff, just clarify for the record how many units this is approved for and how many will it will be decreased to as if the modification is approved?
Approved for 940. 392 have been platted. We'll remove about 105 from the 940. So about 835.
Thank you very much.
And I will summarize in about 1 second. I ask that you give great consideration to Mr. Henry's professional opinion that is competent substantial evidence, and that the opposition has not met the standard of competent substantial evidence. I respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. With that, we'll close major modification 21-0417 and call the next case. And before we do that, let me just advise you that the county has a policy that I cannot take a new case starting after midnight. So if whatever we get to, but the person on the last on the agenda would like us to all hurry along. So if we could call the next case and move quickly.
Next item is D6 rezoning application PD 21-0420. The request is to rezone to plan development. Michelle Heimer will provide staff for presentation after presentation by the applicant.
Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Cami Corbett, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, Tampa, Florida, here for the applicant Second Wave. The applicant is Second Wave. They are a market rate developer, and they do have a sister company called Blue Sky Communities, which you'll hear about this evening. And I just wanted to make that clarification of the relationship between the parties. And with that, I'd like to ask Alexis Crespo, our planner, to do an abbreviated presentation of our PowerPoint, but again, ask that you review the entire thing in the record. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to share my screen. Alexis Crespo with Waldrop Engineering representing the applicant. My address is 28100 Bonita Grand Drive, Bonita Springs, Florida 34135. I have been sworn. As Kami noted, I'll be very brief due to the lateness of the evening. This is a request to rezone 27 acres. It's in a mixture of agricultural, single family, and office, as well as PD zoning districts. We are looking to rezone to a unified PD to allow for 472 multifamily dwelling units, as well as on-site recreational amenities. Of those 472 units, 120 will be committed affordable housing units, while the remaining 352 will be market rate. The subject property is outlined in pink on the screen on the north side of Bloomingdale. It's about a mile to the east of the 301 intersection, clearly in an urbanized area of the county and the Brandon planning community, surrounded on all sides by existing development. So this is a truly an infill assemblage in an area well served by public infrastructure. In terms of our immediate surrounding uses, to the north, we do have a mix of residential, single family, as well as some townhome development, and also single family to our northeast. As you get towards the Bloomingdale corridor, it is more intensive with light industrial, commercial. We have some mini warehouse to our west. And then I also want to note an apartment development under construction to our west that was approved about approximately 2 years ago for 16 dwelling units per acre. And that was subject to a companion future land use map amendment. The subject property is currently within SMU 6 future land use, but an amendment to modify that to the residential 16 was transmitted to DEO in April, and we'll meet up with this companion PD rezone in a few months. The subject property, I'll just be very brief on this point. The Brandon community had some extensive studies done to see how redevelopment can encourage mobility, encourage redevelopment at higher densities, intensities, to create better land use patterns in this area, and create multimodal opportunities. The site is in the urban general portion of this study, as well as high intensity suburban. And this is just indicative of the long range planning to direct higher densities to this area, which is exactly what this plan development application will achieve. And this study, while not formalized into the comprehensive plan yet, was supported broadly by the MPO as well as the Planning Commission. To touch on the specifics of our rezone, this is an illustrative version of our PD master site plan. The height of The majority of buildings is limited to 55 feet tall, 4 stories. However, we do transition building height as you move to the east of the site where we are closer to existing single-family uses. So the height does transition down to 47 feet on the eastern portion of the site. And then we do a further transition, really respecting the single-family units to our north and step that down to a 3-story maximum height limit at the northern edge of that building. We've clustered the clubhouse amenity features closer to the arterial corridor, where it will be blocked from any surrounding residential uses by intervening buildings on the property, as well as enhanced buffers. Those enhanced buffers along the northern property lines where we abut single family are 20 feet wide. They're enhanced type B buffers with taller trees than the code requires, more trees than the code requires, as well as an 8-foot tall opaque wall fence. And these are all contained in the zoning conditions attached to your staff report. Also along the northern property line, we've been very sensitive with our Mariposa neighbor to the north by providing 320 feet of separation between any internal proposed multifamily buildings and their property line. And we do that through wetland preservation as well as stormwater ponds. And then I'll note, we do respect the setback along the northern property line and provide between 68 and 85 feet of separation to the Providence Oak shared property line. I've outlined these items, so I won't belabor them. They are, again, compatibility conditions outlined in your staff report. The site is well served by transit facilities. There is a transit stop at the front of the subject property, and Mr. Henry is going to talk about some of the enhancements to really encourage future residents of this area to utilize those services. And you can see the numerous bus routes that run along Bloomingdale and service the property. We'll rely on the staff report for comprehensive plan consistency. We are in agreement with staff that this is consistent with the adopted goals, objectives, policies of that plan, directing growth to urban areas, achieving minimum densities in your urban service area, and having sensitive site design to make sure that this infill redevelopment is compatible and consistent with the neighborhood. To that end, we did secure a letter of community support from the Mariposa HOA to our north, which I believe is included in your backup materials. This was based upon the enhanced buffers we provided, the enhanced separation, relocating dumpsters, and working closely with that community to gain their support and ensure compatible design. To conclude, this PD rezone is consistent with the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. This furthers the county's stated goals of directing new growth to urbanized areas, and perhaps most importantly is providing on-site much-needed affordable housing as outlined in staff conditions. We do have their recommendation of approval as well. I will hand it over to Mr. Henry and can advance his slides for him.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Links and Associates. If we can go ahead and switch to the Elmo, so get more slides in that one. But Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We conducted the traffic analysis for the project, and also we have done a design exception for Bloomingdale Avenue, and it has been deemed approvable by the county engineer. A couple of the improvements that we're doing, one is we are doing an on-site park and ride facility, but then as far as the design exception, the improvements that we're doing to help mitigate the impact to Bloomingdale Avenue, one is we're proposing to construct a pedestrian crossing. And in your package that I will give you, there's actually an aerial that shows all this. I'm trying to do this a little bit quicker to get through this. But we will provide a pedestrian crossing across Bloomingdale Avenue in the event that it meets warrants within 3 years of getting a CO. That provides access to the bus stop on the south side. In addition to that, we are proposing to widen the sidewalk on Bloomingdale Avenue. To our west, there's an apartment project that is widening the sidewalk to 6 feet from Guanto Lake to their project. We're going to take it from that point to Providence as a six-foot sidewalk to help it more pedestrian friendly. In addition to that, we're going to work with TICO and Hillsborough County to provide lighting on the north side of Bloomingdale Avenue for that sidewalk. And that again will go from where it ends today or where the project is, the apartment project, to Providence. And then in addition to that, we're proposing to fund a crossing guard at the intersection of Bloomingdale and Providence for the Winthrop School on the south side. So if we have students that want to walk, we're proposing to at least fund that for a period of 5 years. In addition to that, we did have some questions come up when we were doing the plan amendment as far as the level of service of Bloomingdale Avenue, and not only the level of service today, but in addition to that, with the apartment project that's going in to our west and then our project. So what we've done is we went out and did 3-day counts on Bloomingdale Avenue. And then we also took into consideration the traffic from that project and our project, and then looked at it for each hour of the day to see how Bloomingdale was functioning. In addition, we also did a detailed arterial analysis to look at the capacity of Bloomingdale Avenue. And what this shows us is that it actually operates at acceptable level of service with the existing, with what's getting built beside us, and our project traffic. In addition, I have included the latest 2020 level of service report that actually shows in the peak hour that segment of Bloomingdale Avenue actually operates at level of service D, which is basically what is concluding in our analysis when you add in those two projects. And finally, this is just a graphic that will be in your package that kind of gives a list of all the planned improvements that are in the area to help with the traffic circulation and improvements in the area. That concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
Not at this moment. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Cami Corbett again for the record. In your packet, there will be letters of support, not only from Mariposa, but also the Florida Housing Coalition and 2 residents of current Blue Sky communities.
Okay.
And we reserve any time for rebuttal.
All right. Thank you so much. Development Services, please.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Finch. Are you able to hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. I just have a few very brief comments to add to the presentation because I know we're running short on time. Some of the information that I wanted to make sure you're aware of is that this PD does have 2 companion applications. One is a PRS to PD 05-1577. And secondly, as you heard in the previous presentations, there is a related comprehensive plan amendment. All 3 applications are scheduled to be heard at the board's comp plan amendment hearing on September 30th at 6 p.m. And that is also noted in our staff report. And also just to add very quickly, there is a PD variation associated with this application, which is part of the enhanced screening that Ms. Crespo showed on her site plan. But also just very briefly, to let you know how they're getting to the density that is proposed. This is in the SMU 6 future land use category. The comp plan amendment is to go to Res 16. And then on top of that, the applicants are requesting a density bonus, which would allow them to go to 20 units per acre. So that does bring up maximum permitted number of units to 541. However, what the applicants are requesting is 472, 120 of those to be affordable housing. This plan right here just shows a very similar markup that Ms. Crespo showed you, showing you where the buildings are located and the heights that are proposed. The areas in green are the enhanced buffering and screening areas, which will have the higher fence and additional tree plantings. And also just to let you know that this was reviewed by the county's Affordable Housing Services Department and also the Planning Commission specifically for the density bonus due to affordable housing. And both of those staffs found it supportable, and therefore we do recommend approval subject to conditions. I'm available for any questions you may have.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. The property is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category in the urban service area and the Brandon Community Plan. As already stated, this site is undergoing a current plan amendment to change the future land designation to residential 6, and this CPA 20-17 was approved by the Planning Commission on April 12th, 2021, and is approved to be transmitted to the state by the Board of County Commissioners on April 22, 2021. I'm going to simplify some of our testimony based on what Development Services already stated. The application is requesting an affordable housing density bonus for 20% of the total dwelling units are reserved for low or very low income households. They're trying to achieve a maximum density of 20 dwelling units per acre, which is the next highest future land use category. Planning Commission staff have worked with development services and affordable housing services staff, determined that the proposed project meets all the requirements within the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plans to receive the affordable housing density bonus. And in a memo dated July 16th, 2021, Cheryl Howell, the Director of Affordable Housing Services, outlined the criteria that must be met to receive the affordable housing density bonus. Policy 16.3 requires new development to be compatible with surrounding uses and promote interconnectivity via pedestrian and vehicular access, and cross-access is being provided to the southeast. The proposed rezoning furthers the goals of the Brandon Community Plan by proposing multifamily within the urban general district and satisfies the intent of Objective 1 for directing 80% of the growth to occur in this urban service area. And then finally, Housing Element Comprehensive Plan Policy 3.6.1 states that density bonuses will be utilized as an incentive to encourage the development of more affordable housing, and the proposed project is consistent with this policy as it meets all the requirements for the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan Housing Element. Based on this, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject conditions proposed by the Development Service Department, and subject to the final approval of HC CPA 20-17 by the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor? Yes, sir.
Hi, Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. I'm representing John and Helen Hancock, who are the property owners abutting Hancock Tire. And I'm here and remained here to express that the developers and applicants have really made tremendous efforts and worked with Mr. Hancock over the last month with a lot of details because there are some impacts on his property. And I wanted to be here personally to express that we appreciate them working with them and we are in agreement. And they went to great lengths to make sure that the project, whatever impacts there were going to be accommodated and worked with. So we are fully in support.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in. Anyone else that would like to testify in support? Seeing no one in the room, no one online in support?
I have Sean Wilson.
In support.
Sean, you're in support, correct?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Give us your name and address, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Sean Wilson. I'm the president of Blue Sky Communities with offices at 5300 West Cypress Street in Tampa. I am here this evening to support this petition. Blue Sky will be the developer of the affordable housing component, and we have developed several similar communities in this county. We're good neighbors, and the surrounding residential units have not been negatively impacted by our affordable workforce housing. Based on that experience and expertise, I can state unequivocally that this is an excellent opportunity for the county to lock in an affordable housing site in an area that is becoming rapidly built out, an area with good schools and higher incomes. It provides a good mix for our residents. Most of our residents are employed in retail and tourism and government, as we also have folks on fixed incomes. This site is very close to many jobs, especially retail jobs, and has great access to both transit, BART, and highways. And a lot of our residents will be able to take alternative transportation so that they won't be clogging the roads with a lot of trips. And this is a unique example of how a high-end housing development and affordable workforce housing can be developed in tandem and provides a roadmap for other potential sites in Hillsborough County. And I urge the county to approve this petition, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in support? All right, no one, anyone in opposition in the room? Seeing no one, do we have anyone online in opposition? No. All right, then we'll close that. County staff, anything else?
Just real quick, I want to state again for the record, since this rezoning is related to a comprehensive plan amendment and they're planned to be heard concurrently, that this zoning item will be heard at the September 30th BOCC public hearing at 6 p.m. It will not require you to change when you file your staff report, but I just want to note that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, Ms. Corbett, you have 5 minutes. You need it?
Cami Corr, for the record, no, we don't. We'll waive rebuttal.
Thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 21-0420 and go to the next case.
Next item is agenda item D8, rezoning PD 21-0558. The request is rezone from ASC 1 to plan development. Steve Beachy will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, just press that button. There you go.
Thank you. Matt Newton for the applicant, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 2800. I know midnight is quickly approaching. I don't want anybody to lose their spot because of me, and this is much more straightforward than a lot of the ones we've heard tonight, so I will abbreviate if
I
that's
appreciate
okay.
it.
This is a request to rezone from ASC 1 to PD for 55 square feet of business and professional office and medical office. It's here at the northwest corner of Wheeler Road in Parsons Avenue. I will be submitting this PowerPoint into the record, but this is to demonstrate as described in Mr. Beachy's staff report, 75% of the frontage along Parsons Avenue here is office or commercial. This has been trending towards a office organic corridor over the last couple of years. I want to highlight a few points on the PD plan. We have 20 feet landscape buffer with a type B with a 6-foot PVC fence on the north, west, and south with a 30-foot setback here along the east from Parsons Avenue. We received a call from a neighborhood here to the west concerned about height. I do want to point out that the height is limited to 1 story and 35 feet, which is consistent with the area. And in optics, you will see there's a letter of support from a single family resident to the north here. There's just a little copy here, but it is on file. One thing that I do want to point out, we have agreed to a condition that didn't make it into the staff report. I spoke with Steve here tonight, and we're going to be putting it in, and I'm putting a handwritten version. We are going to have the front elevation of all the buildings that are built to face internally towards the proposed parking area. That was a point raised by the Planning Commission. This will speak for itself. This is a kind of a growing trend of office in the vicinity between 1998 and 2009. This proposal fits within that character. I've highlighted a lot of the architectural conditions that are included on each of these approvals, and then to juxtapose with the architectural conditions that we're putting on ours as well. Fits the character of what's already been approved. We're going to make sure that as consistent with the Sefner Mango planning area, that we do have pitched roofs, that everything's architecturally finished on each side, so that we're not kind of putting bulky offices in an area that does have that character and charm. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you. If you could submit those documents into the record.
Absolutely.
Development Services, please.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. I think Mr. Newton was pretty thorough in what he was presenting. The only thing that I would say is this parcel would currently be allowed 5 residential lots. It's now they're asking for 55,000 square feet of professional office. The surrounding zonings are agricultural, ASC1 and RSC4 and ASC1 right next to it. But as Mr. Newton said, 75% of that corridor right there is developed with commercial or office uses. Our recommendation for support is based on the several accommodations that the applicant has made, such as the buffers and the residential character of the building, that they are the pitch roofs and smaller buildings. So based on these considerations, staff recommendation is support. I'm available for any questions.
Just one quick one, Mr. Beachy, and it's the front page of your staff report. Under PD variations, you list that the applicant is looking for a waiver of, or has received administrative variance for the technical manual, but I don't believe that is appropriate to call that a PD variation because that requires my approval. So if you could just revise that report to move that as to not being labeled PD variation or something.
Sure, we'll do
I
that.
appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, perfect. Planning Commission, please.
Andrea Papinger, Planning Commission staff. The property is in the residential 4 future land use category in the urban service area and the Steffner Mango Community Plan. At least 75% of the site is not within 900 feet of a qualifying intersection, does not meet commercial locational criteria. A commercial locational criteria waiver is required per policy 22.8, and the applicant has submitted a waiver request. Based on the waiver request, the proposed development of professional medical office uses with restrictions to square footage and architectural appearance is in accordance with a market trend towards office use in the area over the last 23 years. And the waiver states that multiple rezoning applications have made this section of Parsons Avenue an office corridor, and additional office uses is consistent. Additionally, the waiver states that the locational criteria restricts convenience, retail, and other general commercial uses to discourage strip commercial development and ensure that the commercial scale is compatible with any nearby residential uses. In addition, that the cluster daily trip generators at intersections to ensure adequate access and minimize trip generation. And so the request proposes professional office with square footage and architectural restrictions to prevent any typical strip aesthetic development. The subject property is composed of vacant residential and single-family lots, and single-family lot properties are located to the north and the west. Single-family light commercial and vacant commercial lots are located to the east, and public institutional and agricultural uses are located to the south. This meets the intent of policy 16.1 of the future land use element, which requires the use of locational criteria for placement of non-residential uses. Policy 16.3 requires the development and redevelopment to be integrated with adjacent land uses. And policy 16.10 requires any density increase be compatible with existing proposed or planned development. Compatibility does not mean the same as. It refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintain the character of existing development. As the applicant has stated, they are proposing a 20-foot buffer on the north, west, and south boundaries, and the requested office use is consistent with other office uses on Parsons Avenue. Planning Commission staff have advised the applicant to redesign the site to orient the buildings inwards towards the parking lot, a non-residential main corridor, Parsons Avenue, and the applicant has agreed to redesign the site. With this site redesign, staff finds the proposed office and medical buildings to be compatible with the immediately adjacent single-family residential properties to the north. And due to this, Planning Commission staff recommends the approval for the waiver for commercial locational criteria. The subject site is located within the limits of the Mango Steffner Community Plan, and the plan lists specific locations for commercial and office developments. Commercial encroachment is discouraged in residential areas south of Martin Luther King Boulevard, and the development will incorporate residential features and is an office use which is not discouraged south of Martin Luther King Boulevard. Additionally, the development would support infill development within the urban service area and the surrounding light commercial and business professional office uses. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Service Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone that would want to speak in support or in opposition to this request? No one online, no one in the room. All right, county staff, anything else?
Just real quick, we did submit in the record a revised formatted report. Just wanted to put that in the record.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Anything else, sir, before we close?
No, nothing more. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. We'll close rezoning 21-0558 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D9, rezoning PD 21-0742. The request is to rezone from AOS1 and AR to planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Madam Hearing Officer, good evening. Going to be quick. We have pending cases behind us and time's running out. I'm Michael Horner, 14502 Northdale Mabry Highway, representing IPS Enterprise Ideas School. Applicant for this request. With me is Mr. Michael Razor Transportation, will follow me for a brief comment. And then we also have Bowler Engineering representatives here as well. This comes to you, Madam Hearing Officer, with unanimous recommendation for approval, findings of consistency. EPC approvals and transportation approvals as well. We have no reviewing agency objections. We appreciate staff's review. This is a 15-acre site south of Scully Road, the Nodasassa area, east of Harney Road, south of Fowler Avenue. This is for a charter school, 1,456 students, K through 12. We are in Res 1, Madam Hearing Officer, but we are next to Res 4 to the north. Thus, we have urban services there. They're already in existence, and we are extending those into our site. We are not extending into the rural service area. They're already in place. The building itself will be 107,000 square feet, which is an FAR of about 0.16. That is less than the 0.25 maximum potential. We have Hart Pond Road to the east, a private drive. We have no residents there. We have no access there. We have 2 driveways to Scully. One on the west is full access. The east is a restricted ingress driveway only. We exceed all parking requirements. We have the maximum height established at 50 feet. Quite honestly, will be probably 35 feet, 2 stories. If we go to the 50 feet, we have to meet the 2-for-1 height requirement, and we would not be seeking any waiver to that. So either way, we'll be in consistent and conformance with that height requirement. Site plan clusters buildings to the northeast. We have separation of the ball fields. We have a pond to the southeast for additional buffering. We do have enhanced screening on the south and west side for additional tree plantings 30 feet on site as well as on center, as well as additional trees along Scully on the south side at the 60 feet on center. Rec fields will be closed, play fields by 9 p.m. and they're not open at all during the weekend. We have no variations, no waivers. We exceed all queue requirements. There is a transportation condition, which is the all-encompassing condition for charter schools, Ms. Finch, which means every year we have to have a full assessment update of those current conditions. It's in the 4th week, I believe, or the 2nd week of every school year up to full capacity. My client accepts that. It's going to be at his cost, and that if anything does not equate to the initial transportation projections or turning movements or queuing, then we have to adjust, and that's the risk that our client takes. So view this as a conditional approval on that element. This is a residential support use allowed in all districts. We have a 500-foot reach out notice, no objections that we're aware of. We agree to all conditions of staff. We have unanimous support. I'm going to have Mr. Razor speak briefly. Happy to answer any questions.
Very briefly, if we could. Good evening.
Good evening, Michael Razor with Razor Transportation Consulting. I'm a registered professional engineer with a specialty in traffic engineering with 24 years of experience, and I have been sworn remotely in the bargain lot. I performed the traffic study for this project, which considered the 1456 student charter school with 2 access connections to Scully Road. The results of the traffic study identified that for the worst case time periods associated with student drop off and pickup, acceptable traffic operating conditions can be anticipated within the study area. Traffic study identified that both left and right turn lanes are required on Scully Road at the western side access connection with dual receiving lanes internal to the site. In the event that actual traffic conditions exhibit deficiencies, those would be addressed through monitoring. The site meets county queuing requirements as the proposed enrollment requires 8,918 feet of queuing on-site queue storage with 8,980 feet being provided. This petition is also accompanied by a design exception regarding substandard roadway conditions, which was found approvable by the county engineer. It is noted that the departures from the county standards as referenced in the staff report do not reflect safety or operational issues, as both FDOT and national design standards support the current roadway characteristics for Scully Road. There was a sidewalk on the north side currently. There's not on the south, which was another substandard road condition, and the applicant has agreed to construct a sidewalk continuously on the south side of the road from Harney to the west to Mango to the east at approximately 1.06 miles. And that concludes my abbreviated presentation. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Mr. Horner, can we move on?
Additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Development Services, please.
Israel Monsanto Development Services. I'll share my screen. The applicant seeks to rezone 15 acres, a 15-acre site, currently zoned agricultural single family and agricultural rural to a new PD to allow a charter school project. The site is located on Scully Road in Nodasassa and is in the rural service area. The site is within the future land use classification of Res 1, allows up to 1 dwelling unit per gross acre, and rural scale neighborhood, commercial office or multi-purpose projects limited to a 0.25 FAR. Areas to the east have a future land use designation of Res 4, and parcels to the east, future land use of agricultural estate. The area mostly consists of residential properties, zone agricultural, in addition to some vacant land. Residential support uses and parks, including public schools and places of worship, are located in the vicinity. Based on the site acreage and zoning, the mathematical maximum entitlements that the site could accommodate is a total of 4 dwelling units per the acre. This number may be less when internal roads, stormwater, or other improvements are taken into account. This request tonight is to allow a new PD for the construction of a private school, as stated by the applicant. The school will consist of a maximum of 1,456 students, K through 12. Future building area will be a maximum of 107,000 square feet and will be placed on the northeast portion of the site away from single-family properties. Applicant is proposing a specific development standards, and the building setbacks for a structure exceeding 20 feet in height will be subject to the additional building setback. Applicant proposes a 10-foot buffer with type A landscape screening, but will also include a 6-foot high PVC solid fence and trees around all of the project. The site will be regulated in accordance with the code, section 61188 for schools, site standards. Playfields are located internal to the site, and the applicant has proposed to restrict use of the playfields until 9 p.m. on weekdays with no activities during the weekends and lighting oriented internally. Transportation review section has evaluated the traffic studies and circulation plan and does not object. Staff finds the proposed school is compatible with the area and meets the code standard for private schools. Proposed conditions limiting school capacity, size, placement, development standards, and buffer restrictions, among others, demonstrate an acceptable level of compatibility. EPC approved the proposed site plan and has provided conditions. No reviewing agencies objected to the request. Therefore, based on all these considerations, staff finds this PD approvable with conditions. I have provided an updated staff report, Ms. Finch, with condition 2.1 amended, removing the word minimum for the fence height. That's the 6-foot height is the maximum height for that buffer area.
Yes, thank you.
That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Andrea Papinger, Planning Commission staff. Property is in the residential 1 future land use category in the rural service area and within the Thonotosassa community plan. The site is located in the rural area according to Objective 4. The development pattern of the rural area is intended to be large, low lot, density residential without threat of suburban encroachment. Policy 4.1 specifies acceptable rural densities, and the intent of Res 1 is to designate areas for rural residential uses compatible with short-term agricultural uses. The proposed school use is consistent with the residential 1 future land use category, and the proposed use does not threaten suburban encroachment in the surrounding area and meets the intent of Objective 4 and Policy 4.1, the future land use element. Schools are residential support uses. Objective 17. Policy 17.1 state that the residential support uses are encouraged to be located in residential areas to support the neighborhood residential population. And these land uses are allowed in any of residential, commercial, and industrial land use plan categories, as long as the proposed uses are compatible with the surrounding area. Single-family lots are located immediately to the west and south, and vacant lots are located immediately to the east. The applicant is providing type A buffers with 6 feet high PVC wood fencing and 30-foot trees along the west and southern boundaries of the property. And then the front and rear setbacks will be 50 feet, side setbacks 25 feet. The applicant is also providing a pedestrian sidewalk along Skeely Road, and the applicant will restrict the side of the playground to comply with LDC requirements for outdoor and playground lighting. The proposed school is compatible and comparable with the surrounding area as consistent with the neighborhood protection policies in Objective 16. The subject property is located within the limits of the Thonotosassa community plan. The plan seeks to provide a sense of community that ensures new development maintains and enhances its character and a sense of place and provides a place for community activities and events. And the request is consistent with the goals of the community plan. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or virtually that wants to speak in favor or against this application? Are you in favor? Against? Go ahead, come forward, please. Give us your name and address.
My name is Tamala Smith. I reside at 10203 Laid Back Lane, Thonotosassa, Florida, 33592, and I am a Tampa native. I'm the third generation who has lived in Winona-Sassa. I have actually reviewed the project plans and stuff, and I find the traffic analysis is not accurate. Currently, the ongoing development has not been completed, which will affect all surrounding roadways mentioned in plan development of said property, which would include 579, Joe Ebert, and current development happening on Harney Road. Residents on Timmons Road along Schooley Road will vastly be affected by the proposed traffic influx. We are already being affected as is during traffic peak flows on Harney Road. The current infrastructure needs to be updated prior to any said plan development, especially with localized flooding already occurring on surrounding roadways during storms. One intersection would be Harney, where Harney, Fowler, and Main Street come together. Any storms, the entire roadway is underwater. Another intersection is over on Harney and Tom Folsom. Cannot go down Tom Folsom whatsoever. I mean, we just had part of Schooley Road. They just had to repave it, redo sidewalks, because we have water runoff coming down 579 down Schooley. It washed out underneath the road and took out the sidewalk. That just happened. Other wetlands adjacent to said property, if you look on their project plan, it shows there is wetlands on the backside of the property. So other wetlands adjacent to the said plan development will also be affected. Therefore, affecting surrounding properties. We have already seen this happen throughout parts of Hillsborough County already when you're encroaching in wetlands, period. Hillsborough County has also stated it would not allow another charter school to be built due to the direct impact it has had on our public schools. And this is a charter school. They said high school students will not be allowed to drive to school. I was in high school once. How are you going to prevent a high school student from driving to school once you get to that phase of the project? We already have an elementary school also right down the road. So the traffic analysis is crap. I mean, I live right off of Timmons Road. I have to go out on Schooley. I have people that pass me on Schooley at 35 miles an hour. You know, the speed limit is 35. We have a park, elementary school, sports complex. We have residents that live behind the so-called church. That is going to directly also be impacted because this is going to be across the street from them. There's no traffic lights, nothing that can support that type of traffic infrastructure. I mean, it just won't work.
All right, thank you.
I can have others that will come with me as well to the next hearing that will object to this. So,
Does that conclude your comments? Thank you
yes.
so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to this request? All right, seeing no one. County staff. Mr. Monsanto, anything further before we move on?
Nothing further.
All right, then we'll go back for rebuttal from Mr. Horner.
Thank you, Ms. Fitch. I'll be brief. Michael Horner for the record. We appreciate the comments of Ms. Smith. We would just indicate that the analysis was done in complete consistency per Hillsborough County Transportation Manual standards. That design exception was approved by the county engineer, Mike Williams. We worked closely with transportation staff. We agreed to all of those conditions on site improvements as well as the follow-up condition for retrofitting any improvements that they do not feel are addressing the needs and the traffic conditions as each school year begins and is reassessed. On the flooding, Ms. Smith mentioned off-site flooding. We have to meet SWIFT mud requirements with post-construction discharge requirements. We have our drainage plan. We do not believe we'll be contributing to that. In fact, we can't contribute to that flooding condition. Those are deficiencies that we cannot cure, but we will cure our problem for any drainage emanating from our site. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 21-0742 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D10, major mod application 21-0747. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Kevin DeFrank will provide staff presentation after presentation by the applicant.
All right.
Ms. Finch, Michael Horner for the record, 14502 North Del Mar Highway, Tampa, 33618, representing Bank of America. I'm going to be brief. This is a 2.2 acre site, southwest corner of Webb Road and West Hillsborough Avenue. The Bank of America burned down in May of last year. It was a 10,000 square foot, 2-story facility. They are now replacing that with a 5150, almost half the square footage. We meet all the requirements for development review, including the Hillsborough Avenue design overlay requirements for minimum setbacks and maximum setbacks. We also have a parcel B, an out parcel that we are restricting to 8,200 square feet or a 4,000 square foot fast food convenience store. There's a traffic condition tied to that phase 2 improvement. Mike Gates will address in 30 seconds. We have an impervious surface ratio in parcel A, which is the bank, of 80% due to the dedication of right-of-way, 70% on parcel B, the out parcel. This site is approved back in 7249, a lot of entitlements. We are surrounded by commercial, restaurants, retail, and believe, if I can read my notes, and I believe that we are consistent with all plan policies. Planning Commission asked for some confirmation of flood proofing, which we have provided. Coastal high hazard area, we will meet that requirement. And that's all I have. There's a condition of 116-foot setback under condition 1 for parcel B. That is a typo. I believe Mr. DeFrank is going to correct that. Unanimous recommendations for approval. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Not at this time. Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I will be very brief. Trip generation, what I've shown here is the existing bank in blue, which has 103 AM peak hours, 221 in the PM. The blue is the proposed bank at 49 trips. We had to use the worst case of a fast food as the PM as the trip generation for the out parcel. So I've shown that in orange for you. So you can see in the PM, they're virtually the same number. AM, definitely an increase with a fast food restaurant. Conditions 9 and 10 relate to the transportation access. But basically what 9 and 10 are dealing with is that a northbound left turn lane is required with the construction of the out parcel, and there is limited right-of-way to the south. And so if the turn lane cannot be built, this driveway will become right in, right out in the future.
I see.
That's all I have. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
None at this time. I'm going to go to Development Services. Mr. DeFrank, I'd say that if we could just truncate your presentation and make the correction in the staff report that Mr. Horner was talking about. In the interest of time, we're trying to open the last case.
Yes, Kevin DeFrank with Development Services. As Mr. Horner stated, the request is a major modification to the approved PD to accommodate a proposed redevelopment of a bank building with separate drive-through window and lane facilities in the first phase and a new commercial out parcel directly west of the proposed bank site for future development of commercial neighborhood uses in the second phase. And staff, based on the OC20 future land use designation, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses development standards for the PD zoning district, staff finds the request approvable, subject to the revised conditions that Mr. Grady provided to you today. Because earlier today, Mr. Horner brought to our attention an issue with the minimum side setback condition, condition number 2 actually, which we agree would not be conducive to the future development of parcel B. And therefore, this condition was revised accordingly, basically to state that it's in accordance, or the minimum required side yard setback has to be in accordance with the CN standards. That's pretty much it. That concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
No questions at this time. Planning Commission, if I could just ask you as a favor to just reference your report and get to the recommendation so we can move on.
Yes, Andrew Pappandrew, Planning Commission staff. Our full report has been filed and is in the record. Based upon the considerations in the report, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor or against this application? Seeing, yes. Please come forward. Are you in support or in opposition? Okay, if you could give us your name and address, please.
James Wheeler with Coldwell Banker Realty, here on behalf of the surrounding property owner. And my address at Coldwell Banker 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. We actually welcome the redevelopment of that corner for the bank. It was a very outdated building before. We have the property to the west of this parcel and to the southwest. It's a large strip mall. The primary concern that we have, and we'd just like the applicant to explain it in a little further detail, is regarding those setbacks and the potential parking overflow from the out parcel. Because currently that whole area is just a parking lot. It was the parking lot for the bank and it's sitting idle right now, but it's not that large an area. And a fast food restaurant, we would expect to have overflow traffic and parking into our plaza parking and impede the attractiveness and marketability for our tenants, as well as that south access drive onto Webb Road. So if we could just hear some further clarification on that.
Okay, thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, and we'll close that. And county staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Horner.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Michael Horner for the record. I would only suggest that that is only a use that is being proposed as an option. It might very well be a 5,000, 8,000 square foot office building. We certainly can't have off-site parking if, in fact, this property is sold to an end user of a fast food chain, restaurant, drive-through, or convenience store. That is going to be an issue at site review. The setbacks that we are proposing are consistent with CN, and we have to have a minimum front setback of no greater than 20 feet from Hillsborough. It's a small site. It's going to be very difficult to meet all the parking requirements, so I understand the concern. If it doesn't meet those requirements, they either have to seek formal relief or they don't build that type of facility. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll close rezoning, major modification 21-0747. What is the time?
After midnight.
12:02.
Yeah.
So I sincerely apologize to the applicant under agenda item RZ PD 21-0749. It is a county policy that we are unable to open a case past midnight. And believe me, we tried to do our best to get you there, but it is then the policy that is continued. Is that correct, Mr. Grady?
Correct. There was also some issues with the application that had some concerns, was not at the fault of the applicant. I think what we can offer to the applicant is that we would continue this to September 13th. It will give time to resolve those issues that were of potential concern with respect to getting some documents into the record regarding some variations, but also because we can't start after midnight anyways. But what we can also do is we could offer to work to expedite this at the September 13th. So we'll still go to the October 12th BOCC land use meeting so that, the cases scheduled for this hearing are going to be heard on October 12th. So we can work on ensuring that this case gets heard at the same BOCC land use meeting they would otherwise by this unfortunate delay, so that at the end of the day, they're not delayed in getting their final action in front of the board. And again, as a staff continuous, would not require any kind of renotice on their part, and which I think
That's an excellent suggestion, and hopefully they will be placed higher on the agenda.
we can put them first on the agenda.
Thank you. All right. Then with that, we will close the zoning hearing master hearing agenda for August 16th, 2021. Thank you all for your time and testimony.